Konoha, becoming a great capitalist starting from Tobirama's resurrection. Greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 201, the final chapter of the Ponzi scheme. The money was well spent. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled. He believed the Uzumaki clan would eventually join Konoha. After all, Konoha's rapid development was obvious to all. In a few years, they would be able to pull away from the rest of the ninja world. Even now, ninjas from smaller villages experiencing their first visit to Konoha felt the same sense of disappointment as Li Zhongtang's first visit to America, sighing and envious. This was the ninja world's true paradise, a place beloved by the Six Paths sage. Why weren't they born in Konoha? Therefore, as long as the Uzumaki clan were not foolish, they would actively approach Konoha, integrate into it, and ultimately be incorporated through a democratic referendum. It was just that this was happening a little faster than Uchiha Kusunoki had anticipated. But it was all good news, all good news. The Uzumaki clan is always welcome to join Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't hesitate like Uzumaki Reed, offering polite words. He was bold and direct when it was time to speak directly. Since the Hokage has personally extended the invitation, what reason does the Uzumaki clan have to refuse? Uzumaki Reed instantly accepted Uchiha Kusunoki's invitation. From now on, the Uzumaki clan could proudly call themselves Konoha's ninja. Uchiha Kusunoki convened an emergency meeting of Konoha's top leaders that afternoon. Inside the meeting room, the leaders looked nervous. An emergency meeting was being called at this juncture. Could a war be brewing? The Uzumaki clan have decided to join Konoha and become one of us. Uchiha Kusunoki, seated at the head of the group, succinctly stated the reason for the emergency meeting. Uzumaki Village, founded by the Uzumaki clan, was an independent ninja village. The incorporation of an independent ninja village into Konoha required a vote by Konoha's top leaders, a necessary procedure for the Uzumaki clan to join Konoha. Although Uchiha Kusunoki was known for his arbitrary decisions and his unwavering authority in Konoha, he held procedural justice in high regard and insisted on following all necessary procedures. This sudden news stirred a flurry of discussion in the meeting room. The Uzumaki clan, a bloodline ninja clan and master of the ninja world's most advanced sealing techniques, joining Konoha was naturally a good thing, greatly strengthening Konoha's foundation. However, the addition of a powerful bloodline ninja clan to Konoha's table, a piece of the pie, put a certain amount of pressure on the ninja. But ultimately, the Uzumaki clan's joining Konoha would be beneficial in the long run, and the Hokage's meeting was merely a formality. The Uchiha clan leader, the Hokage of Konoha, had led the vote in approval. Could any ungracious ninja dare to oppose the Hokage's wishes? The vote for the Uzumaki clan's joining Konoha was unanimous, a democratic, fair, just, and open process without a trace of unfairness. Uzumaki Reid observed the proceedings with amusement. The meeting then turned to the issue of the Uzumaki clan's resettlement and the subsequent distribution of benefits. Here are the village's related businesses, along with the account books from the past few years. Almost all of Konoha's ninja clans are shareholders. The Uzumaki clan is only halfway there, waiting for capital to enter. Therefore, Konoha will need to issue additional shares now. Uzumaki Reed finished examining the account books. He knew Konoha was wealthy. But he hadn't imagined it would be this wealthy. The over 1 billion ryo distributed to the Uzumaki clan this year was practically leftovers. The Uzumaki clan joining Konoha was indeed the right decision. However, Uzumaki Reed soon began to sense hostile glances. Conflicts of interest were always like this. While the Uzumaki clan and Konoha had a special relationship, outsiders were outsiders. Konoha's original ecological balance had been disrupted by an old man, trying to eat from someone else's bowl. Take that, old man. The meeting room quickly transformed into a different kind of battlefield. Taking a stake from the big guys wasn't going to be easy. At first, everyone was concerned about face, discussing social etiquette. But then it devolved into a heated argument over a few cents of stock. Konoha had always been known for its martial virtues. Since negotiations couldn't resolve the issue, they decided to go with the old rules, a boxing match. The medical ninjas were already in place. Young man, you have no martial virtues, I'm so old, and you're still using your cunning tactics, Lord Azuki, I'm sorry. I'm doing this for the family. And what are you two looking at? Come on, shoulder to shoulder. The Uzumaki clan is a formidable force. Even though Lord Azuki is old, I might not be able to defeat him alone. This was a pure physical duel. The Uzumaki clan's signature sealing technique was banned. Furthermore, Azuki, as a renowned ninja, and his clan's natural talent were no joke. The younger generation of Konoha's younger ninjas weren't about to be polite either. They charged forward shoulder to shoulder, promising a huge win, but no shame in losing. Uchiha watched the brawl with great interest. As the saying goes, a young man's fist fears a strong man, and an old man's staff fears an old man's. Uzumaki Ri didn't gain much advantage. Uzumaki Mido, the only other Uzumaki clan member present, didn't leave the ring lightly. If her brother Reed could hold his own, she wouldn't go. These young men, full of youthful energy and relying on the medical ninjas, were prone to playing dirty. The rules of this boxing match were set by Uchiha himself. Afterward, no one was allowed to retaliate, or else they would be despised by the entire leadership. There were also a series of punishments. Even Uchiha Tomita had been beaten black and blue before. Uzumaki Mido seriously suspected Uchiha of doing this on purpose. He'd never been in the ring himself, never taken a beating, so it was easy for him to talk. After several rounds of fighting, Uzumaki Red's face was now a ridiculous, pig-like shape. The medical ninjas had already revived him from his coma once. Uzumaki Red took a set of 16 Bagua palms from Hinata Takuma. As for why it wasn't 64 Bagua palms, it was because he fainted before he could even finish the set. This meant that Uzumaki Reed, a member of the Uzumaki clan, possessed incredibly thick blood, allowing him to withstand such a massive battle. Ahem, Reed, do you want to continue? The Uzumaki clan already has a pretty good share. Konoha has plenty of opportunities to make money. The Minister of Science and Technology will be releasing new products in a couple of days. There's no need to rush. Uzumaki Mido felt a little sorry, hoping that Uzumaki Reed would withdraw while he was ahead. For the Uzumaki clan's modest assets, acquiring so many shares was already a significant profit. Especially the shares in the power plant. Those ninja clans wouldn't give up even a fraction, no matter how much money they were offered. But Uzumaki Reed insisted, leveraging his thick blood to force a share. Then, flushed with victory, he wanted to keep on fighting. In the end, Hyuga Takuma personally intervened, knocking Uzumaki Ri unconscious with a set of 8 diagrams 16 palms. Normally, he was a man who rarely fought. It's a given that the Hyuga clan was born to fight. If Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't forbidden it, Hyuga Takuma would have taken over the fights, becoming a 70% investment in the new product. No more fighting. I'll be dead if I keep fighting, Uzumaki Ri said, and then he fell to the ground with a thud. He had reached his limit. But Uzumaki Ri's face was filled with happiness. Although he was beaten like a pig, the result was gratifying. The Uzumaki clan would be able to enjoy dividends from Konoha's account books. Soon, news of the Uzumaki clan's complete integration into Konoha spread throughout the ninja world, but it didn't cause much of a stir, as the 4 major ninja villages were accustomed to it. To outsiders, the Uzumaki clan and Konoha were indistinguishable from each other. They were once and still are. The ninja world's attention remained focused on the Omega Cure. Last night, the Sand Village had already engaged the Omega Cure, and under cover of darkness, the Sand Village attempted a sneak attack. However, the Omega Cure were accustomed to rainy nights and were constantly on guard. Furthermore, the Sand Village's ninjutsu was limited in rainy weather, while the Omega Cure had grown up in the land of rain, making their ninjutsu perfectly suited to the local weather and significantly more powerful in rainy conditions. The Sand Village's initial attack was ineffective, and was repelled by the Omega Cure's reinforcements. Television broadcast the latest developments from the Omega Cure, and public opinion continued to ferment. A small number of ninjas chose to join the Omega Cure camp, but the vast majority sided with the 4 major ninja villages. After all, ideals are ideals, and reality is reality. Only a minority of ninjas foolishly acted as heroes and risked their lives. Furthermore, the daimyo, like crazy, were issuing wanted notices for the ninjas of Omega Cure Village at the Ninja World's Gold Exchange. Hanzo had become the most prominent figure on the exchange's list, temporarily putting even Hatake Tsukumo in order. Bounty hunters from across the ninja world were on the move, rushing to Megacure village to capture lone Megacure ninjas, even killing innocent people to claim credit. Acquiring a set of Megacure ninja uniforms and insignias was easy, as even the gold exchange's censorship procedures had recently become lax. Uchiha Kusunoki was most concerned about public opinion. Hanzo's rhetoric might win the hearts of the ninja, but it was a load of crap to the common people. Though the daimyo and nobles were considered valuable, they still fulfilled their responsibilities, ensuring the survival of ordinary people in this deplorable ninja world. However, the ninjas, who were essentially unemployed killing tools, usually employed by the nobles, were now restless, seeking to change their status and become the masters of the ninja world. Ninjas only knew how to kill, and their mastery lay in efficient execution. Could such a group of people be expected to govern a nation effectively? The nobles weren't good people, so were the ninjas? Ninjas despised ordinary people, and ordinary people, in turn, feared them, some even seeking to annihilate them. The daimyo's base was incredibly strong. The common people genuinely believed the rhetoric of ruler, subject minister, father, son, and the Rain village's reputation among ordinary people was practically lost. Even within the Rain country, many remnants of the old guard sought revenge against the daimyo and nobles. They weren't just talking, they were actually taking action, riding modified three-wheeled motorcycles loaded with grenades and charging towards the Rain ninjas' gathering place. Initially, the Rain ninja suffered heavy losses, but they eventually reacted and launched a bloody crackdown, implicating many ordinary people. The attitude of ninjas towards ordinary people is difficult to judge, especially those incited by the Rain ninja. Adhering to the principle of killing one to warn the rest, rather than letting the innocent go, they will not let any ordinary person who appears to be a suspect go unpunished. This is a ninja habit, even those in Konoha are no exception. The conflict between ninjas and ordinary people has rapidly intensified under the manipulation of the daimyo. When it comes to hyping up public opinion and deflecting conflicts, the Rain ninja act like muggles, not even realizing the problem. Incidentally, grenade production has been ramped up, and the daimyo is already preparing an army, using ordinary people as cannon fodder. Ultimately, if they win the war and destroy the Rain village, they can shift all the blame onto the Rain village, and indeed the entire ninja world. Internal and external troubles, Rain village. Uchiha Kusunoki frowned after reviewing the intelligence. The situation of the Rain village is worse than he had imagined. Hanzo was really rushing things. Hopefully, he can hold on a little longer. Land of Lightning Hatake Tsukumo, we're getting ready to go back to Konoha? Don't call me by my name, don't call me by my name, I'm Pansy now, little white-haired boy, why are you so excited? There's no one here now, nonsense, the Cloud Ninja won't seek revenge on you then, what if there are ears on the other side of the wall? You've screwed me over badly this time, I don't even dare to think about how high my bounty can be. No matter how high you get, can it be higher than Hanzo of the Salamander? Kakuzu pulled out a bounty from his pocket. It had a portrait of Hanzo of the Salamander printed on it, with a string of zeros underneath, which made Hatake Tsukumo drop his jaw. This head was worth more than the one on his own. What an exaggerated bounty. Those daimyos are really willing to spend money. A greedy look appeared on Kakuzu's face, his beady green eyes fixed on the string of numbers. If this deal went through, he could work 100 years less, and he might not even be able to live another 100 years. Alright, stop looking, you picks you, what's a picks you, a miser who only takes in, never gives out, thank you for the compliment. Hatake Tsukumo glanced at Kakuzu with disdain, then turned back to packing. Dozens of oversized sealing scrolls needed to be taken away, filled with banknotes, gold and silver jewelry, antiques, and other valuables, all sent by those leaks. Kakuzu, why are you still looking at that wanted poster? Have you notified the ninja who'll clean up the mess? Don't worry. I've got everything ready. Hokage-sama has instructed us. These are all ninja from my Wagakure, with a few from Sans village as well. If they're caught, it'll be their bad luck. That's good. Hatake Tsukumo nodded. It's better to let my friend die than to let me die. The world of adults is just that cruel. After double-checking that nothing was left behind, he left the base without a backward glance. Kakuzu, still obsessed with the bounty, carefully folded it, put it in his pocket, and followed Hatake Tsukumo. Within 2 days, the core members of the Ponzi scheme temporarily closed the stores in various cities under the pretext of a company summary meeting. The leaks didn't notice anything unusual at first, as Blue Sky Project Company, Limited had held meetings very frequently over the past year. They were meeting today and would be back the next day at most. But, the leaks soon discovered something was wrong. Chapter 202 Third Generation AI. The code name of this mission is Lightning Attack on Iwagakure. 2 days later in the Land of Thunder, the Blue Sky Project stores in various cities remained locked. Most of the leaks participating in the Blue Sky Project hadn't noticed anything unusual. However, a group of timid yet impatient leaks gathered at the company's store entrance, discussing the situation. What should we do? Why aren't they open yet? Why are you all panicking? The company's just in a meeting, there's no point in panicking, you only invested a few bucks, and you're panicking like that. I've invested everything I've got. My uncle's brother invested even more, and he's not panicking at all. You cowards, if you're not panicking, why are you even here? Go home and wait, I just came to see you. Why are you so anxious? Perhaps this head office meeting was just a bit longer. Everyone, don't panic, don't panic. The leaks encouraged themselves, hypnotizing each other, and telling each other that the company was still in the meeting and they'd be back tomorrow. This must be it. 3 days later, a large number of leaks, a group of investors, grew restless. In just a day or two, it would be the withdrawal day for the long-term customer reward program. Why was this meeting of Blue Sky Project Company Limited taking so long? Fear spread, especially among the gamblers who had staked their fortunes on poker. They simply pulled up small stools and sat outside stores in various cities, refusing to return home even late at night. To be precise, they no longer had a home, their houses had been mortgaged. Another day or two later, on withdrawal day, the stores remained locked. Some frantic gamblers, in a rage, smashed the locks and stormed inside, demanding an explanation. But upon entering, they were stunned. The store was completely empty. Aside from the flyers scattered on the floor and the red slogans adorning the walls, nothing else was there. It's a scam. Those scammers ran off with the money. Impossible, impossible. The company treated us like family. How could they run away? Ha 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 ha, I knew it wouldn't happen. Luckily I withdrew all my money long ago. The Ponzi scheme wasn't particularly sophisticated, but it precisely capitalized on human nature, coupled with an unparalleled level of funding, inflating the bubble. The bubble only grew larger, with people increasingly believing in the company and scrambling for the pyramid scheme's commissions. Of course, even the most sophisticated scam will be seen through by those with savvy. Over the past year or so, a few insightful individuals have spoken out, calling the company a scam. There's no such thing as a free lunch. But when profit is paramount, the voices of the wise are too muted. Even if they were heard, their advice would only irritate the leaks and even lead to attacks. You cowards. You're just timid and broke, jealous of others' success. I'd rather die a glorious death than live a mediocre life. Life offers countless opportunities. Blue Sky Project Company Limited is a good company that treats us like family. When everyone is making money, no one takes the advice of the wise seriously, until this moment when the dust finally settled. It's a scam. Some climbed tall buildings and jumped. Others angrily reported to the police, seeking justice. Still others refused to give up, trusting their families. The farce shocked most of the Land of Lightning, and the news of Blue Sky Project Company Limited instantly became a hot topic within the Land of Lightning. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the Land of Lightning's daimyo ordered a thorough investigation by the Hidden Cloud Village. But the daimyo's order was days late, and the Kumagakure had already sprung into action. The entire village was a victim. Damn it! Someone had actually tricked the Kumagakure. Did they really think the Kumagakure was incapable of fighting? The ninja troops heading out en masse reversed course. Their home base had been plundered, and what was the point of fighting? First, they had to apprehend those imposters. The Kumagakure was quick. The few Iwagakure ninjas tasked with a final cleanup were captured by enraged dark-skinned burly men as they fled the border of the Land of Lightning. First, they beat them severely, leaving them with only a breath. Then, medical ninjas kept them alive, and finally, specialized ninjas used their spiritual mysticism to extract intelligence from their brains. Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure have been planning for over a year. Their superior is Mr. Pangzi, the head of Green Bean Eyes, who reportedly made 100 million taels in the Fire Nation through futures trading. Kumagakure, emergency meeting. Fuck you, this is too much. The third AI slammed the table, his heart pounding after reading the intelligence he'd extracted from his torture. Damn Konoha, damn Iwagakure, Damn Tsunagakure. Lord Raikage, what should we do now? Many villagers have emptied their family savings and lost their entire lives' hard work. They've surrounded the Raikage building and are clamoring for an explanation. Yes, our family invested as well and lost a lot. We had no intention of investing originally, but it's all your fault, Lord Raikage. Yes, Lord Raikage, you must take responsibility. The Kumagakure leaders collectively attacked the third AI, leaving the irritable older brother speechless. He was a victim too. Oh no, Raikage-sama, an Anbu ninja suddenly burst in from outside, yelling. What happened? Your house. The villagers burned your house down. What? My house burned down? The Sandai-mei's eyes widened. He was the Raikage. The hot-tempered old man was about to lose his temper, but then softened. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years. He waved his hand and said, let it burn. This is all my fault. The Sandai-mei was hot-tempered, but he was still a man. Without someone like Danzo to take the blame, he had to shoulder the entire responsibility. But the problem now wasn't who would take the blame, but who would cover the massive losses. The Hidden Cloud Village's finances were completely ruined, the ninja clan's finances were ruined, and the villagers were destitute, so destitute that they wanted to fly. Just a month ago, the Hidden Cloud Village was a vibrant place, full of life and prosperity. Now the Sandai-mei felt like he was dreaming, a terrifying nightmare. If only it were a nightmare, this was the bloody reality. The third AI even considered committing suicide. This blame was too heavy, too dark, too heavy to bear. He couldn't bear it. Those damn liars, Mr. Pansy, Konoha is a bunch of assholes, and the Sand Village, they're allies with Konoha, they're in this together. If you ask me, the Iwagakure village are the worst assholes. They're allies with our Kumagakure, but they're secretly colluding with Konoha and deceiving us together. The Kumagakure leaders cursed at each other in the meeting. Overhearing the complaints, the third AI's rage instantly shot through the roof. That's right. I can't just die like this. At least I can't commit suicide. I want to perish with those bastards. Everyone, this is solely my fault. I have no money to compensate you, and I can't bear to continue sitting in the position of Raikage, but I won't accept this. I want revenge. No one in this world can deceive me and still live happily and unharmed. The Sandai-mei spoke with gritted teeth, echoing the anger of the Kumagakure high-ranking officials. Lord Raikage, give the order. The man is alive, but the money is gone. This is hell. Even if I die, I won't let those swindlers get away with it. Revenge. We want justice. Kumagakure's internal conflicts quickly became external conflicts, and the Sandai-mei breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone, first, we must choose our first target of revenge. Is it Konoha, the Sand Village, or the Iwagakure? The Sandai-mei was furious, but he still had his sanity. One ninja village declaring war on three would only lead to its own demise. He had to proceed slowly. Let's go after Konoha first. They're the mastermind. Let's go after Tsunagakure. They're the weakest. Pick on the weak. Eliminate the easiest enemies first, idiot. Tsunagakure is too far away, and they're allied with Konoha. I say we should go with Iwagakure. They're a bunch of treacherous, backstabbing ninjas who deserve to die. Well said, I agree. Kill Iwagakure first. A group of hot-headed men instantly grasped their direction. Konoha was powerful, and now the Kumagakure was financially bankrupt. It couldn't compete with Konoha. Tsunagakure might be weaker, but it was too far away, and it had its ally, Konoha, behind it. Iwagakure was a backstabbing ninja, ready to be killed. The mood in the meeting was instantly ignited. Iwagakure was the primary target. This treacherous ninja village must be annihilated. But what about the Rain Village? The daimyo's orders. A sharp question was raised. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning was frantically urging the Hidden Cloud Village to destroy it, offering a substantial sum of money. Even though half of that money had already been siphoned off by Blue Sky Project, Incorporated. FK the daimyo, I've got the Iwagakure village for sure. Even the daimyo can't stop him, I say. After being bullied like this, if we don't retaliate, how can the Hidden Cloud Village survive in the ninja world? We'll become a complete joke. The Hidden Cloud Village's leaders immediately ignored the Rain Village's affairs. Revenge was necessary, and if they didn't target the Iwagakure village, one of the main culprits, the Hidden Cloud Village would literally disband. Since everyone has decided, then it's settled. We'll first seek revenge on the Iwagakure village, pool all the remaining funds, and catch them off guard. Since the Iwagakure village cheated us out of our money, we'll demand revenge from the land of Earth, the third AI declared fiercely. As you command, the leaders of the Kumagakure village said in unison, and then began to discuss their battle plan. The Iwagakure village was already quite powerful, and now that they had swindled so much money, they were even more powerful. This was going to be a fierce battle. This time, bring both the 8 tails and the 2 tails, but the Jinchuriki's sealing technique isn't ready yet. We can't worry about that anymore. We have to catch the Iwagakure village off guard. Lord Raikage, what do you think? I have no objection. The third KJ just wanted to give it his all. As for the tailed beasts and the Jinchuriki, he didn't want to worry about anything else now. The village was already in ruins, and whether it would have a future was anyone's guess. It was a good opportunity to let the Iwagakure village experience the power of the 8 tails tentacles. Fueled by the flames of revenge, the Kumagakure leaders spent an entire afternoon planning their revenge plan, ultimately settling on an attack on the Iwagakure village. They had to rush to the vicinity of Iwagakure village as quickly as possible, then release the 8 tails and the 2 tails, causing unrest. They would then use this opportunity to defeat the main force of Iwagakure. Then, the Kumagakure ninjas would split up and plunder the land of Earth, recouping the losses incurred by Kumagakure. This time, their plan of attack was called Blitz Attack Iwagakure, Konoha. What a change. The road has been widened again. What's that roaring noise? Such a long car. Finally back home, the ninjas who had carried out the Ponzi scheme returned to Konoha one after another. After a year away, Konoha had become even more prosperous, even significantly different from the Konoha they remembered. But it was all good, all good. Hatake Tsukumo and Kokuzu returned to Konoha and immediately went to the Hokage building to report on the operation. Uchiha Kusunoki poured Hatake Tsukumo and Kokuzu each a glass of iced cola and listened as they detailed the operation. While there had been some minor setbacks, overall, everything had gone smoothly. Konoha made a lot of money this time, but it's hard on those losers. Uchiha Kusunoki picked up Kokuzu's earnings report, its string of glaring zeros glaringly visible. This was all money plundered from the people of the Land of Lightning. Countless ordinary people and nobles fell prey to the deception, and even a handful of high-ranking officials in the Land of Lightning were fooled by Kokuzu. Hatake Tsukumo, why are you drinking Coke with a mask on? Isn't it inconvenient? Uchiha Kusunoki asked, perplexed, upon seeing Hatake Tsukumo drinking Coke with a half-open mask. Hokage-sama, I'm going to make it a habit to wear a mask everywhere. From now on, I'll even eat with it on. Hatake Tsukumo remained unmoved. For the sake of his safety for the rest of his life, he must remain vigilant. He's a coward, afraid his enemies will come looking for revenge. Kokuzu glanced at Hatake Tsukumo with disdain and said with a dismissive tone. Nonsense. You're just behind the scenes directing us, but I've been giving speeches all the time. I even had to personally deal with those scoundrels from the Hidden Cloud Village. I don't know how much longer I can keep my identity a secret. That's easy to say. Who told you to cheat me with futures? You're just stupid. This is karma for all your evil deeds. Kokuzu was still fuming over his 10 billion ryo. If Hatake Tsukumo wasn't his partner, he would have cut off Hatake's head and traded it for money at the gold exchange. Stop arguing, stop arguing. This is all old news. Why are you bringing up old things again? Uchiha Kusunoki immediately put an end to the argument between Hatake Tsukumo and Kokuzu. They'd argued so many times in front of him before, and he was tired of hearing them. They both snorted coldly, falling silent. Then, Kokuzu pulled a wanted poster from his pocket. Oh, by the way, Hokage-sama, can I accept the wanted poster for Hanzo of the Salamander? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Shuameo, don't worry. You bought the insurance. If your wife and children don't remarry after you die, you will make a lot of money. No, Uchiha rejected Kokuzu without hesitation. Kokuzu, the idiot, hadn't changed his ways, and was looking to return to his old ways for another big hit. Hanzo was incredibly powerful, single-handedly defeating the Sannin of his youth, and surrounded by a group of Jonin as his escort. However, considering it was Kokuzu, a top bounty hunter, who was responsible for this, while the difficulty was immense, There was a real possibility he could pull it off. After all, Kakuzu had 5 lives, and faking his own death and then launching a surprise attack would have unpredictable consequences. Okay, Kakuzu's face fell. He had long suspected that Konoha was behind the Rain Village. After all, the new will of rain mirrored Konoha's new will of fire. Both ninjas eliminated the nobles and became rulers of the nation. Konoha's intentions were clear to the Fire Nation. But the Fire Nation's daimyos, and indeed the daimyos of the entire ninja world, acted as if they were oblivious to Konoha's evil intentions. The difference between breaking this window paper and not breaking it is a world of difference. Perhaps Hanzo is the Hokage's spy in the Rain Country, using it to test the attitudes and reactions of the shinobi daimyo. Kakuzu isn't interested in the affairs of these powerful figures, he's only interested in making money. Now that the Hokage has personally stated his stance, it seems this deal won't go through. What a shame. Kakuzu took a sip of his iced cola with apathy and fell silent. Hatake Tsukumo glanced at Kakuzu with disdain. This money-grubbing bastard had clearly made so much money from this Ponzi scheme. And yet he wasn't even a little satisfied? Although Hatake Tsukumo himself had made a lot of money, enough to live a life of luxury, he was content. After all, he was earning money worth a life. Sometimes you have to think, how much money is considered a lot? When Hatake Tsukumo was young, he didn't know the dangers of the shinobi world. He wanted to complete more missions, earn more money, and become famous along the way. Now I understand, especially the methods of the Hokage in front of me. Damn it. The methods of the Hokage are simply cannibalism. You can get caught if you are not careful. The greed, sinisterness and shamelessness of human nature. Hatake Tsukumo has seen too much when he was on a mission. He is no longer the young man who just debuted. To be a ninja, you must learn to think twice, think about danger, think about retreat, and think about change. When you know the danger, you must find a way to avoid it. This is called thinking about danger. Hiding in a place where no one can see you is called thinking about retreat. Hatake Tsukumo plans to retire for a while. If this time can be limited, Hatake Tsukumo hopes it will be 10,000 years. From now on, he will never leave the village to do a mission again. And Kakuzu, this picks you, will die outside sooner or later. Hokage-sama, please don't call me on missions like this in the future. I plan to live out the rest of my life in Konoha. I've already written to my family, and they'll arrange a blind date for me in a couple of days. I want to marry a wife and have a few sons in peace. It would be best if the sons have black hair, yellow is fine, but definitely not white hair. I'm afraid he'll die young. Hatake Tsukumo looked at Uchiha Kusunoki and said slowly. Uchiha Kusunoki glanced at Hatake Tsukumo with a hint of surprise. Is this still the little white-haired boy who was later known as the White Fang of Konoha? How did he become like this now, with a look of enlightenment? Okay. I'll try my best. Remember to let me know when you get married, and I'll give you a big red envelope. Uchiha Non patted Hatake Tsukumo's shoulder, temporarily agreeing to his request. Konoha hadn't made any plans to reap the wealth yet, but who knew what would happen in the future? Hatake Tsukumo had done his job so efficiently. Retiring so early was a waste of talent. Just making enough money and wanting to quit? There was no such thing as a cheap way out. Hatake Tsukumo's face froze. I'll try my best. Can someone translate what I'll try my best means? What the hell is I'll try my best? Thank you, Hokage-sama, Hatake Tsukumo roared inwardly, but he couldn't bring himself to challenge the Hokage, so he nodded helplessly. It seemed like he couldn't be too picky about his blind date. He had to make a quick decision and have a son. In this era, the legacy of the Warring States period still lingered, and the obsession with incense was very strong. Hatake Tsukumo fell silent, his mind preoccupied with the idea of having a son. Uchiha Kusunoki then turned to Kakuzu, intending to discuss the spirit sauna. Hokage-sama couldn't be blamed for such a heartless act. Spirit sauna, can it make money? Kakuzu had no moral baggage, he cared only about making money. Guaranteed, and a huge profit. Uchiha Kusunoki turned and headed for his desk. He had already prepared the rough plan for the spirit sauna, stashed away in a drawer. As soon as the necessary conditions were met, he'd start work immediately. Great, as expected of Hokage-sama, the Sunin village is truly wasting a natural resource. They're not profiting from such a valuable asset, and yet Hokage-sama, as Kakuzu watched, he praised Uchiha Kusunoki's plan. Using the power of the Zero Tail to transform negative human emotions into chakra would not only purify their minds, but also be sold to the Konoha Power Grid Company. The workers, cleansed of their negative emotions, would be free to devote themselves to their work. 3 ways to kill one fish. A truly lucrative deal. As for how hellish the money-making process was, or how future generations would judge such methods, Kakuzu cared nothing. This veteran ninja, who came from the Warring States period and once competed with Hashirama Senju for supremacy, though he had undergone the ideological transformation of Uchiha Kusunoki and was at the forefront of his time, still held lingering vestiges of the old school's ninja ideology. To achieve their goals, ninjas must sacrifice and give up certain things. Each era has its own spiritual ideals, and for Kakuzu, at least, those he gave up were all useless. Morality, integrity, how much could a pound of it fetch? Hatake Tsukumo glanced curiously at the plan in Kakuzu's hand. Few money-making plans could excite Kakuzu so much. Little white-haired boy, what are you looking at? Do you want to get rich together? Kakuzu noticed Hatake Tsukumo's gaze and graciously invited Hatake Tsukumo to join his plan for a fortune. He thought the little white-haired boy would be a good second in command. No, Hatake Tsukumo shook his head like a rattle. He just wanted to go on blind dates, get married, and have a son. He didn't want to get involved in dangerous money-making missions with people like Kakuzu, who valued money over their lives. HMPH, you deserve to never make a fortune in your life. Kakuzu curled his lips in disdain, then turned to Uchiha Kusunoki. Hokage-sama, when will Konoha attack the Ora village? Without the Zero Tails, this money-making plan won't work. Uchiha Kusunoki's face was filled with resignation. He, too, was struggling with this problem. The ninja world was about to fall apart, and a rash attack on the Ora village wouldn't be a wise move at this moment. Kakuzu, upon hearing Uchiha Kusunoki's concerns, was immediately disappointed. Such a lucrative plan, and yet it wasn't certain how long it would take to execute. Uchiha Kusunoki and Kakuzu sighed deeply. In cahoots with each other, these words drifted through Hatake Tsukumo's mind as he sat silently by his side, continuing to ponder his own life. Although I wanted to get married and have a son as soon as possible, I couldn't be too casual with my blind date. After all, I'd be married to her for the rest of my life. First of all, she had to have big eyes, long hair, and be beautiful. She also had to have slightly larger breasts. This wasn't just for me, but so my son wouldn't go hungry. And that but, cough cough cough. Suddenly, Narashikato hurried in, intelligence in hand. Hokage-sama, according to Chengxiang-sama's intelligence, there's been unusual activity in the Hidden Cloud Village. Their ninja forces returned to the Hidden Cloud Village and quickly regrouped, and then what? Follow the original direction they used to attack the Rain Village. The original direction? That's impossible. Those dark-skinned burly men had been ripped off, their losses dwindling, yet they could still swallow their anger and carry out the daimyo's orders. The third cage AI wasn't Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Kusunoki immediately glanced at the map of the ninja world hanging in his office, carefully studying the Kumo village's marching route as shown in the intelligence. Was their target the Hidden Cloud Village? Or perhaps Konoha? Kumagakure's attack on Omegakure would require a circuitous route, passing through several countries, with Konoha's sphere of influence intervening, so they might attack Konoha. They could also bypass Taki no Kuni and head north to attack Iwagakure. As for Sunagakure, the likelihood of Kumagakure retaliating against Sans Village is slim. The distance is too great. Traveling that far would require the third Daimler AI to possess the spirit of the deceased second Daimler Mizukage. Ninjas on the Fire Country border should be on the lookout for Kumagakure's actions. They might become desperate and attack Konoha. Changxiang's intelligence unit will be ready to assist. If Kumagakure dares to retaliate against Konoha, immediately notify Iwagakure, Sand Village, and Konoha to form a coalition ninja force to attack Kumagakure. Uchiha Kusuno ordered Narashikato, while Hatake Tsukumo, standing nearby, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Kumagakure, worthy of being one of the 5 great ninja villages, acted swiftly. The truth was revealed. Master Shikato, what about me? Has my identity been exposed? Hatake Tsukumo sat up from the sofa and approached Narashikato, prying at him, trying to get the latest information from him. At this point, well, you should have been pretty much caught up in the whole thing, you know. Your White Fang moniker is incredibly well known in the Fire Country's gold exchange offices. The Hidden Cloud Village found a few clues, and then they followed the trail all the way back up. Tsukumo, you have a criminal record. Narashikato looked at Hatake Tsukumo with sympathy, then spoke slowly. Hatake Tsukumo's heart instantly sank. Do you still want to hear my latest news? Narashikato looked at Hatake Tsukumo, who seemed to be almost waking up, and felt a little worried about his condition. He hesitated whether to tell him the worst news. Tell me, I can handle it. Any more bad news? Did my bounty go up again? You're half right, half. Hatake Tsukumo's eyes widened, unable to imagine how dire the news Narashikato was saying was. Wait a minute, let me calm down. Hatake Tsukumo took a deep breath and let it out, but it had no effect. His heart was still beating wildly. The Kumagakure village alone publicized your personal information throughout the Land of Lightning. Only me. Hatake Tsukumo seemed a little frantic. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he be blamed in the end? Yes. I remember you contacted the Kumagakure village personally. The Kumagakure village must be deliberately seeking revenge against you. Narashikato felt helpless. Hatake Tsukumo was indeed wronged, but the fact was that the Kumagakure village was clearly retaliating against Hatake Tsukumo. Suddenly, Narashikato remembered something and took out a bounty from his pocket. It had Hatake Tsukumo's headshot on it, and the bounty amount was a series of numbers below. Now the victims of the Land of Lightning are pointing all their fingers at you. Oh, by the way, this is your current bounty. After all, your bounty was once ranked first in the Land of Fire, so the Gold Exchange pays special attention to your bounty and updates it every day. Because the scope of this Ponzi scheme is so wide, from high-ranking officials of the Land of Lightning, to nobles, merchants, ninjas, and ordinary people, all were killed directly. So most of the Land of Lightning is looking for you, and your bounty is now very close to that of Hanzo of Salamander. In a day or two, it should be a foregone conclusion that your bounty will exceed that of Hanzo of Salamander. Hatake Tsukumo took his own bounty order with a trembling hand, and the series of numbers made him unable to open his eyes. Little white hair, your head is really valuable. If you die one day, remember to notify me. Such a good head cannot be wasted, Kokuzu said gloatingly on the side, speaking the truth in a joking tone. If Hatake Tsukumo really died suddenly one day, he would definitely dig up the grave and take out Hatake Tsukumo's body to exchange for the bounty. He was the most frugal person in his life and hated to waste things the most. He would often eat up every grain of rice in the bowl. Although this is very immoral, it is well known that Kokuzu has no moral burden at all. It's still the same sentence. How much are integrity and morality worth per pound? Shut up, you dead pixie. Hatake Tsukumo really wanted to punch Kokuzu's head off, for he actually said such sarcastic remarks at this time. Hatake Tsukumo, don't worry too much. As long as you don't leave Konoha, you will definitely, probably be fine. If something happens, let Hokage make up for it for you. Narashikato wanted to comfort Hatake Tsukumo, but the words that came out of his mouth sounded weird. And even involved Uchiha who was watching the show. I'll make up for you. Uchiha wanted to say this, but considering that Hatake Tsukumo had risked his life for Konoha, he forced himself to hold back. Hatake Tsukumo, don't worry. Konoha is working on a welfare measure that is specifically for ninjas. Have you heard of insurance? I will come up with this plan as soon as possible. When the time comes, you just need to spend money to participate in the insurance. If a ninja like you unfortunately sacrifices himself for Konoha, your family will be compensated with a huge amount of compensation. You are getting married soon, and the compensation will be given to your wife and children. As long as your wife and children do not remarry after your death, you will definitely not lose out. Shouldn't I have said the second half of the sentence? Uchiha quickly realized that he had said the wrong thing. Chapter 204 Kokuzu, little white hair, give me half of your property. After you die, I will support your wife and children. Hell is hell, Hokage-sama. How could your words, with your 36-degree angle of control, be so cold? Thank you, Hokage-sama, Hatake Tsukumo replied with a forced smile. But Hokage-sama reminded himself that marriage wasn't something to be rushed. He had to choose his marriage partner carefully. Appearance was secondary, character was paramount. Don't be polite. Think positively. Even if your wife does remarry and takes your son, at least he's truly yours. Some unfortunate souls spend their entire lives cuckolded, raising someone else's son. That's the real tragedy. Uchiha Minami offered examples to reassure Hatake Tsukumo. His situation wasn't the worst. The worst was when the child wasn't even yours, and your wife remarried and took the child. Hatake Tsukumo's stiff smile froze for a moment, as if that was indeed the truth. He wasn't that miserable. No. There was a better reason. Hokage-sama was clearly talking nonsense. Hatake Tsukumo was inwardly trembling with resentment when he heard Kakuzu's voice. Little white-haired boy, don't be afraid, I'll take care of you. Before you die, leave half of your inheritance to me in your will. After your death, I'll raise your wife and son. I promise your wife and son will still bear your last name, Hatake. No unruly man will dare to seduce your wife. Of course, you must first confirm that the son is indeed yours. You must listen to what the Hokage says. Kakuzu, eager to take advantage of the situation, walked over to Hatake Tsukumo, patted his shoulder, and made a serious promise. The air suddenly filled with joy. Uchiha Kusunoki wanted to burst out laughing, but he forced himself to hold it back. After all, laughing at this moment would be too much. Kakuzu, this idiot, was truly capable of such a thing. At least Kakuzu was known for his dislike of women. He only cared about money. Hatake Tsukumo had made a wise choice by choosing Kakuzu as his last resort. However, the person involved, Hatake Tsukumo, didn't seem to think so. He shook off Kakuzu's hand on his shoulder with one hand, his face turning purple, and he roared at Kakuzu angrily, "You damn pixie, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. You are just plotting to take advantage of my family property. I tell you, I will definitely live a long life." Hatake Tsukumo took a breath after he finished speaking, his heart filled with resentment towards Kakuzu. He hadn't even gotten married and didn't even have a son, and this damn pixie was already interested in his family property. Asshole. Okay, Kakuzu means well too, Tsukumo, don't be so excited. Uchiha Non stepped forward to smooth things over, which made Hatake Tsukumo's face look a little better. After snorting coldly at Kakuzu, he turned his head and looked at Narashikato. Narashikato had just spoken bad news, but he was only half right. Now the other half remained. Lord Shikaon, what's the rest of the bad news? Hatake Tsukumo's voice trembled, and he looked at Narashikaon with anticipation, hoping it wouldn't be too bad. Then I'll tell you, the third generation AI has personally ordered that Kumagakure ninjas who encounter the White Fang of Konoha while on a mission may abandon their mission without penalty. They must hunt down the White Fang immediately. Narashikaon, looking at Hatake Tsukumo, relayed the rest of the bad news. What? How could this be? How can Kumagakure treat the ninja code so lightly? Aren't ninjas supposed to complete their missions at all costs? Hatake Tsukumo roared in a frenzy after hearing this. He hadn't expected the third generation AI to issue such an order. Little white-haired boy, the promise I just made can be written down. If you've thought it through, remember to come find me. Kakuzu looked at Hatake Tsukumo with a hint of sympathy. This was the first time he had ever seen such an unprecedented order. A ninja's livelihood depended on completing missions. If someone could easily find an excuse to abandon a mission, how could they still be considered a qualified ninja? A ninja who couldn't successfully complete a mission was no different from a useless person. Of course, similar orders from the third generation AI had appeared before, but they were unspoken rules, never made public. But the third generation AI had actually issued such an order openly. It seemed that the Hidden Cloud Village and Hatake Tsukumo were destined for a bitter feud. Hatake Tsukumo had previously only offended ordinary people in the Land of Fire, but now he had offended the Hidden Cloud Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world. Kakuzu felt that Hatake Tsukumo's future was doomed. Go to hell, it's all your fault, you damn pixie, you dragged me into this mission, you wrote all those crooked tricks and deceptive manuscripts. You even instigated me to deceive the third Hokage. I was wrong, I was really wrong, I shouldn't have done the mission with you from the beginning. If I didn't do the mission, I wouldn't have gone to the Hidden Cloud Village. If I didn't go to the Hidden Cloud Village, I wouldn't have deceived the third Hokage into investing in the Blue Sky Project. If I didn't deceive the third Hokage into investing in the Blue Sky Project, I wouldn't have been hunted down by the Hidden Cloud Village. Hatake Tsukumo was furious and put all the blame on Kakuzu. He was not the mastermind at all. The masterminds were this damn pixie, and Hokage-sama. Kakuzu frowned and retreated behind Uchiha Kusunoki. He couldn't take the blame for this. I have someone above me. Little white hair. Hokage-sama, please help me. The Hidden Cloud Village and others are crazy, treating me like this. Uchiha Non was somewhat helpless. Why did Hatake Tsukumo's mumbling just now sound so familiar? But what good idea could he have? If the hidden cloud village was really determined to gather the strength of the entire village to kill Hatake Tsukumo, even if he stayed in Konoha and never left the village again, Hatake Tsukumo's fate would be unspeakable. After all, it is impossible to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, and the methods of ninjas are hard to guard against. Well, Hatake Tsukumo, don't worry, I will get the highest amount of your insurance compensation. The more you invest, the more compensation you get. Uchiha non avoided the question. Hatake Tsukumo's life, he had better fend for himself. Practice hard and become the White Fang of Konoha in the future as soon as possible. He will definitely not die so easily. Wow, then I'll go back first. Hatake Tsukumo looked sad, and left Uchiha Kusuno's office with tears in his eyes. Lord Hokage doesn't care about him anymore. Hokage, if there's nothing else, I'll leave too. I'm going back to the Ministry of Finance to take a look at the account books of last year and this year, and understand the recent financial situation of Konoha. I wonder if there are any opportunities for investment. Also, I heard that Konoha's arms and medical supplies are selling very well, and there have been several big orders recently. It just so happens that I have a way to exchange gold. The risk is a bit greater, but the profit is very high. I'll go and negotiate a few big orders then. Kakuzu talked about his channels in the gold exchange. There's a huge demand for high-quality weapons and explosives, especially medical supplies, which are now in short supply. Kakuzu has a way to drive up the price, but the risk is relatively high. After all, the possibility of fraud in the gold exchange is relatively high, but the profit is very considerable, and it is worth taking the risk. As soon as Kakuzu finished speaking, Narashikato widened his eyes and felt the pressure coming from Kakuzu. After completing tasks for more than a year, you don't even want a vacation? If you don't want it, you can give it to me. Narashikato wanted to say something, but felt that he had nothing to say. Kakuzu always wanted money more than his life, and the earth grudge on his body could keep him energetic. The worst case scenario is that he would go to the death row to replace a heart. However, not everyone can be like Kakuzu. You, the king of involution. Just do it, I believe in you, Kakuzu. Uchiha non showed admiration for Kakuzu. Excellent quality, strong body, greedy heart, no morals, willing to work overtime. This is the most perfect employee in his mind. Other employees just like to be lazy. They complain after working overtime for a few months, and I don't pay them. They really don't know how to appreciate their blessings. If they don't appreciate my kindness, I will deduct their overtime pay. Luan, why are you still standing there? Have you finished today's work? Is the report ready? Don't you know to prepare for tomorrow's work? Uchiha non shifted his attention to Narashikawa. He was still standing there stupidly. Kakuzu had already hurried out and returned to his workstation to work. Yes, Hokage. Narashikawa exclaimed loudly, then quickly left Uchiha Nan's office. He had wanted to finish his work report and return to his office for a short rest, but it seemed he had no chance. Uchiha non snorted coldly and also left his office, pretending to leave work early. Then he circled back to the Hokage building and began his patrol, like a lion patrolling his territory. Can working hard be called making money? That's called getting paid for labor. Only slacking off for pay is considered making money. Uchiha non knew this well, but he hated it. After all, he was the boss now. This time, Uchiha non wanted to launch a surprise attack to see how many slackers were slacking off for pay, hoping to get something for free. Uchiha non went to the tea room on the first floor. A loud noise came from the room. Uchiha non kicked the door open and walked in. The noisy voices immediately disappeared. A group of slackers were drinking milk tea and eating small cakes. Only the accompanying music from the radio was left. You came from Dandong, and gave me back my white clothes. I want to eat Cantonese food. I'm not afraid of the sea even if I cry. Uchiha nan's mouth twitched. Listening to this song at work really shows loyalty. But the behavior of you slacking off freaks is not loyal at all. You don't want to eat zhongcheng, you want to eat purple eggs, right? It seems that you all have a very leisurely time, not at all like what Narashikawa said. You usually work until late at night and have to work overtime to complete the tasks. Have you always taken this opportunity to slack off after I left? Uchiha non said with a forced smile, and a group of slackers lowered their heads in shame, and then followed behind Uchiha non, and went with him to look for the slackers layer by layer. As expected by Uchiha non, this evil behavior of slacking off with pay is simply impossible to guard against. Uchiha non walked around the Hokage building and caught dozens of slackers, Especially Senju Momoyama. This guy actually slept in the office openly. Momoyama, I'm so disappointed in you. You are my Hokage assistant, don't you know to set a good example for your subordinates? You are actually slacking off during working hours. Uchiha Nan's look of deep sorrow made Senju Momoyama look disdainful. This bastard Hokage was the most leisurely guy in the whole Konoha. He worked less than half of his own hours every day. Why did he act so arrogant in front of him? Just because you are the Hokage, should I bow my head? You even took my daughter away with you. Hokage-sama, I have finished my work this morning. Senju Momoyama was not convinced. His daughter was deceived by Uchiha Nan. He just slept in the office. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? This inherently evil Uchiha Hokage. The officials are allowed to set fires, but the people are not allowed to light lamps. Finished? Can't you do the afternoon work as well? No work tomorrow, can't you do your colleagues' work? You just want to be lazy. Uchiha Nan immediately corrected Momoyama Senju's incorrect thinking. How come Momoyama Senju has no sense of ownership? Can't he treat Konoha as his own home? Even if he can't become Hokage, he must devote himself to the work dedicated to Konoha. Momoyama Senju widened his eyes. Hearing Uchiha Nan's righteous remarks, he was interrupted by Uchiha Nan when he was about to refute. What, are you not convinced? You will not get overtime pay this month, and all your overtime pay this month will be deducted, learned from Kakuzu of the Ministry of Finance. He just came back from a business trip and immediately threw himself into work. This is the excellent ninja of Konoha. As expected, Uchiha Nan deducted the overtime pay of those slackers. After all, that was what the employee code of conduct stipulated. He did not arbitrarily deduct employees' wages. Everything was in accordance with the law. At the same time, he called on all those slackers who were caught in the act to learn from Kakuzu. Senju Momoyama wanted to say something, but Uchiha Nan left the room without waiting for him to organize his words to refute him. After catching a bunch of slackers, Uchiha Nan left the Hokage building with a sad heart. He hoped that all the ninjas in Konoha would follow Kakuzu's example and learn Kakuzu's work spirit. The slackers only started to complain when they saw that the Hokage had left. Hokage, you actually raided us this time. We lost our overtime pay for this month. My heart hurts so much. Yes, every time the Hokage leaves work early, we can slack off for a while. We failed this time. We have to be careful in the future. Yes. You bastard, you were slacking off with me, why didn't Hokage catch you? Idiot, I went to the toilet. Only those who take paid shits are real slackers. I go there 8 times a day now, why didn't you tell me earlier? You didn't ask. The slackers exchanged their slacking experiences behind Uchiha Nan's back. Uchiha Nan returned to Senju Tobirama's laboratory. He wanted to find a way to correct the unhealthy trend of slacking off at work. Chapter 205 Senju Tobirama, you bastard, you even don't let go of the souls of Konoha ninjas? At a glance, the underground laboratory is full of Senju Tobirama, and each of them is working selflessly to contribute to Konoha. Uchiha Nan nodded with satisfaction. Tobirama is also a model worker of Konoha. Even the top 10 employees like Kakuzu can't compare to Tobirama. After all, Kakuzu still needs to eat and sleep, and Tobirama really doesn't need anything. He just needs to work hard and create value for himself. He is a person who eats grass and milks milk, and is free from vulgar interests. Uchiha Nan passed through the outermost laboratory and came to the innermost laboratory, looking for Senju Tobirama's body. Before entering the room, he heard a quarrel and scolding. Gold, brother, look at him, the unfilial descendants attacked the ancestor, Uchiha Nan, don't worry about it. I am here today for no other reason than to suppress the arrogance of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, don't think that you can be proud in front of me just because you are with Uchiha Nan. Let me tell you, the relationship between Uchiha Nan and I is not something you, a dark guy, can interfere with in terms of closeness. In terms of contribution to Konoha, I am better than you, okay? Tomorrow, when you rescue Mother, I will make you kneel on the ground and kowtow to me. You are not worthy of it, you are just a dog of Uchiha Nan. Huh? Then whose dog are you? The two men fought again, and Uchiha Nan had a headache watching them. Why were these two guys fighting? Uchiha Nan made a seal with one hand and controlled Senju Tobirama. His adopted brother Black Zetsu had been beaten beyond recognition by Senju Tobirama and turned into a pile of black mud, but he still kept fighting back. Okay, stop fighting. Uchiha Nan took advantage of this gap, walked between the two men, and separated the two men by a distance. Brother, This dead bastard took advantage of your absence to blatantly bully me. Help me teach him a lesson. I know. I will punish Tobirama severely and make him work non-stop for 24 hours without a break. Okay, that's what brother should do. This kind of bastard should be treated like a beast of burden. Uchiha was stunned. I couldn't respond to what you said, Black Zetsu, although I did do so. But why did you say the truth directly? Okay, don't cry. The border of Konoha has been uneasy recently. This time you will lead the team to investigate personally. Especially, you must always pay attention to the movements of the Sky Ninja Village. Rescuing Mother is counting on you. Uchiha stroked Black Zetsu's bald and unusually smooth head like petting a cat. With a few words, he calmed Black Zetsu's emotions, and took out Kaguya Otsutsuki's golden signboard, asking Black Zetsu to work hard for him. Brother, you are so good to me. Black Zetsu enjoyed Uchiha caress and made a purring sound. I'll leave now, Ho Dao, be careful. If the investigation is discovered, run back to Konoha immediately. Your safety is the first priority. Brother, a wave of warmth flowed through Black Zetsu's heart. For thousands of years, only his elder brother cared about him so much and cared about his safety. Don't worry, elder brother. No one in this world can discover my concealment technique. Black Zetsu showed a look of confidence, and then left Senju Tobirama's underground laboratory. One is taken care of. There's still one left. Tobirama is now staring at him like a resentful woman. Uchiha released Senju Tobirama's control, and Senju Tobirama stared at him without saying a word. However, Uchiha did not care and sat down casually on the sofa. This situation has happened many times. Senju Tobirama will figure it out himself. Tobirama, why are you still competing with Black Zetsu like a child? If you have this free time, you might as well invest your time and energy in scientific research. Humph, you just want to treat me like a beast of burden. Shut up, cattle and horses are not as useful as you. Cough cough cough. What I mean is that as a Hokage, you should be like a beast of burden and dedicate yourself to Konoha. As the saying goes, one should face the criticism of thousands of people with a cold brow, and be willing to be a cow for children. Humph. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha with contempt. Uchiha, the evil Uchiha kid, was still as shameless as ever. He had even gotten used to Uchiha face. Tell me, why did you come to the laboratory this time? You don't usually come here at this time. Senju Tobirama found a chair and sat down, saying with a look of impatience. It must be no good for Uchiha to come here at this time. It's like this. Recently, the employees of the Hokage building have been slacking off at work. This unhealthy trend must be reversed. Humph. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly. He could already guess the truth of the matter. The employees of the Hokage building must have a heavy and tight workload. When they take a break from their busy schedule, they are exploited by this bastard Uchiha. Then what do you want? I'd like to ask you to help me make a batch of cameras that can monitor the movements in the room at any time. The central screen will be placed in my office, so I can monitor whether they are working properly at any time. With your ability, you should be able to make this batch of things quickly, beast. Senju Tobirama cursed in his heart. Of course, cough cough cough, you know this is not the main reason. The cameras can also be used to solve public security problems and obtain intelligence. Uchiha noticed the contempt in Senju Tobirama's eyes, and quickly made up for himself. Huh? One day, you will be hung on a street lamp. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly and agreed, and did not reject Uchiha's request. In his opinion, he, the second-generation Hokage, was squeezed by Uchiha to work 24 hours a day, so why should those Uchiha's employees outside be spared? Human nature is ugly, and Senju Tobirama's heart is even darker. Instead of suffering alone, it is better for everyone to suffer together. Don't think so badly of me. I have been working for the welfare of the villagers of Konoha. I have been thinking about setting up an insurance company recently. As long as the villagers of Konoha pay their insurance premiums on time, their families can get a subsidy whether they are disabled or killed in battle. Combat ninjas are high-risk occupations. For ninjas like them, this expenditure is definitely not profitable, and they will have to pay money. This is Konoha's special welfare policy. The general plan has been finalized, and the specific details are still being drafted. Uchiha tried to reverse his reputation in Senju Tobirama's mind. Although he exploited Konoha's employees, Uchiha never considered himself a black-hearted boss. HMPH, you still have a conscience. Do you have the rough plan? Let me see it. Senju Tobirama nodded. He thought that Uchiha had done a good job and really cared about Konoha's ninjas. Let me look for it. I remember putting it in the sealing scroll. Uchiha took out the sealing scroll he carried with him, which contained important information about Konoha. He was not like Senju Tobirama, who casually put important information in the office and then was caught by him as evidence of corruption. Found it. Uchiha took out a general plan of the insurance and handed it to Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama opened the plan and read the clauses from beginning to end. The insurance roughly involves 3 kinds of people: ordinary people in Konoha, functional ninjas in Konoha, and combat ninjas in Konoha. Ordinary people and functional ninjas in Konoha are engaged in low-risk jobs. What dangers can there be in living in the heart of Konoha? As long as they are not too unlucky, they can live peacefully until the end of their lives. Buying this insurance is for peace of mind, and it is the main source of income for the insurance company. Konoha's combat-type ninjas must buy this insurance, and the price of insurance is quite high. However, when Senju Tobirama saw the high amount of compensation, he also felt that this insurance was worth the money. It is more expensive, after all, it is a guarantee. If you're calculated this way, the best case scenario for the insurance company is to break even, and it is likely to lose money. Senju Tobirama read most of the insurance terms and thought that the insurance company would most likely lose money. I know that. I didn't plan to make money. My base is the ninjas of Konoha. This time I am spending money to buy people's hearts. In the long run, it can enhance the cohesion of the Konoha ninjas. The benefits to Konoha are self-evident. This money is definitely worth spending. Not bad, not bad, Uchiha-nan. I have a new perspective on you. I didn't expect that you, a born evil Uchiha kid, would have such awareness. Senju Tobirama looked at the remaining terms and praised Uchiha-nan. Wait a minute. This line of words is sandwiched in the middle. Why is it so small? Senju Tobirama suddenly saw a line of small words sandwiched in the middle of the terms and was a little confused. Okay, I won't read it anymore. I won't read it anymore. Uchiha-nan suddenly remembered something and wanted to snatch back the draft in Senju Tobirama's hand. Any ninja who buys this insurance and receives compensation, or the beneficiary of this insurance receives compensation, the soul of the ninja who buys this insurance will belong to Konoha after his death. Senju Tobirama realized something was wrong and immediately dodged, then read the clauses in small print. In an instant, Senju Tobirama discovered the loopholes in this insurance and Uchiha-nan's sinister intentions. Uchiha-nan, you bastard, you are totally unscrupulous. Beast. Bastard. You are indeed a born evil Uchiha brat, so this is what you are planning. You actually want Konoha's ninja to sell their souls to you. Ahem, it's not me, it's selling it to Konoha. Uchiha-nan quibbled. How could he say that it was sold to him? It was obviously sold to Konoha. Besides, it's not that he doesn't want to pay. If you don't agree, you can choose not to buy the insurance. What's the difference? Isn't Konoha now your one-man show? Senju Tobirama didn't listen to Uchiha-nan's quibbling at all. He kept condemning Uchiha-nan's conscience. He actually thought that Uchiha-nan had a change of heart, but he didn't expect that he was still as evil as before. The future of Konoha is hard to say. Although it is thriving now, in the future Tobirama, you know, a qualified enterprise must reduce costs and increase efficiency. Impure World Reincarnation is simply a perfect ninjutsu that can solve Konoha's labor costs, but considering the moral issues, I have always been in awe of this ninjutsu. I can't be punished by God like you and become unknown after death. Uchiha-nan spoke righteously. Although his moral bottom line was relatively low, it did not mean that he had no moral integrity. He should do less things that go against his conscience, otherwise he might have an unknown old age and an unknown after death. You are the one who is punished by heaven, and you will have an unknown after death, so you have no morals now, right? Senju Tobirama was furious. Why did he always get blamed on him? If it weren't for you, a naturally evil Uchiha kid, would he have an unknown after death? Of course not. My moral standards have always been higher than yours. When the time comes, I will reincarnate a group of Konoha ninjas and disturb their peace after death. I can also take out the insurance policies they signed and make them convinced to contribute to Konoha. Everything is so fair and just, of course, they don't work for nothing. It will be calculated according to Konoha's standard salary. The compensation is their labor income. Everything is very fair. Konoha has always advocated distribution according to work. Those who do not work shall not eat. But even if they paid off the compensation, they still had to work. After all, one thing is one thing, They sold their souls to Konoha. Don't worry, Tobirama, I will give them a vacation, but they can only stay in the underground factory and cannot disturb the affairs of the world of the living. The boundary between life and death must never be broken, Uchiha said righteously. Uchiha, one day, you will be punished. God has his way, no one can forgive anyone. I have never seen such a shameless person. After listening to Uchiha distorted talk, Senju Tobirama immediately cursed. He had never seen a bastard like Uchiha. The stimulation of the main Gekkai of Sharingan turned out to be here. Tobirama, you are too excited. At least, you will have colleagues in the future and you don't have to go to work alone. Uchiha tried to calm Senju Tobirama's emotions and took out his trump card. Hiss. This is not good. Then, can you summon Uchiha Izuna? I want him to be my subordinate. Senju Tobirama hesitated for a long time and expressed his wish. Chapter 206 Uchiha, Lord Izuna, you are my beloved friend, brother. Let Uchiha Izuna be your subordinate. Tobirama, you really are. Uchiha mouth twitched after hearing Senju Tobirama's request. He had never thought that Senju Tobirama would even have such an idea. After so many years, he was still obsessed with his mortal enemy, Uchiha Izuna. He was just like Senju Hashirama. You agree? Senju Tobirama's face lit up with joy. He had had this idea for a long time. This inherently evil Uchiha brat in front of him didn't take him seriously at all. He treated him like an ox and horse all day long, and he had no way to stop him. When Uchiha Izuna was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, if Uchiha oppressed him, then he would oppress Uchiha Izuna too, taking out all the anger he had received from Uchiha on Uchiha Izuna. He wanted Uchiha Izuna to bring him water, massage his legs, wash his clothes, and massage his back. Just thinking about that feeling was so wonderful. In his mind, Senju Tobirama imagined Uchiha Izuna serving him with an expression of resentment and disgust. No matter how reluctant he was, he still had to obey his orders. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but hum. Hey, Tobirama, what kind of weird images are you conjuring up in your mind? Why did your expression suddenly become so obscene? Uchiha looked at Senju Tobirama, who was lost in fantasy with a raised corner of his mouth. A chill ran down his spine and he quickly interrupted Senju Tobirama's fantasy. This naturally evil white-haired old ghost must be imagining something strange. Ahem, nothing, Uchiha, is this matter settled? Senju Tobirama's tone was a little impatient. He couldn't wait to see Uchiha Izuna's expression after he was resurrected by his impure world reincarnation. That would be very interesting. Tobirama, you know, I'm a member of the Uchiha clan, and the current head of the clan. Uchiha Izuna is a veteran of the Uchiha clan. For my family, I've braved wind and rain, and later even faced a backstabbing from a villain. Cough cough cough. Anyway, although I've never met Uchiha Izuna, I've always admired him in my heart, no matter what. Uchiha Izuna is my beloved friend, my brother. Uchiha spoke with such sincerity, but Senju Tobirama just snorted. Others might not understand Uchiha, but how could he not understand this black-hearted bastard? Uchiha had never even met Uchiha Izuna, so what kind of feelings could he have? Now he's talking all this nonsense, surely just to get some benefits from him. He'll have to pay more. As long as there's enough profit, there's nothing Uchiha wouldn't dare do. What's a mere Uchiha Izuna? Those two humanoid creatures you sent are called White Zetsu, right? My recent research has yielded some interesting results. Senju Tobirama decided to offer something real in exchange for the chance to resurrect Uchiha Izuna through the impure world reincarnation. Oh, could you elaborate? Uchiha Kusunoki piqued his interest, having unexpectedly uncovered something unexpected on this trip to the underground laboratory. According to my research, those White Zetsu were once human, transformed into their current state through a strange method. Uchiha Kusunoki scratched his ears, his face unwavering. He had known this information for a long time. Humans were hung from the sacred tree, then lost in a dream, their bodies gradually transformed by the sacred tree, ultimately becoming White Zetsu. What else? I've known all this for a long time. Why are you in such a hurry? Just listen to me. White Zetsu's cells are similar to Big Brother's cells. They both have extremely strong vitality, but White Zetsu's cells are much less corrosive than Big Brother's cells. White Zetsu's cells can even neutralize Big Brother's corrosiveness. That's not the most critical thing. White Zetsu's cells are extremely functional. In the past, the price of making a tube of Hashirama's cell solution was very high. Although your Uchiha clan cells can resist the corrosiveness of Hashirama's cells, the stimulation generated when the two cells collide is very strong, just like the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan in the past. They are incompatible, and they need to be combined with expensive auxiliary drugs as a reconciliation, but now with White Zetsu's cells, there may be a chance to mass-produce Hashirama's cell solution. It's just that the effect will not be as good as the current version of Hashirama's cell solution, but the effect can still be called powerful, which can greatly improve the potential of ninjas, especially chakra and recovery ability. Senju Tobirama told his latest discovery, which made Uchiha Nan's eyes light up. Would this raise the lower limit of Konoha ninjas, increase the upper limit of Konoha ninjas, and even turn all those ordinary people who don't have the talent to become ninjas into ninjas? Uchiha Nan's tone was full of excitement. In this ninja world, the number of ninjas can be described as scarce compared to the number of all human beings. The situation is a bit similar to that of an alien under one person. It's just that the gap in strength between the two world's top powers is very large. Aliens cannot rule the world, but ninjas can. Top ninjas can summon meteorites with one hand, and even split the moon with one blow. In theory, this is the case. I have to remind you that the degraded mass-produced version of Hashirama's cell solution cannot cause a person to undergo a complete transformation. It can only enable ordinary people to extract chakra and become ordinary Jinan. In the best case, through continuous practice and cultivation, it would be good if the combat effectiveness can reach Chunin. Senju Tobirama looked at the excited Uchiha Nan and quickly made a patch. He was not unable to mass-produce high-end Jonin combat power. Every Jonin in Konoha is extremely valuable. They have excellent talents, have undergone arduous training, and even need to go through life and death battles to grow into a qualified Jonin. If he doesn't greet Uchiha Nan in advance, Uchiha Nan will have unnecessary expectations. By then, Uchiha Nan will definitely turn against him. Maybe Uchiha Nan will let the inherently evil Uchiha Izuna ride on his head and bully him. That would be hell. Having an Uchiha riding on his head and bullying him is already the limit of Senju Tobirama's tolerance. Senju Tobirama didn't want to challenge his limits. Enough, Jinan and ordinary people can be called two species. Their work efficiency can be said to be one world apart. The excellent team and excellent workers in the Konoha factory, the backbone of them are all ninjas by then. All the factories in Konoha will be full of ninjas, then I will have to stand up and exploit them. Ahem. Let them work harder to contribute to Konoha, even if it is a war of attrition between ninja villages. It is entirely possible to mass-produce Jinan to be cannon fodder. Of course, I will never do such inhumane things. It only takes one shuriken to kill a Jinan, and it takes more than 10 years to train a Jinan from birth to adulthood. It is better to let them shine in the factory for decades, while you are young. Quickly earn your retirement money, and then you can enjoy it when you retire. Konoha's hospital still needs to generate income. This is really cool. Uchiha Nan felt that he was very kind-hearted. He had always maintained a reverence for life. Although he had a forbidden technique like the impure world reincarnation in his hands, he would not use it easily. After all, the Pure Land was watched by the Six Paths Sage. Once Pandora's box was opened, coupled with a beast of capital, it would definitely be abused without restraint. By then, his own fate would be really unspeakable. Beast. Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Nan with a compassionate look and cursed in his heart. This bastard is still as black-hearted as ever. Tobirama, how long will it take to develop this version of Hashirama's cell solution? It must be as soon as possible. For the prosperity of the entire Konoha, I want more ordinary people to become ninjas and enjoy the blessings of Konoha. At the shortest, it will take a year and a half. And at the longest, it will take 3 to 5 years. You know, it took me a year to study Hashirama's cell solution, and this was achieved on the basis of past experiments. Although there are some small results now, the difficulty of scientific research has not been reduced much, and scientific research requires inspiration. Forget it, I told you, but you won't understand. Senju Tobirama's tone was full of superiority. He looked down at Uchiha Nan from the height of his IQ. No matter how eloquent Uchiha Nan was, he couldn't refute him. Damn, you really pretended. Looking at Senju Tobirama with a smug look on his face, Uchiha Nan was a little indignant, but he did not show any displeasure. This is the capital of Senju Tobirama's pride. We must respect scientific research talents and technology. What if Orochimaru is included? Orochimaru's talent is not inferior to yours. If two people work together on scientific research, we should be able to speed up the process, huh? Orochimaru, didn't you never let Orochimaru get involved in human experiments? Why have you changed your mind now? Senju Tobirama was a little confused. Ever since Uchiha Non introduced Orochimaru to his own school, he has repeatedly warned him not to let Orochimaru get involved in human experiments. Before, it was because he was young and was exposed to human experiments too early. I was afraid that he would go astray and even transform his body. You also know how crazy he was when he first started doing scientific research. Now I think it's time. Besides, I don't believe you didn't secretly let Orochimaru do human experiments behind my back. I saw that you were keeping a tight rein and didn't expose you. You didn't really think I didn't know, did you, the relationship between Orochimaru and me? Humph, even if you were his master, it wouldn't work. After all, I'm his mentor, his immediate superior, and the Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Non had a smug expression on his face, with a hint of pride in his tone. Your apprentice Orochimaru has always been very close to me, even closer than you, his master. Asshole. Senju Tobirama looked embarrassed. He had a ghost at home and he didn't even know it. Uchiha Non, don't be so conceited. Orochimaru is a good talent. Because you kept nagging me, I never let him get involved in real scientific research. Those crappy ninja tools you value are just trivial matters. I want to introduce Orochimaru to real scientific research, human experiments, the study of forbidden techniques, even exploring the mysteries of the soul. When Orochimaru first gets into scientific research, his horizons are limited. He sees me like a frog in a well looking up at the moon. But once he's exposed to real research, he'll see me like a mayfly seeing the sky. Senju Tobirama snorted. Once Orochimaru sees real research, he'll see me as a god. What's Uchiha Kusunoki? Just some inherently evil Uchiha brat. You're amazing. What about the research progress? Can it be accelerated? Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, his expression nonchalant. He was only concerned with when the degraded, mass-produced version of Oshirima's cell solution would be ready. This irritated Senju Tobirama, who felt his counterattack had been like a punch to cotton. A year and a half at the shortest, 3 to 5 years at the longest, Senju Tobirama repeated. Orochimaru won't be able to do anything. I don't believe it. I'm not satisfied with this time. You must give me a new number. Uchiha Non saw that Senju Tobirama wanted to negotiate terms, but he would not indulge him. This naturally evil old Senju ghost could open a dying house if he was given some color. Getting ahead of others is his passive skill. With Orochimaru's current level, he can at most be my assistant. I need to overcome the most important research difficulties. You know, scientific research inspiration is very important. If I get inspiration one day, maybe I can shorten the research time to more than a year, or even shorter. Senju Tobirama meant something. He needed Uchiha Izuna to work like a slave for him and become the source of scientific research inspiration. Tell me, how can you burst out scientific research inspiration? Uchiha Non sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs, looked at Senju Tobirama and said. For example, let Uchiha Izuna be my subordinate. Senju Tobirama expressed his wish again. Huh? Uchiha Non snorted coldly. It turned out that this old white-haired ghost who was born evil still had evil intentions. He resurrected Uchiha Izuna through the impure world reincarnation. He must have extremely dirty and filthy thoughts in his heart. Tobirama, do you know who Uchiha Izuna's brother is? Uchiha Madara. Then do you know where Uchiha Madara is now? He is in Konoha. Do you want Uchiha Madara to blow Konoha to the sky? Once Uchiha Izuna escapes from this laboratory, let Uchiha Madara know that Konoha is playing with the soul of his favorite brother. I'm sure that Uchiha Madara will turn Konoha into ruins. Uchiha Non roared and scolded Senju Tobirama. What are you afraid of? This lab is completely sealed with seals you've cast. Even I can't escape. Besides, we can just use any ordinary person as a sacrifice to bring Uchiha Izuna back to life through the impure world reincarnation. He won't be able to even unleash 1% of his true strength. By then, I'll have 3 clones constantly monitoring him. Uchiha Izuna has absolutely no chance of escaping. Senju Tobirama argued with Uchiha Kusunoki, stiffening his neck. He simply didn't believe that Uchiha Izuna, in his impure world reincarnation state, could escape this heavily sealed lab under his watch. It seems you've thought this through very carefully, Uchiha Kusunoki said with a half-smile. Do you agree? Senju Tobirama's expression was filled with surprise. Chapter 207, Senju Tobirama's request is no longer just evil, we must strike hard. Agree, how could it be? You inherently evil Senju old ghost, stop adding to your sins. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Uchiha Non rejected Senju Tobirama's request without a second thought. This evil Senju old ghost surely harbored ill intentions towards Uchiha Izuna. He'd luckily won a move in his lifetime, and now, after death, he was bragging in front of Uchiha Izuna's spirit. Such a shame. It was truly evil. After all, he was the head of the Uchiha clan, and Uchiha Izuna was his senior. How could he possibly allow Senju Tobirama's wish to come true? You inherently evil Uchiha brat, I've done so much for you, and you won't even agree to this tiny request, Senju Tobirama said, his face etched with embarrassment. He'd already planned how he was going to brag in front of Uchiha Izuna. You, the inherently evil Uchiha Izuna, were defeated by me in life, and even after death, I'm still being suppressed by myself. Senju Tobirama, must be stronger. Uchiha Madara couldn't defeat my elder brother, and you can't defeat me. You Uchiha brothers are just weak, too bad. Senju Tobirama's fantasy would never come true. Let me make it clear, you're not working for me, you're contributing to Konoha, you're the second Hokage of Konoha. It's only natural that you contribute to Konoha after your death. Even if the first Hokage knew, he'd side with me. Don't you want Konoha to become even more prosperous and powerful? Uchiha Kusunoki skillfully dodged Senju Tobirama's rebuke and used his pool technique on him. However, it was clear that Senju Tobirama no longer accepted this trick. He used to often pull his subordinates, promising them rosy promises, but this tactic had little effect on him. Asshole, then why do all the honors and cheers belong to you? That's simple. I'm the Second Hokage of Konoha, the current Hokage of Konoha. All that glory and cheers rightfully belong to me. Your Second Hokage is a usurper. I don't recognize it, asshole. I'm so pissed off. Senju Tobirama pointed at Uchiha Kusunoki and yelled. He was responsible for half of Konoha's current prosperity, but Uchiha Kusunoki took all the credit. Now, he'd only made a small request, and Uchiha Kusunoki had refused. A horse needs grass to run. Was he really planning on making me work for nothing? Huh? Why are you bringing up those old things again? If you want to dig up old grievances, I'll do it with you. You've got a lot of filth. Uchiha Kusunoki snorted coldly and spoke slowly, completely unconcerned with Senju Tobirama's unreasonable demands. Okay, Uchiha Kusunoki, you're amazing, then you can wait for the degraded, mass-produced version of Oshirima's cell solution. I'm not in a rush anyway. Scientific inspiration can't be rushed. I need 3 to 5 years of research. Senju Tobirama threatened Uchiha Kusunoki with a research progress on the degraded, quantified version of Oshirima's cells. If you want him to work hard, you have to meet this demand. Otherwise, Uchiha Kusunoki, just wait. What's the use of money? I won't work for you. Yo, alright. Tobirama, the market is up. How dare you threaten me? Uchiha Kusunoki sneered. This evil, white-haired old man actually dared to threaten him. Alright, then I'll agree to your request. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed slightly, looking like he was reluctantly giving in. That's right, Uchiha Kusunoki, no matter what, I'm contributing to Konoha. As long as it makes Konoha more prosperous, what does a mere Uchiha Izuna matter? Senju Tobirama grinned. This was the first time he had forced Uchiha Kusunoki to submit and agree to his demands. He had finally gotten his moment of pride. Once he'd done it, there would be another. His path would be tortuous, but his future was bright. Perhaps he'd have the chance to turn the tables and completely seize the initiative over Uchiha Kusunoki. He'd make both Uchiha Kusunoki and Uchiha Izuna his slaves. Then I'll resurrect Uchiha Izuna and make him your superior. He'll constantly urge you to work diligently and accelerate the flow of your scientific inspiration. Senju Tobirama was basking in his pride when Uchiha Kusunoki's hushed words sent him plummeting from the blissful heavens to the utter hell of the underworld. What did you say? Let Uchiha Izuna be my superior. Senju Tobirama's face was filled with shock, and he suspected he had misheard. Yes, since you want to see Uchiha Izuna so badly, I'll grant your wish. I'll tell Uchiha Izuna then. As long as he can help you develop a degraded, mass-produced version of Oshirima's cells in the shortest possible time, I'll ignore all the tricks he used. He can do whatever he pleases. Uchiha Non sneered as he spoke, and the 45-degree angle of his smile chilled Senju Tobirama's heart. Uchiha Non, you're ruthless. I shed blood for Konoha. I've served Konoha well. How could you do this to me? Senju Tobirama hadn't expected Uchiha Non to pull such a tactic. This inherently evil Uchiha brat showed no mercy. If Uchiha Izuna, his defeated opponent, were to be resurrected by the impure world reincarnation and become his immediate superior, he would undoubtedly rise above him and bully him. I still don't know how to humiliate myself. Tobirama, isn't this what you asked for? You want Uchiha Izuna to be your colleague? Then I'll grant you that. Perhaps under Uchiha Izuna's supervision, your research speed will increase significantly. Uchiha Non looked at the panicked Senju Tobirama, feeling a surge of joy in his heart. This inherently evil old Senju is actually threatening him with the progress of his experiment. Then there was no need to be polite to Senju Tobirama. I'd let Uchiha Izuna punish him personally. My Uchiha senior whom I'd never met. In his lifetime, he was defeated by Senju Tobirama by a narrow margin, and ultimately died of severe injuries. He must have had many things to say and do to Senju Tobirama. It's a pity that he never had the chance. I'm sure Uchiha Izuna has been regretting these things in the Pure Land. If Senju Tobirama hadn't suddenly brought it up, I wouldn't have thought of it. Might as well take this opportunity to fulfill the wish of this Uchiha senior, Uchiha Izuna. It was a token of his junior's kindness. How can that be the same? I wanted Uchiha Izuna to be my subordinate, but why did he become my immediate superior the moment he arrived? He's not even a member of Konoha, and I'm the second Hokage of Konoha after all. That's not fair, Senju Tobirama muttered indignantly. But Uchiha Non was getting annoyed. Senju Tobirama had dared to threaten him this time, and who knew what tricks he would pull next time. This was no ordinary evil. He had to strike hard. Suppress Senju Tobirama's arrogance. If he loses, attack. Uchiha Izuna swung his fist 8 times a second. That was the limit of his fist, not Uchiha Izuna's. Fair. That doesn't matter to me. I only care about the progress of my experiment on the degraded, mass-produced Hashirama cells. How long did you say it would take? 3 to 5 years, Tobirama. You can rethink your research progress now, and then reframe your words. Tell me how long it will take to complete the research project on the degraded, mass-produced Hashirama cells. Uchiha Non didn't care about Senju Tobirama's complaints. He only cared about the progress of his own experiment on the degraded, mass-produced Hashirama cells. Of course, Uchiha Non couldn't accept being coerced into giving in by Senju Tobirama. If you compromise once, you'll do it again. He had no choice but to change his mindset and let Uchiha Izuna whip Senju Tobirama with a small whip to speed up his research. But Uchiha Non still showed mercy and gave Senju Tobirama one last chance to form his words. He had always wanted to live in peace with Senju Tobirama. He would be the almighty Hokage of Konoha, while Tobirama would be the hard-working, dedicated Konoha root. The two worked together to make Konoha even greater. Unfortunately, Senju Tobirama remained restless, harboring wild dreams of rebellion against the Tengen. Tobirama, you should thank me. I'll give you one last chance. Uchiha Izuna won't. Faced with Uchiha Kusunoki's naked threat, Senju Tobirama clenched his fist, then loosened it a few seconds later. Uchiha Kusunoki, that inherently evil Uchiha brat, had truly grasped his weakness. Senju Tobirama would never allow Uchiha Izuna to bully him. As the saying goes, a step back opens up a new world. I'll endure it. It wouldn't be the first time, after all. One day, Uchiha Kusunoki, one day, you'll regret it. I'll try to finish it within a year, just over a year at most. Are you satisfied now? Senju Tobirama said indignantly, glaring at Uchiha Kusunoki with resentment. But it was no use. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't care about this mere glare. Excellent, looks like I don't need to disturb Uchiha Izuna's soul anymore. Uchiha Kusunoki, hearing Senju Tobirama's assurance, a satisfied smile spread across his face. By the way, remember to pay attention to the camera thing. Hurry. Office slackers are the worst. I can take other people's money for free, but it's definitely not okay for others to take my money for free. Of course, we can't slack off on the other research projects either. Work overtime and research more. Konoha can't do without you, the second Hokage. Were you just playing games with Black Zetsu? If your research progress slows down, then we might have to disturb Uchiha Izuna's soul. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't forget the progress of the other research projects, especially the camera. He couldn't let the research on the degraded mass-produced version of Hashirama's cells cause other research to fall behind. He was almost done with his words when he briefly threatened Senju Tobirama with Uchiha Izuna. This made Senju Tobirama's face turn purple. Asshole, you beast, you inherently evil Uchiha brat, I'm going to fight you. Uchiha Nan's aggressive behavior sent Senju Tobirama reeling. But it was to no avail. Uchiha Non easily subdued Senju Tobirama and left his lab. Why did I mention that bastard Uchiha Izuna? Senju Tobirama stood there motionless, his body still under control. He felt a surge of regret. How could he have let his greed blind him to make such a request? Uchiha Non, that black-hearted bastard, would definitely use this to disgust him and throw him later. And he fell for it. Senju Tobirama was accustomed to being oppressed by Uchiha Non. He could even use this as all for Konoha as a self-proclaimed pusher, but if another Uchiha Izuna showed up, a defeated opponent he had single-handedly defeated in his lifetime, Senju Tobirama didn't know how to handle that hellish scene. Hey, isn't that Senju Tobirama? It's been a while since we last met. How come you've become so lame? You've even become a prisoner of the Uchiha clan, so you're a little jerk. This was hell. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but imagine this scene, but within 3 seconds, he immediately stopped the fantasy. It was so humiliating. A moment later, Uchiha Non released Senju Tobirama's control. Senju Tobirama reluctantly returned to his work and resumed his research. He had no doubt about Uchiha Nan's words. If he slacked off, Uchiha Non would really resurrect Uchiha Izuna through the impure world reincarnation technique. This inherently evil Uchiha brat would definitely do such a thing. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Why did I invent the impure world reincarnation technique in the first place? Senju Tobirama really wanted to slap his past self to death. Master, just now, the Hokage walked out of the lab with a smile on his face. Did something happy happen, or Orochimaru, unluckily, walked into the lab again at this time? He had come this time to curry favor with his master. Uchiha Kusunoki had recently dispatched Uchiha Tomita to personally lead a small team of elite Uchiha clan members, including 3 Magatama Sharingan wielders, to the land of demons to explain their intentions to the new generation of Miko. Konoha would take over all matters concerning the Ro. After cordial and friendly negotiations, the Miko willingly agreed to Konoha's request. Using a sealing technique crafted by Senju Tobirama and the Miko's power, the Konoha Anbu team successfully sealed the complete Ro within a crystal ball and brought the puppet soldiers back to Konoha in batches. While the puppet soldiers couldn't perform delicate work, they were perfectly suited for manual labor. Uchiha Kusunoki handed them over to Orochimaru, who put them to work on the train construction site. Orochimaru's train project was progressing rapidly. This time, Orochimaru had come to the laboratory specifically to thank his master for his scientific inventions. Chapter 208 Tobirama, Orochimaru, you actually walked into the room with your left foot first. This is a heinous crime. As Orochimaru finished his words, his left foot stepped into the room first. Looking up, he was met with a look of a wrathful motherfucker on Senju Tobirama's face. Oh no. I shouldn't have come here at this hour. Orochimaru was incredibly familiar with this situation. Hokage-sama was beaming, as if he'd won a great victory, while his master, Tobirama-sama, looked like this. It was obvious that Master and Hokage had clashed again, and Master had been defeated once again. Now, he was alone, processing his anger. Run, Orochimaru's mind raced, and in an instant, he came up with the most correct answer. He had to leave the lab immediately. Staying here would only make him a punching bag for his master. But it was too late. The inherently evil Senju Tobirama had already heard Orochimaru's voice. Orochimaru, when you entered the lab just now, did you enter with your left foot first, or your right foot? Answer honestly. Senju Tobirama, his face sullen and expressionless, grilled Orochimaru. Left foot. Orochimaru carefully recalled his entrance. He must have stepped into the laboratory with his left foot first. He hesitantly answered the question. But why did Master suddenly ask such a question? Great, that inherently evil Uchiha brat just now was the one who advanced the laboratory with his left foot. Are you going to disobey your master like that bastard Uchiha Non? Senju Tobirama suddenly shouted, picking up the shit pot and throwing it at Orochimaru's head. Unjust, master, how could I have such thoughts? Orochimaru's forehead was covered in sweat. Master had the audacity to vent his anger on him. You dare to quibble and be stubborn, you are committing an even greater crime. Shut up. How's your training and research progress been lately? I need to conduct a spot check. If the results are not satisfactory, HMPH, Senju Tobirama snorted, sending chills down Orochimaru's spine. It had only been 3 days since the last spot check. Why another one? However, this time, Orochimaru wisely refrained from defending himself. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made, and the worse the outcome. Tired, ready for destruction. He could only blame his own bad luck for picking the wrong time to come to the lab. Konoha passed a peaceful night, but Orochimaru's was not. No one knew what transpired that night. After that day, Orochimaru learned the importance of using his shadow clones to explore the way. The next day, in the Hokage's office, Uchiha Kusunoki received 2 letters from the 3rd Kazekage, Masa, and the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki. The contents of the 2 letters were largely similar, opening with a familiar exchange of pleasantries that could be skipped. Inoki and Masa were so pleased with the Ponzi scheme's success that the flurry of profit calculations left them breathless. This Ponzi scheme had siphoned off a vast amount of funds from the Land of Lightning, enough to keep the finances of the Sand and Iwagakure villages afloat for a long time. But the price was obvious. The Hidden Cloud village had become a rabid dog, ready to bite, and no one knew who it would bite first. The Hidden Cloud village had already engaged in a firefight with the Omegakure, forcing the frontline troops to temporarily split up. One section continued to engage in small-scale, low-intensity warfare with the Omegakure, creating a standoff. The other section was on standoff with any counterattack from the Hidden Cloud village. The Hidden Cloud village was luckier. While the ninja army was still on the march, the Ponzi scheme's devastating impact suddenly exploded. Inoki immediately issued orders, withdrawing most of the ninja army to monitor the Hidden Cloud village's movements and prevent them from resorting to desperate measures. The besieged Omegakure village had eased somewhat. At least until the Ponzi scheme was resolved, the Omegakure village should be able to hold out. Uchiha Kusunoki analyzed the situation in the ninja world. The Ponzi scheme's devastation had unexpectedly saved the Omegakure village, giving it a moment's respite. Now it all depended on the actions of the 3rd generation AI. As for the daimyo of the ninja world, they were still urging the ninja village to quickly wipe out the Rain village. They had already paid, so why aren't you ninjas doing your job? The 3rd generation AI had no time to deal with the daimyo's questions. He was leading the dark-skinned men of Kumagakure to advance day and night towards the Iwagakure village, intending to catch the Iwagakure village off guard. Masa and Inoki pretended to be dead and silent in the face of the daimyo's attack. What they did was really not fair. Logically, ninjas have to do their job after receiving the money. But the problem now is that there is a group of dark-skinned men who are sharpening their knives and want to kill them, so the daimyo's mission has to be postponed. You can't risk your life for the mission, right? A few days later at night, in the Land of Earth, not far from the main force of the Iwagakure village. Go, kill them, hurry. We can't give them a chance to pass on information. AI the 3rd took the lead, personally leading his elite squad deep into the enemy's territory, sneaking close to the main force of the Iwagakure. Normally, this kind of mission wouldn't require the Reincarnated's involvement, but the circumstances were unique. The entire village had been ripped off. If this raid on Iwagakure failed to yield results, he would be killed. Of course, even if it did, AI the 3rd's fate wouldn't be any better. He would inevitably abdicate the title of Reincarnated and most likely be imprisoned for life. But that was a story for later. AI the 3rd had no time to dwell on such trivial matters. Right now, he was focused on annihilating those despicable villains of Iwagakure. They had agreed to form an alliance against Konoha, but Iwagakure had turned on Kumagakure and thrown itself into Konoha's arms. The elite squad decisively dispatched the nearby security team. The Sandai AI's incredible speed prevented the Iwagakure ninja from even seeing him clearly. He sensed someone approaching, and the next second, his vision went dark as he was struck dead by the Sandai AI's powerful hand. The blow was so precise that it made no sound. The Sandai AI led his team towards the Iwagakure forces. In a moment, unseal the 2 tails, then retreat. Rikage-sama, what about you? Inoki is in a nearby tent. I'm going to settle accounts with him. Rikage-sama, it's too dangerous for you to stay here alone, even with the 2 tails causing chaos. Yes, Rikage-sama, the elite troops of the Iwagakure are gathered here. The team members tried to dissuade him, but to no avail. The Sandai AI remained calm, determined to finish off the treacherous villain, Inoki, tonight. Don't worry, in this ninja world, if I want to leave, no one can stop me. The Sandai AI spoke with such confidence that the surrounding team members tried to persuade him again, but he interrupted them and told them to follow his orders. The tranquility of the night was shattered by a roar. Naya, a gigantic blue cat, swirling with terrifying chakra fluctuations, suddenly appeared in the center of the Iwagakure camp. I'm free, humans, Damn it all, the irritable feline gazed upon the gathering of humans and began wreaking havoc. Its roar, accompanied by a surge of chakra, overturned the surrounding tents. The Iwagakure ninjas in the camp were stunned by the sudden roar, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. What kind of monster was that giant blue cat? The appearance of the two tails plunged the entire camp into chaos. Quick, quick, notify Lord Inoki, Iwagakure ninjas shouted frantically, trying to organize an effective response. However, the two tails' chakra fluctuations were too powerful, and the Iwagakure ninjas could not approach it. Inoki rushed out of the tent. The towering blue cat, as tall as a mountain, was wreaking havoc, its two tails casually waving, sweeping away the unaware Iwagakure. Don't panic, everyone, calm down. Sealing squad, assemble immediately, activate the tail beast emergency plan. Inoki immediately used the earth-style, super light and heavy rock technique, floating in the air and roaring loudly, trying to stabilize the situation. It's Tsuchikage-sama, we have help. The Iwagakure, seeing their leader, saw hope in their eyes and followed Inoki's command. Responding quickly, the Iwagakure began to form up, using earth-style to try to contain the two tails and buy time for the sealing squad's ninja. Inoki hovered in mid-air, scanning his surroundings warily. The two tails was the tail beast of all the Kumagakure village. Its sudden appearance here must be revenge. The two tails roared, swiping away the nearby boulders with a few claws, and rushed into the crowd, wreaking havoc. After being sealed for so long, it was filled with anger. These puny humans, instead of fleeing, actually dared to fight back. Damn you, damned humans! Nico roared, gathering a sea of chakra in his mouth, a dense black chakra ball gathering. It was the tailed beast ball. Inoki recognized the move instantly, not even bothering to search for the nearby Kumagakure. If the tailed beast ball exploded here, it would be the end. Dust release, origin separation technique. Inoki quickly formed hand seals, clasping his hands together, and a powerful surge of chakra erupted from his body. Nico sensed a dangerous aura and glanced warily at its source. If struck by this attack, it would be disastrous. Nico reluctantly gave up gathering the tailed beast ball and leaped away from Inoki, rushing towards the more distant Iwagakure ninja. Meanwhile, the Sandai had quietly approached from behind Inoki. Inoki, you treacherous villain, today is your day. The Sandai's voice echoed through the night, a ghostly, terrifying presence. What? Inoki's pupils shrank. Hearing the familiar voice, without a moment's hesitation, he immediately soared into the air, turning and unleashing his earth-style, super heavy rock technique against the Sandai. The Sandai felt his body suddenly grow heavier, but that was no longer important. While still ascending, Inoki slammed a powerful fist into the chest. HMPH, you think I'll give you another chance? The Sandai sneered. His fist brimming with powerful lightning chakra, threatening to rip Inoki apart. Inoki barely managed to block the blow, but his body was also sent flying backwards. Sandai, it's you, stop, we can sit down and talk. Inoki suppressed the pain in his chest and swallowed the blood rushing to his throat. Talk, I'll talk you to death, breach of faith, tonight is your death. The third generation AI roared at Inoki, venting his resentment. Originally, everything in the Hidden Cloud Village was thriving, but now, because you, the Hidden Cloud Village, colluded with Konoha and used such despicable means, the entire Hidden Cloud Village has become paupers. Still want to talk? What a joke. Inoki knew he was in the wrong, and was ambushed again, suffering serious injuries. The third generation AI could even knock over the eight tails with one punch. The Earth-style super heavy rock technique just now weakened the power of this punch, otherwise he might have been killed by the third generation AI with one punch. If you have the guts, come down and fight me to the death. The third generation AI looked at Inoki, who was floating high in the sky, with regret on his face. If only the punch just now could hit Inoki's head. The third generation AI was confident that his angry punch was enough to blow Inoki's head apart. Raikage, if you are so stubborn, I can only go the same way with Konoha. Inoki's eyes revealed murderous intent. The Iwagakure village was destined to suffer heavy losses tonight. The two tails was wreaking havoc, and he was beaten by the Sandai until he vomited blood. Come on then, come down. The Sandai's face revealed anger. He couldn't fly, and now he couldn't attack Inoki, who was floating in the air. As the saying goes, hitting high and hitting low is stupid. Inoki didn't want to waste time talking to the Sandai anymore. Now he had to take down the Sandai as soon as possible, and then get rid of the two tails. Dust release, original realm stripping technique. A white light flashed in Inoki's hand, and his signature dust release swayed forward. The third generation AI felt threatened and wanted to quickly get away from the white light. But the third generation AI was surrounded by the main force of the Iwagakure village. The surrounding Iwagakure ninjas had already surrounded the third generation AI. They had seen clearly the entire process of the third generation AI's sneak attack on his own Tsuchikage. The hidden cloud village had already come to his door, so how could he get away? Inoki flew in the air, out of the third generation AI's attack range, but the dust release in his hand had a long range, enough to kill the third generation AI from a distance. However, the third generation AI was just reckless, not stupid, and rushed towards the place where the Iwagakure ninjas were most concentrated. This made Inoki hesitant and he dared not release dust release. The battle lasted all night. The third generation AI was worthy of being the best among the third generation cages, with a famous record of 1 vote 10,000. Facing the Iwagakure ninjas who surrounded him tightly, and Inoki who was eyeing him covetously in the sky, he actually ran out. Of course, this couldn't have been possible without the help of the cats. The two-tailed cat's indiscriminate damage tied down a significant portion of the Iwagakure's forces. A nighttime surprise attack. The main Iwagakure suffered heavy losses. The third Tsuchikage, Inoki, was ambushed by the third AI, who then continued fighting all night. After the battle, he vomited blood and fainted. The third AI, covered in wounds of all sizes, survived until the reinforcements from Kumagaki arrived. The two-tailed cat emerged as the sole victor, having gained his freedom and then disappeared after a wild and joyous escape. Chapter 209 Uchiha. I picked up a cat, it's so cute, it wants to go home with me. Word of that night's events quickly spread throughout the ninja world. AI the third led an elite squad, unleashing the two tails to attack the main force of the Iwagakure. Inoki was ambushed and injured, falling unconscious. AI the third single-handedly broke out of the Iwagakure encirclement. Rumors swirled throughout the ninja world. Smaller ninja villages awaited the grand finale of the Four-Nation Alliance's attack on the Rain Village, only to find that Kumagakure and Iwagakure had already engaged in internal strife. However, truth soon emerged, and the cause of this conflict was revealed. It was rumored that Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure were colluding to harm Kumagakure. Konoha's side, Hatake Sakumo, struck again, uniting the three villages to perpetrate a devastating scam. The entire Kumagakure community, ripped off by a fraudulent company, suffered heavy losses, and ultimately resorted to desperate measures to retaliate. The victims of the Fire Nation's Futures scam and the Lightning Nation's Ponzi scheme immediately connected. It turns out the mastermind, Hatake Sakumo, has also committed heinous crimes in the Land of Lightning, the Land of Fire. This damned bastard must be eliminated. Hatake Sakumo's reputation is skyrocketing. As more and more victims learn of his deeds, the bounty on his head skyrockets again, even surpassing Hanzo. The entire ninja world is buzzing with excitement. Kumagakure seizes this opportunity to speak out publicly condemning Iwagakure's shameless actions. Iwagakure and Kumagakure allied, only to betray their allies. They deserve this. Kumagakure's the victim. Of course, Kumagakure also condemns Konoha and Tsunagakure in a fiery and emotional manner. The Kumagakure spokesperson choked up and cried as he spoke, his voice full of emotion, no acting whatsoever. He must have invested heavily in Blue Sky Project Company, Limited. Konoha, without hesitation, issued a reciprocal statement throughout the ninja world, calling all this a smear campaign by Kumagakure. What a Ponzi scheme. What's Blue Sky Project Company, Limited? It's nothing but slander. How could the pure and innocent Konoha do such a thing? What about Konoha White Fang, Konoha side, Mr. Pansy? No, man. Did Konoha even have ninjas named White Fang or Mr. Pansy? Not only that, Konoha even retaliated, accusing the third generation AI of embezzling village funds, illegally raising funds within the village, and ultimately failing in their business ventures. Konoha leveraged its network of channels, from television and magazines to pornographic movies, and various other outlets joined in the effort, fabricating smears against Kumagakure. Starting with trivial matters, they brought up the incident of Senju Tobirama's death during the negotiation, generating significant buzz. The criticism even escalated to the issue of skin color. You black people are inherently bad. You actually launched a sneak attack at the negotiation table. Brutal and treacherous, simple-minded, and strong-armed, The mouthpieces cultivated over the years within the ninja world also joined in speaking out for Konoha. These people, funded by Konoha, spared no effort to whitewash Konoha, praising everything about it. At the same time, they flattered the powerful, harshly belittled, and smeared the Kumagakure village. Konoha was far ahead in public opinion. Far ahead, my friends. The Sand Village marveled at Konoha's shameless, powerful public relations skills, and joined Konoha in condemning the Kumagakure village's slanderous actions. As for the Iwagakure village, Inoki fainted for a whole day before dragging his injured body to clean up the mess with the Iwagakure ninja forces. This delayed his public relations efforts, and by the time Inoki realized what was happening, ninja public opinion had already stigmatized the Iwagakure village. The ninja community was all socialists, accepting bullying, but their attitude towards backstabbing was remarkably uniform, like the attitude of inmates towards rapists. Backstabbing was punishable by all. At this point, the Iwagakure village could only follow Konoha in issuing a statement of condemnation. With their reputation already tarnished, no one could hope for an easy outcome. The situation in the ninja world was once again shrouded in uncertainty, making it difficult to predict the future. Mizuto, the third Mizukage of the Kurigakure village, had just arrived at the coastal port with his vanguard troops when he was shocked by the situation on the mainland. This scenario was off. Why did it feel like another major ninja war? Mizuto immediately ordered the Kurigakure troops to remain stationed. They should wait and see how the ninja world unfolded. Konoha's third Hokage might have set a trap for the Kurigakure village as well. Far away in the Rain village, Hanzo of the Salamander received the latest news from the ninja world and was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. The Rain village finally had a chance to breathe. While it was certainly satisfying to have defeated the daimyo and the nobles, and no longer have those annoying mosquitoes buzzing overhead, the consequences of this action were far more severe than Hanzo could have imagined. The counterattack from the shinobi daimyo and nobles was swift and fierce. The economy had been sanctioned, and all external trade had been cut off. The mere inability to import food from other countries had left Hanzo scrambling. The Rain country's climate wasn't suitable for large-scale agricultural production, and the annual crop was certainly insufficient for consumption, forcing them to rely heavily on imports. Now that the Rain country's food trade had ceased, they relied solely on support from Konoha and the activities of those reckless smugglers. The smugglers were selling food at extortionate prices, yet Hanzo had no choice but to buy it. The few remaining food supply channels couldn't be cut off. The Konoha Hokage was a truly honest man. A mere tripling of food prices was considered a reasonable price. Furthermore, the Rain village was preoccupied with self-interest, while the nobles were either killed or fled to other lands. While the insects were greedy and weak, they were ultimately the experts in managing and maintaining a stable state. The ninjas of the Rain village were pure amateurs. The internal administration of Rain village was in disarray, while externally, the four major ninja villages mobilized to attack Rain village. The turmoil weighed on Hanzo's heart like a mountain, suffocating him. Now things were finally improving. At least the ninja coalition would be temporarily unsolvable. With the worries of external threats largely reduced, all that remained was to address the nation's internal affairs. While the situation was still dire, it was certainly better than before. Is everything under Konoha's control? Hanzo analyzed the situation in the ninja world. Konoha's third Hokage had long ago written to him, advising him not to rush into anything, but to be patient and wait it out. He could find a cooperative and obedient daimyo, but he shouldn't annihilate the daimyo and the nobles. Bad order is always better than no order. If you want to tear everything down and start anew, you must be fully prepared. Unfortunately, I didn't listen to the Hokage's advice back then. My rash actions led to the collapse of everything in the Land of Rain. Could it be that the Hokage had anticipated my actions, laying a trap in Kumagakure long ago? Seizing the opportunity to unleash it during the siege of Omegakure, he destroyed the combined ninja forces of the four great ninja villages with a single blow? Truly terrifying. It was all so coincidental that Hanzo felt incredulous. Then, looking at the small red notebook that had always sat on his desk, Hanzo burst into laughter. How could there be so many coincidences in the world? As expected of the great man who wrote the New Will of Fire, his foresight and strategic foresight are truly beyond my reach. A forest in the Land of Fire. Ow. Are you sure the two-tailed cat has escaped to the Land of Fire? Of course, Oni-sama. I've had White Zetsu tracking the two-tailed beast, Black Zetsu said with absolute certainty. The tailed beasts are crucial to Kaguya Otsutsuki's resurrection. After Black Zetsu discovered that the two tails had escaped the encirclement of the Iwagakure ninja and turned into a wild-tailed beast, he immediately returned to Konoha to inform Uchiha Non and quickly capture the two tails. Uchiha Non was naturally overjoyed at the news, as his family's power plant now had another free generator. After arranging his own work, Uchiha Non immediately followed Black Zetsu to capture the tailed beasts. After 2 days of high-intensity raids, Uchiha Non decided to stop and take a break. He asked Black Zetsu to find out the location of the two tails cat, as he didn't want to take a detour anymore. "Brother, hold on a little longer, we're almost there, okay?" Uchiha Non took out 3 military pills from his pocket and ate them while walking. These were the military pills specially made for him by Senju Tobirama, and they were chocolate-flavored. Meow, that's the smell, so refreshing. Uchiha Non soon heard the two tails' movement and quickened his pace, arriving in a nearby field. The two-tail was rolling in a pile of grass, munching away. "Is that catnip?" Uchiha Non watched as the two-tail's tongue rolled out, its eyes gradually losing their luster. Its expression was identical to Manji's when he ate catnip. As expected of a cat, they all love it. "Who is it?" Meow. The two-tail was enjoying a pleasure not felt in decades when it suddenly sensed someone approaching. "The two-tail is quite alert, even more so than my stupid cat at home. Ever since I became Hokage, he's become completely corrupt and degenerate, wandering the streets of Konoha with no time to spare." Uchiha Non sighed as he approached the two-tail. "Oni-sama, be careful." Black Zetsu, lurking on the ground, warned Uchiha Non not to underestimate the enemy. "Don't worry, a wild-tailed beast will be as tame as a house cat in the presence of the main Decay Sharingan." Uchiha Non ignored the two tails. A tailed beast within a Jinchuriki's body couldn't be easily controlled by the Sharingan's power, but the two tails was a wild beast. Human, damn human. Upon seeing Uchiha Non's figure, the two tails fur immediately stood on end. With a roar, it charged at him. "Although I love cats, disobedient cats will be punished." Scythe-shaped lines appeared in Uchiha Non's eyes. The moment their eyes met, the powerful power of the main Decay Sharingan instantly invaded the two tails' mental space. "Hello, cat." Uchiha Non looked at the motionless two tails and greeted it friendly. The two tails in his mental space wasn't huge, only a dozen meters tall, but it still looked unruly. "Main Decay Sharingan, you're an Uchiha?" The two-tailed cat felt itself losing control. The powerful, domineering eye power brought back unpleasant memories. Two black-haired men, arm in arm, had approached him. One had a kind face, the other a cold, stern one. But neither man was a good person. He had done nothing wrong, yet they had captured him. "Two-tailed cat, your name is Matatabi, right?" "Be my cat," Uchiha Kusunoki stated his stance bluntly. Now that he had captured this adorable, large cat, it had to be his. "Impossible, I'm a powerful tailed beast. How can I be your pet?" the two-tailed cat roared, immediately rejecting Uchiha Kusunoki's offer. "It seems the cat needs some training." Uchiha Kusunoki grinned, and a phantom of Susanoo appeared around him. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a 100-meter-tall Gundam, grasping the two-tailed cat by the scruff of the neck with one hand. "Cat, you'd better listen to me, otherwise, you'll be sealed all over again. You tailed beasts have your own way of communicating. You've probably heard of the term Jinchuriki. Several of your fellow tailed beasts have been imprisoned in a dark cell, becoming the source of their power, passed down from generation to generation, never given the chance to be free. Take the Nine Tails, for example. It's been imprisoned for over a decade, chained into an S shape by the Jinchuriki every day, whipped on its buttocks, and its mouth tied shut, so it can't even scream." Uchiha Non threatened the two-tailed cat. The two-tailed cat's limbs drooped limply. Listening to Uchiha Non's words, it couldn't help but imagine the Nine Tails being tortured. The once mighty Nine Tails had fallen to this state. Did the Nine Tails say it was living well in Konoha? Foxes really don't tell the truth, they just love to brag. So, am I going to have to live like this when I get to Konoha? No. I just got free. I've only just had a few bites of catnip. The two-tailed cat considered Uchiha Kusunoki's words. She had no chance of escape. This eye power was the nemesis of the tailed beasts. While agreeing to Uchiha Kusunoki's terms was humiliating for the tailed beasts, it was better than living like the nine-tailed beast. So, what are the benefits of being your cat? Konoha can build your own conservation park, giving you a vast forest to call your home. Your freedom won't be restricted. Of course, You'll have to pay rent every month, but that's your chakra, which can be restored anyway. Anything else? Unlimited catnip. I'll have someone plant a large patch of catnip in the forest. Uchiha Kusunoki rubbed his chin and offered a tentative answer. Then it's a deal. I'll go back to Konoha with you. You won't mistreat me. You must ensure my safety and not restrict my freedom. I can eat as much catnip as I want every day. The two-tailed cat gave in, accepting her fate and becoming Uchiha Kusunoki's cat. Deal. You are my cat. I will protect you. Then let's sign a psychic contract. Uchiha nodded with satisfaction, put the cat down, opened the cat's belly, carved a mark, and felt that he had established a connection with the two-tailed cat. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, Senju Tobirama must be slacking off behind my back. Uchiha Izuna is ready to attack at any time. In the Second Hokage building, Uchiha Kusunoki sat on the sofa in his office, petting a two-tailed cat. As Uchiha Kusunoki stroked the two-tailed cat, it purred, its expression utterly satisfying. The last person to pet a two-tailed cat like this was the Sage of Six Paths. Hokage-sama, is this a cat? No, it's definitely not a cat. Narashikeon had just opened the door, about to report on the past few days' work, when he saw a blue and black cat, swirling with flaming chakra. The seemingly unpredictable chakra fluctuations it emitted filled Narashikeon with trepidation, as if he were facing a formidable enemy. A threat of death, unseen in a long time, was once again imminent. Even though the terrifying creature appeared as docile as a house cat in the presence of the Hokage, Narashikeon dared not act rashly, and could only question Uchiha Kusunoki with deep trepidation. Two-tailed, Matatabi, I found it while I was out. Uchiha Kusunoki scratched the cat's chin, unconcerned with Narashikeon's trembling voice, and casually replied. Two-tailed, I found it while I was out. Hokage-sama was still full of nonsense, but this seemed to be true. It's a real tailed beast. The tailed beast that humans call a disaster. Narashikeon instinctively wanted to flee the office, but his legs couldn't move, and cold sweat broke out on his back. The power of the tailed beasts is like the ocean to ordinary ninjas. Ninjas are like floating on the ocean in a small boat. The slightest movement of the ocean can cause a wave hundreds of meters high, enough to swallow a ninja. Don't worry, Shikeon, the two-tailed is my cat now. You didn't expect that the tailed beasts can grow or shrink, but they never show their childhood forms to humans. The first human to see them as children was the Sage of Six Paths, Uchiha said as he let go of the two-tailed cat in his hand. The cat glanced at Narashikeon, who was standing like a minion, and then jumped onto Uchiha-nan's desk. The window was open, and the sunlight at 10 o'clock in the morning shone on Uchiha-nan's desk. One of the natures of cats is to like to bask in the sun. Hokage-sama, Narashikeon was still stuttering, but now there was a tailed beast basking in the sun next to him. Don't be nervous, there won't be any danger, I promise. Okay, Hokage-sama. Narashikeon turned his head to glance at the two-tailed cat who had closed his eyes and was enjoying the sunbath. He took several deep breaths before calming down. The two-tailed cat will indeed affect your work. This is just a temporary measure. I promised it that I would buy a forest in Konoha for it to live in. Luin, I leave this matter to you, and don't forget to plant a patch of catnip in the forest. Uchiha did not forget his promise to the two-tailed cat. Moreover, the chakra fluctuations of the tailed beasts were so huge that they had seriously affected the work efficiency of the employees in the Hokage building. Although he had already told the two-tailed cat to restrain his chakra, the effect was obviously not very good. Yes, Hokage, Narashikeon nodded in agreement at the first time. In fact, he wanted to persuade the Hokage to seal the two-tailed cat so that it would be safer, but considering that the tailed beast itself was basking in the sun next to him, he kept all these words in his stomach. However, Hokage, the two-tailed cat belongs to the Hidden Cloud Village. Konoha took the tailed beast without authorization. What do you mean it belongs to the Hidden Cloud Village? What do you think the tailed beasts are? Tools. The tailed beasts are intelligent creatures. They can live wherever they want. Don't say such things that are not good for the tailed beasts of the group in the future. Uchiha interrupted Narashikeon before he could finish his words. The two-tailed cat took the initiative to come to Konoha to live with him. As for the Hidden Cloud Village, if they are not satisfied, Let the ninjas of the hidden cloud village come to Konoha to grab it. Yes, Hokage. Narashikyo nodded quickly and said, just now the two-tailed cat seemed to have suddenly opened its eyes and was staring at him. After explaining the matter of the two-tailed cat, Narashikyo began to make a work report. Hokage, Hanzo of the Rain Village requested to expand the commercial trade between Konoha and the Rain Country, especially in the trade of food and daily necessities. Now the foreign trade of the Rain Country has been completely cut off. In the entire ninja world, only Konoha is maintaining normal commercial trade with the Rain Village. The rest are smugglers and Yakuza organizations, and they can't become a big climate. Narashikado recounted the latest developments in the Land of Rain, even though Hanzo of the Salamander had been trying his best to maintain stability in the country. However, the economic sanctions imposed by the joint daimyo caused prices in the Land of Rain to soar, and the old and young people instigated the people to gather and make trouble, claiming that all these disasters were caused by Hanzo of the Salamander. The common people have always followed whoever wins. Of course, I am talking about the common people of the Land of Rain in the ninja world. The Land of Rain is now facing internal and external troubles, and the common people naturally will not support the once respected Hanzo of the Salamander, and began to constantly denounce Hanzo of the Salamander. The combination of internal and external factors has led to large-scale mass unrest in the Land of Rain from time to time. In the past, Hanzo of the Salamander was busy dealing with external pressure, and the joint ninja army composed of the 4 major ninja villages made him ignore the voices of opposition in the country, and he always sent ninjas to suppress them bloodily. Now he finally has the opportunity to rectify domestic affairs. Where are Konoha's food reserves now? Hokage-sama, the fertilizers produced by Konoha's fertilizer factories are in short supply, and the new types of grain seeds researched by the Minister of Science and Technology have completely opened up the situation in the Land of Rice, and the Land of Rice is continuously supplying food to Konoha. The same is true for the Land of Fire. Konoha can buy grain in the Land of Fire and sell it to the Rain Village. 2 major grain-producing countries supply one Land of Rain. Konoha's Ministry of Finance has asked professionals to calculate it. We can definitely do this, Uchiha nodded with satisfaction. The preparations made in the past few years really paid off. If you want to engage in industry, you must have enough food. Otherwise, you will either exploit your own people's food rations or exploit the food rations of outsiders. But Uchiha is really kind-hearted and can't bear to see people starving to death. Then agree to the request of the Land of Rain. Of course, the price can be raised a little bit. Friendship is friendship, and business is business. These are 2 different things. If the Land of Rain has no money, then use resources such as minerals to pay off the debt. I remember that the Land of Rain has gold mines and some special metal minerals, which are exactly what Konoha needs. Uchiha still did not forget his original intention and did not forget to make money from the war. If he does not plunder the important assets of the Land of Rain at this time, when will he plunder them? However, Hanzo of the Salamander made a good deal. In the entire ninja world, only Konoha has the strength to provide blood transfusions for the Land of Rain. I understand, Hokage. Kakuzu has been sharpening his knives against the Rain Village for a long time. When the time comes, let him go to negotiate with Hanzo of the Salamander, and he will definitely gain something. Then this matter is decided. Uchiha nodded and agreed to Narashikado's recommendation of personnel. Uchiha was very assured of Kakuzu's ability. After more than a year of training outside, he broke through himself and directly evolved. What else can he worry about? What about the other 4 major ninja villages? Uchiha asked about the movements of the 4 major ninja villages. The Sand Village is still having small frictions on the border of the Rain Country, and has not launched a large-scale attack on the Rain Village. The Mist Village landed at the port of the Bear Country and is currently stationed there. It seems that they intend to continue to drag the daimyo of the Water Country for a while and have chosen to continue to wait and see. Yesterday afternoon, a large-scale war broke out between the Iwagakure village and the Cloud Village. The 3rd generation AI, despite his injuries, led the main force of the Cloud Village to launch a surprise attack on the reinforcements coming from the Iwagakure village. A look of surprise appeared on Uchiha-nan's face. The 3rd generation AI was covered in wounds, but he was not honestly recovering from his injuries. It seemed that he really didn't care about his life. However, this time, the attack of the Cloud Village was first noticed by the Iwagakure village. Among the Iwagakure support forces was the 4 Tails Jinchuriki Laoshi. He jumped into the Cloud Village troops and forcibly transformed into a tailed beast. The third generation AI, despite his injuries, defeated Lao Shi, who had transformed into a tailed beast, and temporarily retreated with the Cloud Village troops that suffered heavy losses. After the war, the third generation AI fell into coma due to his serious injuries. It's estimated that Inoki will ask Konoha for help soon. After reporting the intelligence of Iwagakure and Kumagakure, Narashikato expressed his own judgment. The Ponzi scheme was a joint effort of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Tsunagakure. Now the Kumagakure has vented all its anger on the Iwagakure, which is obviously unfair. The bad things were done by everyone, and the benefits were shared by everyone. Konoha was the mastermind and got the largest share, but in the end, the consequences were borne by the Iwagakure alone. Inoki would definitely not accept such a thing. Huh? Asking for help? Keep dragging the Iwagakure, this is a different time. At the beginning, I wanted to join forces with Iwagakure and Tsunagakure to deal with the Kumagakure, but that was based on the premise that the Kumagakure would attack Konoha. Now the Kumagakure and Iwagakure are really angry. Why should I interfere in the feud between the two villages? Have Konoha and Iwagakure signed an alliance agreement? Why do I only remember that Konoha is an ally of Sand Village? Konoha can just openly sell arms and medical supplies to both sides. They have fought 2 wars in a row and must be in urgent need of these supplies. Remember to sell them to them at a higher price. Uchiha snorted coldly. He would not let Konoha get involved in the feud between Iwagakure village and Kumagakure village now. Fight, fight. Beat them both to pieces. Hokage-sama, you have a far-sighted vision. Narashikato climbed up the pole and began to flatter Uchiha. He wanted to make progress so much. Moreover, although Konoha was a little bit inhuman, the feeling of being inhuman was really good. However, Hokage-sama, according to intelligence, the daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning seem to intend to personally mediate a conflict between Kumagakure village and Iwagakure village. Is that so? That's a pity indeed. Uchiha felt a little regretful. If the daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning had personally come out to mediate, then Inoki and the third generation AI would most likely have to give their respective daimyo a face. After all, the conflict between the Hidden Cloud Village and the Hidden Rock Village was purely forced by the situation. Inoki accidentally got on Konoha's black car and had no way to jump out temporarily, so he could only go one way to the end. The Hidden Cloud Village was a pure unlucky guy. The Ponzi scheme collapsed and the whole village was cut off. In order to ease the internal conflict, it was necessary to find a ninja village to carry out revenge. After much thought, only the Hidden Rock Village was the most suitable. And so it became the current situation. Now both villages have suffered heavy losses, and they all know that Konoha is the black hand behind the scenes, but there is no way out. Both sides are in a dilemma. This war must be fought head-on. It is impossible to shake hands and make peace again, unite against the outside world, and attack Konoha together. The daimyo were getting anxious and angry. The big problem of Rain Village had not been solved yet, and the 2 major ninja villages under their command had actually started fighting without a word. Iwagakure and Kumagakure usually fight each other any way they want. The daimyo on both sides even hope for this kind of thing to happen. The deeper the conflict between the ninja, the better. But the top priority now is to annihilate Rain Village. No one is allowed to fight. Unite to destroy Rain Village. In addition, there are unusual movements in the Sky Village, which you have been ordered to monitor, Hokage. The Sky Village has gathered the ninja army, and it seems that they are also planning to start a war. The spies planted in the Sky Village have not yet figured out which ninja village the Sky Village is targeting. Narashikato continued. After listening to it, Uchiha smiled. The ninja world is getting more and more chaotic, with wars everywhere. It's exciting, exciting. Regarding the intelligence about the Soren Ninja Village, let Chang Xiang go in person this time. We must find out the movements of the Soren Ninja Village. If its target is Konoha, then we must take the initiative. Uchiha decided to let his Dao go in person to monitor every move of the Soren Ninja Village. Yes, Hokage. After Narashikato reported the important intelligence, he reported some information that was not very important within Konoha, but that Uchiha had to know. The day before yesterday, the Minister of Science and Technology submitted new inventions again. It seemed that he was stimulated by something. This time, the new inventions submitted were far more than the last time. Konoha held a meeting of senior ninjas, and the top leaders were still fighting. Oh, is there such a thing? Uchiha Non didn't care about the high-level boxing match. It's not shameful to make money. Instead, it was the abnormal behavior of Senju Tobirama that caught Uchiha Non's attention. This naturally evil old ghost Senju must have concealed his workload before. I have had doubts for a long time. He actually tried to be cunning and wanted to be lazy. This is bullying me for not understanding scientific research. Evil, it's so evil. It's a pity that Uchiha Non has no evidence in his hands now. Even if he goes to the underground laboratory to question Senju Tobirama will definitely not admit it. However, if the naturally evil old ghost Senju does not tell the truth, then I really have to ask Uchiha Izumina to come out. Uchiha Non's eyes flashed with a fierce light, which made Narashikeun tremble in his heart. Did he say something wrong? Hokage-sama, did I say something wrong? No, it's none of your business. It's just that there is an unruly guy who is slacking off behind my back. Narashikato shuddered. Lord Hokage must be pointing at me. Hokage, I admit, I was wrong. While Lord Hokage was out on business, I secretly slept in the office. What the hell? There's an unexpected gain? This is the Second Shinobi World War. I finally wrote here after 2 months. I am so tired. Chapter 211 Nine-Tailed. Two-Tailed will have the same hard life as me. How sad. The slackers have already jumped out. Senju Mamamama is one, and Narashikeun. Even Senju Tobirama is joining in the fun. Narashikeun, guilty as a thief, voluntarily detonated himself, standing there in silence, wondering where he had let slip, allowing the Hokage to discover he was slacking off during work. Could it be that there was a traitor? HMPH, are you the only one slacking off? It must be a gang. Who else is slacking off with you? Uchiha Kusunoki snorted, interrupting Narashikeun's thoughts. Narashikeun is definitely not the only slacker in the Hokage building. When a cockroach is spotted in the sun, the dark, damp corners are sure to be crawling with him. Hokage, I don't understand that. I was slacking off in my office when I was slacking off, so I didn't notice the other colleagues. Narashikeun chose to take the blame alone, not betraying the other slackers. His answer was even more confusing, admitting only to slacking off and focusing on a non-stick pan. Deduct all your overtime pay this month. Uchiha Non deducted all of Narashikeun's overtime pay for the month, as stipulated in the employee handbook. Yes, Hokage-sama, Narashikeun breathed a sigh of relief. It was just overtime pay, he didn't rely on a fixed salary for his livelihood. But his heart still ached. But, Narashikeun, you still find time to slack off. Your workload must be insufficient. I guess I need to add a little more pressure on you, Uchiha Non said, and casually gave Narashikeun a small increase in workload. It wasn't much, really, just twice as much as usual. Yes, Hokage-sama, Narashikeun left Uchiha Non's office, tears welling in his eyes. He would have to spend several more nights in the office. After dealing with Narashikeun, the slacker, Uchiha Non considered how to deal with Senju Tobirama, the #1 slacker, whose evil deeds he had long suspected. He concealed his research findings, yet the number of results he submitted each month remained remarkably consistent. While his work efficiency wasn't bad, even explosive, Uchiha Kusunoki longed to see the limits of Senju Tobirama, a nuclear-powered donkey operating at full power. Surely Konoha's future would be even more prosperous. He was doing all this for Konoha. Uchiha Izuna's grave was probably buried in the clan's land. Uchiha Kusunoki considered resurrecting Uchiha Izuna as a surprise for Senju Tobirama. After all, it had been ages since they last met, and Senju Tobirama would surely miss him. It would be a perfect opportunity for them to catch up. He could also have Uchiha Izuna give Senju Tobirama a good beating to improve his work efficiency. Take me to see the Nine-Tails. It's been ages since I last saw it. The Two-Tails, basking in the sun, suddenly opened its eyes and made its request. It wanted to meet the Nine-Tails it hadn't seen in a while. Want to meet the Nine-Tails? Come to think of it, you tailed beasts have been sealed away for ages, occasionally chatting in the telepathic realm. It's been ages since we've met in the real world, then let's go meet. Uchiha Non nodded, agreeing to the two-tailed cat's request. The two-tailed cat hurriedly jumped from the table to the sofa, then climbed onto Uchiha Non's shoulder. So eager to meet the Nine-Tails, are you close? HMPH, I don't like the Nine-Tails' personality, the two-tailed cat snorted, prompting Uchiha Non to notice something interesting. He began to inquire about the interesting stories between the tailed beasts. Uchiha Non soon learned the whole story. The Ninetales, always self-righteous, loved to mock the other tailed beasts by using the number of their tails, believing themselves superior. For example, Shukaku, with only one tail, was considered inferior to the other tailed beasts in the Ninetales' eyes, making him a prime target. The two-tailed Nico only had two tails, no stronger than the one-tailed Shukaku, and was often targeted by the Ninetales' map cannon. Therefore, the two-tailed Nico, like the one-tailed, disliked the nine-tailed. The three-tailed Isabu, as well as the four-tailed Son Goku, the five-tailed Mu Wang, the six-tailed Rhino, the seven-tailed Shigeaki, and the eight-tailed Jayuki, all disliked the nine-tailed personality. The six-path sage was a bit biased. However, the tailed beasts couldn't argue with the nine-tailed due to the disparity in power. Having more tails meant you could do whatever you wanted. But the one-tailed Shukaku hated the nine-tailed's arrogant tone the most, and wouldn't tolerate it at all. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he'd still go for it and scratch it, and he wouldn't give in to the verbal attacks. It seems the nine-tailed doesn't get along well with the other eight-tailed beasts, Uchiha Kusunoki replied as they walked. The two-tailed Nico was internally debating how to greet the nine-tailed. Dear Ninetales, I've taken refuge with Konoha's big brother and received their protection. Now I can roam freely within Konoha, no longer worrying about being hunted by villains. And you've always claimed to be the boss of the tailed beasts, loving to use your tails to determine strength. I wonder how you're doing now? I heard from the boss that you weren't doing well, and now I see it's true. Ninetales, don't you claim to be the first among the six paths sages, and you're the second? How can you live like this? The two-tailed cat thought to herself, eagerly anticipating a meeting with the Ninetales. Soon, Uchiha Kusunoki arrived at the Senju clan's grounds. Seeing the kind father of Konoha visiting the Senju clan members rushed out of their rooms, their arms raised in greeting. However, as they approached Uchiha Kusunoki, they were startled by the two-tailed cat on his shoulder. The chakra surges, like a deep ocean, were truly terrifying. Don't worry, it's a cute cat, it just has a little more chakra. Uchiha said hello to the Senju clan members and left in a hurry. The power of the tailed beast was still too strong, and they soon arrived at Uzumaki Mito's small courtyard. Uzumaki Mito was still basking in the sun in the courtyard at this time. Konoha is now thriving. Even though the ninja world is in turmoil as if it is going to fight the Second Ninja World War, Konoha is still as peaceful and stable as usual. She has nothing to worry about Konoha anymore. Mito, long time no see, Uchiha greeted Uzumaki Mito with a smile. Uzumaki Mito opened her eyes and saw that it was Uchiha. Her expression immediately fell. The only person in Konoha who could bother her is here. How annoying. He kidnapped Tsunade and also kidnapped Yangayu. You don't have to look like that when you see me. I'm the third Hokage of Konoha, after all. Uchiha Kusunoki continued to smile as he pulled a small stool over and sat down. His feud with Uzumaki Mito had been going on since the Hokage election. He'd beaten her to pulp, then tricked her into signing a contract. That contract wasn't worth much, only a few figures a year now. Then there were the movie shoots, using Hashirama's cells to force Mito into signing an unequal contract, and hinting at a shady move against her during a high-level boxing match. Those were nothing. The only other things were Tsunade and Yatsuki. It wasn't his own initiative, so how could Mito blame him? As the saying goes, it's better to resolve a feud than to create one. Uchiha Kusunoki never took it to heart, but it was Mito who couldn't forget it. Isn't this the Hokage of Konoha? What brings you here? Uzumaki Mito grumbled, then noticed the two-tailed cat on Uchiha Kusunoki's shoulder. What is that, a tailed beast? Uzumaki Mito was surprised. It was clearly a house cat, yet it exuded the same chakra as a tailed beast. You guessed right, it's the two-tailed cat. I found it outside and planned to raise it in Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki patted the cat's head and scratched its chin. Has Kumagakure already deployed the two-tailed cat, and you captured it? Uzumaki Mito's expression was filled with worry. It seemed the situation in the ninja world was worse than she had imagined. She had retreated to the sidelines, rarely intervening in village affairs. At the Jonin meetings, she was just a decoration, sitting there to watch the excitement. After all, the boxing matches between the top brass were a real spectacle. If it weren't for the Konoha brass reputation, Uchiha Kusunoki would have arranged for Konoha's television station to film a boxing show and make some money along the way. Don't worry, with me here, Konoha is capable of facing any challenge in the ninja world, You're so old, don't worry so much. Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, signaling Uzumaki Mito not to worry and just live out her days in the courtyard. Yes, Uzumaki Mito's brows relaxed, agreeing without arguing with Uchiha Kusunoki. Although Uchiha Kusunoki's personality and behavior had always been harsh, he was indeed an extremely capable Hokage, even surpassing Hashirama. Hashirama wasn't as cunning as Uchiha Kusunoki. With Uchiha Kusunoki around, Konoha had no worries. So, you brought the two tails with you. Are you looking for a Jinchuriki from the Uzumaki clan? Uzumaki Mito said slowly, looking at the two tails cat perched on Uchiha Kusunoki's shoulder. The tailed beasts were still too dangerous for ordinary people. Simply being around them was stressful. The vast chakra mixed with a beast's powerful will could easily disrupt the average person's mind. After all, not everyone could treat a tailed beast like a pet like Hashirama did. Of course not, the life of a Jinchuriki is tough. As Konoha's first Jinchuriki, you know this all too well. Do you want the Uzumaki clan to shoulder such a heavy responsibility? Uchiha Kusunoki asked Mito. Konoha needs a tailed beast Jinchuriki. How pedantic. Uchiha Kusunoki shook his head, not wanting to discuss the issue further with Mito. The conversation eventually turned to the value of ninja. Uchiha Kusunoki's views were fresh and sharp, and he repeatedly drove Mito to blush. Then why did you come to my place? Two Tails wanted to see Nine Tails, so I brought it here. I won't talk to you anymore. It's been ages since I've spoken to Nine Tails, so it's a good opportunity for me and Two Tails to meet Nine Tails together. Uchiha placed his hand on Uzumaki Mito and shot a stream of chakra into her. A ball of blue chakra emanated from Two Tails' Miro and floated into her. Nine Tails sealed space. A dark yellow light filled the sealed space. An iron fence locked the Nine Tails, and 9 chains bound its tails securely. It seemed Nine Tails and Mito were getting along well lately. Nine Tails hadn't been tied up in an S shape yet. Kurama, long time no see. Nine Tails was sleeping, its eyes closed. It spent its time in the sealed space sleeping. Besides that, Nine Tails had no other entertainment. You born evil Uchiha brat, what are you trying to do now? The Nine Tails woke Uchiha Nan's voice. As soon as he opened his eyes and saw Uchiha Nan, he was immediately furious. Even his greeting was exactly the same as Senju Tobirama. What an impolite fox, no wonder the other tailed beasts don't like you. Forget it, considering your monthly chakra contribution, I won't bother with you. Come meet an old friend. As Uchiha Nan finished speaking, the two-tailed cat appeared from behind him. Kurama, two-tailed? Why are you here? The Nine Tails showed a surprised expression. He actually saw the two-tailed in Konoha. Shouldn't it be sealed in the hidden cloud village? The Kumagakure released the two tails and attacked the Iwagakure forces. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, and the two tails took advantage of the opportunity to escape. I was out and about when I ran into the two tails. I invited them to Konoha, and they came of their own accord. Uchiha Kusunoki embellished the story slightly, addressing Kurama. Impossible, you bastard, you can't tell a single word of truth. The two tails wouldn't have come back to Konoha on their own accord. You forced it to come here. Your main Decay Sharingan is the nemesis of the tailed beasts. You must be planning to seal the two tails and then find that old, immortal member of the Uzumaki Mito clan, seal the two tails into their body, and create a two tails Jinchuriki. You're going to force the two tails to be drained of chakra every month like I am. Kurama rambled on, refusing to believe Uchiha Kusunoki's words. Could Uchiha Kusunoki let the two tails go? And on his own accord? Could the two tails take the initiative? Could the two tails take the initiative? Even he, the leader of the tailed beasts, was powerless against Uchiha Kusunoki's main Decay Sharingan. How could a mere two tails have the right to defy his will? Ahem, Uchiha Kusunoki coughed, trying to save face. Kurama truly understood him. He had indeed captured the two tails, and only then, through threats and inducements, had it followed him to Konoha. He had indeed intended to extract its chakra monthly. But this was an equal exchange. He had given the two tails protection, a forest to live in, and endless amounts of catnip to eat. If the two tails continued to wander the ninja world, it would sooner or later be captured by the hidden cloud village, sealed away, and ultimately become the source of the Jinchuriki's power. In short, he was a good person, and the two tails had one big. Uchiha Kusunoki coughed, signaling with his eyes. Cat, what are you still standing there for? Speak up for the boss. Chapter 212 Nine Tails. Having many tails means you can do whatever you want, But having two tails means you are inferior. The truth is, just as the boss said, I came to Konoha on my own initiative. The two-tailed cat wisely stepped forward to defend Uchiha Kusunoki. The two-tailed cat had been in the human world for many years, so it naturally understood the ways of the world. In the eyes of the world, the tailed beasts represent disaster, believed to be unfeeling and unreasonable. Prejudice is like a mountain, spreading misinformation. The reason is simply that the tailed beasts usually encounter weak humans. Who would talk to ants about human nature or reason? But now the ninja world has changed, with a wave of ninjas who are willing to pet the tailed beasts. The two black-haired ninjas, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, who saw the two-tailed cat and grabbed it without a word, leaving it no chance to speak. Now, finally, it has encountered Uchiha Kusunoki, a more approachable person. The two-tailed cat believes it must seize this opportunity and establish a good relationship with Uchiha Kusunoki, creating as harmonious a relationship as possible. Besides, after all, he would have to live under Uchiha Nan's thumb from now on. If he didn't give Uchiha Nan face, he would definitely not let the two-tailed cat get away with it. Impossible, absolutely impossible, the nine tails immediately roared back at the two-tailed cat. Uchiha Nan, that black-hearted bastard, was even worse than Uchiha Madara. Back when he was ridden by Madara, he was so majestic. Now he's reduced to a giant chakra battery. Every month or two, his chakra is drained, leaving him exhausted for a week. That stinky old woman, Uzumaki Mido, even whipped him with chains to force his chakra to regenerate faster. He had absolutely no dignity as a tailed beast. How can this be impossible? I always treat the tailed beasts as friends. Uchiha Nan smiled, pleased with the two-tailed cat's words. The nine tails continued to nag in his ear, his words full of doubt, and Uchiha Nan immediately refuted them. He just treated the tailed beasts as his friends. It was just that he had to pay a friendship fee every month. You inherently evil Uchiha brat, Two Tails, Uchiha Kusunoki isn't a good person. He definitely has bad intentions. Don't let him fool you. The nine tails didn't bother to answer, urging the two tails to stay away from him and escape Konoha's den. Nine tails, have you forgotten the six-path sage's teachings? The tailed beasts must live in peace with humans. There are bad people in the ninja world right now, eyeing us tailed beasts. They covet their power and want to seal us within humans to create Jinchuriki. Boss, they're willing to protect me, and they've made a great offer. They've prepared a large forest in the mountains behind Konoha, planted with catnip, so I can live freely there, and more. The two tails tone was slightly smug, first cueing the partial six-path sage, then repeating Uchiha Kusunoki's offer. There's definitely a price to pay, Uchiha Nan. You can't do this at a loss. Kyuubi didn't believe Uchiha Nan could be so kind. And before the two-tailed cat could finish, he interrupted. The price is naturally chakra, Kyuubi. You pay rent and protection fees every month, don't you? Uchiha Nan grinned as he listed the price. Kyuubi was stunned, then said with a hint of despair, no more, no more. That's not fair. Why shouldn't the two-tailed cat be locked up? Kyuubi's mind instantly exploded. He'd thought the two-tailed cat was going to suffer the same hardship as him. He had a new cellmate. It was better for two-tailed beasts to suffer than just one. It wasn't like they were paying the same price. The price was different. The two-tailed cat didn't even have half as much chakra as he did. Why was the two-tailed cat treated so much better than him? Kyuubi had forgotten what it felt like to roam freely on the grass. That's because the two tails is my cat, my companion, Uchiha Nan responded, gazing at the nine tails from head to toe. Seeing how vigorous and energetic the nine tails look now, he should be able to extract some more chakra. It just so happened that the two tails cat hadn't yet had its chakra extracted, so he would do so later. Since the two tails cat was new here, he'd let the nine tails show him how to do it first. You black-hearted bastard, I helped you become the Second Hokage of Konoha, and for the past few years, you've been draining your chakra every month or two. I've made all the contributions and worked so hard, yet your living conditions are so poor. Why does the two tails, a newcomer, deserve such good treatment? I don't accept it. The nine tails raged, his tone thick with dissatisfaction with the current situation. This world is so unfair. Old man Liudeo, open your eyes and look at me. Don't lose heart, Kurama. I'll enjoy the blessings you haven't had, and I'll be able to tell you in detail about my experience. The two-tailed cat delivered a timely blow to the nine tails. For the first time in all these years, it felt proud in front of the nine tails. Two tails, you're kicking me when I'm down. I'm just being honest. The nine-tailed fox pupils stared intently at the two-tailed cat, deeply dissatisfied with its boasting in front of it. You're even more annoying than the one-tails now, nine-tails. You've always been annoying. It's just good luck. Old man Six Paths gave you a little extra chakra. Why are you so proud? You act like the boss of the tailed beasts all day long. What the one-tail said is absolutely right. The two-tailed cat vented all the resentment it had suppressed for years towards the nine-tails. Isn't what I said the truth? You and one-tail combined don't have as many tails as I do. You two are just weak. Even if you combined, you're no match for me. Nine-tail. Faced with two-tail's provocation, nine-tail fought back without a drop in the bucket, using its advantage in tails to furiously diss two-tail. So what? So many tails, you're so powerful, yet you're still sealed away, trapped in this dark cage, with no sunlight. I just sunbathed, sunbath, ha ha ha, I even ate a box of catnip last night. Will you ever get to experience that again? You can only watch me enjoy it. That's called strength, get it, Ghana? Seeing Nine-Tail using the number of tails to show off its superiority again, Two-Tail immediately retorted. Many tails? Strong? Then why do you still live like this? The tailed beasts understand the pain of the other beasts best. The two tails had also experienced the darkness and imprisonment of these days, so they knew how difficult it was. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned their pride so quickly and succumbed to Uchiha Kusunoki. The two tails simply wanted freedom, a bit of sun in the morning, and a bit of catnip in the afternoon. What could be wrong with that? They'd endured such hardship for so long. Couldn't they enjoy themselves? And as for the tailed beasts helping each other? The nine tails was so powerful, how could it possibly need the help of a tailed beast with only two tails? Two tails, you bastard, let me out. I want to fight two tails. The nine tails struggled frantically, trying to break free from its chains, but Uzumaki Mito immediately sensed its unusual movements and tightened the seal. Come on. Let's see if you can get out, HMPH, you stinking fox. The two tails continued to challenge, it's for bristling. The two-tailed cat's attack power remained as formidable as ever. The nine-tailed fox's struggle to break free intensified, surprising even Uzumaki Mito. What had Uchiha Nan, along with the two-tailed fox, said to the nine-tailed fox that had so agitated it? Mito didn't need to think twice, as she recalled Uchiha Nan's volatile personality. She immediately stopped basking in the sun and tightened her seal once more. Uchiha Nan watched on, stunned. Shouldn't the atmosphere today be peaceful? A friendly encounter between fellow tailed beasts? Now it had devolved into a brawl. This was truly amusing. Uchiha Nan stood motionless, watching the friendly interaction between the two-tailed cat and the nine-tailed fox. The two-tailed cat's bristling fur, in particular, reminded him of his own Manji. Before his corruption, Manji's bristling fur looked exactly like the two-tailed cat's. Now, Manji was just too fat, too plump. You stole the Six-Path Sage's dinner and blamed the one tail. How shameless. You've lost even the dignity of a tailed beast. Nonsense, that was the one tail that ate it. Tui, I saw it myself that day, and so did the six-tail. Later, we joined forces with the other tailed beasts to denounce you. So the Six-Path Sage found out too. Nonsense. After that, the Six-Path Sage took the 8 of us tailed beasts out for a big meal, but you weren't with him. Also, the one-tail's unique sealing technique was the Six-Path Sage's compensation. Do you think we're all blind? And that time, the verbal battle between the two-tail and the nine-tail gradually devolved into a mutual revelation of each other's secrets, but the two-tail's cat had far less dirt on him than the nine-tail. The nine-tail spoke a few insignificant things and then stopped. Instead, the two-tail's cat kept on talking, exposing all of the nine-tail's dark past. Uchiha Nan listened with rapt interest. Today's trip was truly worthwhile. I can use these things to tease the nine tails. Enough, the nine tails couldn't take it anymore. The two tails didn't even shy away from outsiders. That bastard, Uchiha Nan, was even listening. His entire image had been ruined by the two tails. What, you stinky fox? There's something I haven't told you yet, Uchiha Nan. Have you drained the two tails chakra yet? The nine tails didn't respond to the two tails question. Instead, he turned to Uchiha Nan and asked about the rent. No, I just got back to Konoha yesterday and haven't had time to ask the two tails to pay yet. Then let's do it today. The sooner the chakra is drained, the sooner the two tails can recover. The nine tails decided to perish alongside the two tails. If he had offered to take the two tails to drain their chakra, Uchiha would definitely not let him go and drain him as well. And there were still several days before he could drain his own chakra. Being drained of chakra is not a pleasant experience. The tailed beasts are life forms of chakra, and chakra is like a health bar, a blue bar, though it can regenerate on its own. But every time a portion of their chakra is drained, the nine tails feels like it's dying, feeling completely emaciated that day. Once, Uzumaki Mito overexerted himself, squeezing out just a little bit more, nearly knocking the nine tails unconscious. Even after surviving the first day, the weakness persisted for almost a week. Chakra drain, the two tails instinctively sensed something was amiss. Uchiha had always insisted on handing over his chakra as rent. But the two tails had never taken it seriously, believing it was just chakra. Uchiha wanted his chakra, so he gave it to him. How much could he possibly use? He was a tail beast, with plenty of chakra. While not as much as the nine tails, for a human, it was a vast ocean. The kind that could never be exhausted. Boss, I'm new to Konoha. I've never lived in that big forest before. I remember when humans go out to eat, they eat first and pay later, of course, I'll definitely pay the chakra on time, but can I wait a bit? The two-tailed cat decided to delay as much as possible. The nine-tailed fox definitely had bad intentions. Ahem, cat, you're talking about eating, this is rent. Humans rent with a 1-month deposit and 3-month rent. You have to pay 3 months rent in full, plus another month's rent as a deposit. Although Uchiha Kusunoki liked cats, he wouldn't budge on matters of principle. If he weren't worried about causing problems with a two-tailed cat, he would definitely have drained 3 months' worth of chakra, not a day less. Okay, Uchiha Kusunoki, you're right, I support you, the nine-tailed nodded repeatedly. He had indeed been right about that evil bastard, Uchiha Kusunoki. He would never let go of the two-tailed chakra. Uchiha Kusunoki, when it comes to extracting chakra, we're all tailed beasts, so we have to treat everyone equally. The same goes for the two tails as for me. Dedicating myself to Konoha is the duty of a tailed beast, the nine tails said against his will. This time, the two tails was bound to bleed, cough cough cough. No, it was chakra. Having more chakra meant you could do whatever you wanted. Kurama, I wasn't wrong about you, you really want to improve, but this isn't a good idea. The two tails doesn't have as much chakra as you do, what's wrong with that? The two tails is a tailed beast, and so am I can do it, so why can't it? Or do you think the two tails is just a loser, a jerk with only two tails? Think about it, though. The number of tails determines the strength of a tailed beast. The two tails will never be able to hold its own against me, the nine tails said sarcastically, leaving Uchiha Kusunoki speechless. Chapter 213 Nine Tails, Mito, this time we are in sync, perfect Jinchuriki mode, start. The nine tails smirk arrogantly, constantly taunting the two tails. I always thought that Shukaku, that stinking tanuki, was the weakest of the tailed beasts, now I realize I was wrong. Two tails, you're the weakest. At least Shukaku has the guts to challenge me. You even, ha ha ha, Uchiha remained silent, inwardly lamenting the nine tails' venomous tongue. No wonder the cat kept saying the tailed beasts disliked the nine tails. With the nine tails' venomous tongue, no one would dislike this stinking fox. Then, Uchiha turned his head to look at the two tails cat. Its fur stood on end, and a violent surge of chakra surged through its body. Clearly, the nine tails' words had infuriated the cat. It either withered in silence or exploded in silence. It's just chakra, boss. I'll give you as much chakra as the nine tails gives you this time. The two tails glared at the nine tails fiercely. This time, even if it meant fighting for its own dignity, it would be a fight. The nine tails was already taunting him right in the face. The newly recognized leader remained silent, not even uttering a word of rebuttal, clearly acquiescing to what the Kyuubi had said. If he didn't react, would he ever have the chance to speak loudly in front of the new boss again? No way. He had lost all his face today. This is not good, cat, you have to think carefully. The Kyuubi does have more tails than you, and more chakra too. The chakra tanks at the power plant are not only specially made, but also in large quantities. Uchiha suppressed the smile on his face. The more chakra a tailed beast had, the better, but he still had to be careful about how he ate it. After all, this was a long-term business. Since the Kyuubi had taken the initiative to play the role of the villain, he couldn't let his good intentions down. He could really nail the image of the little white lotus. Boss, stop talking. How can the strength of a tailed beast be simply determined by the number of tails it has? Kurama is a tailed beast, and so am I. I'm no less powerful. The two tails interrupted Uchiha Kusunoki, looking eager to take action. HMPH, two tails, I hope you don't regret this. Your meager chakra can't satisfy that black-hearted bastard, Uchiha Kusunoki. Only I can barely handle it, the nine tails spoke with disdain, looking down on the two tails and even giving Uchiha Kusunoki a slight nausea. However, Uchiha Kusunoki remained unfazed. What harm does insulting me cause me? Go ahead and curse me. What's the harm? Those with shallow minds often get angry at curses and delighted by praise, but in reality, these are just the opinions of others. Those who live for the opinions of others are doomed to be pitiful. Uchiha Kusunoki only wants chakra. The more the better. All this is for Konoha. So what? I'm going all out today. I'm going to beat you this time. The two tails had a foreboding feeling. The rent in chakra Uchiha was talking about was definitely not a small amount. The two tails wasn't sure exactly how much, but it was definitely a massive amount. But the nine tails had already scolded him. He couldn't admit defeat this time. Otherwise, the next time the tailed beasts gathered in the spiritual realm, given the nine tails' personality, he'd definitely exaggerate this matter. Even the two tails cat wanted to save face. Cat, since you've made up your mind, I won't try to dissuade you. Good luck, don't worry. Boss, I'll win. The two tails cat, despite losing, exuded confidence. HMPH, a mantis trying to shake a tree, the nine tails snorted coldly, then fell silent, closing his eyes and accelerating his chakra concentration. This time, he was going to show the two tails that even the tailed beasts had their differences. The value of the eldest tailed beast was far beyond the reach of the two tails, a lowly horse-tailed beast with only two tails. Mito, get out of the sun, let's go to the Konoha power plant. Uchiha Kusunoki regained consciousness and eagerly dragged Uzumaki Mito to the Konoha power plant. Yes, you old woman, hurry to the power plant, the voice of Kurama echoed in Miro's mind, its tone filled with impatience. This time, even if it meant getting himself ripped off, he wouldn't let the two tails off easily. He dared to show off in front of Uchiha Kusunoki after hooking up with him? Let's die together. The Kurama thought bitterly. Uchiha Kusunoki, what the hell happened? Mito Uzumaki regretted not joining Uchiha Kusunoki to seal the space. Every time he'd drained the nine tails chakra at the Konoha power plant, the nine tails would lash out with vulgar language, lashing out for entire afternoons until he ran out of energy. Of course, Uzumaki Mito wouldn't let the nine tails just keep on telegraphing. If the scolding got too much, Mito would chain the nine tails' mouth. As for why he didn't immediately bind the nine tails' mouth, it was naturally because Mito was kind. Every time he drained the nine tails chakra, he squeezed it to the point of disfigurement, and then didn't let it scold him. That was hellish. Don't ask so many questions, Kurama simply wants to contribute to Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki didn't bother explaining anything further. He casually mumbled something and dragged Mito towards the Konoha power plant. Konoha power plant. Uchiha Kusunoki hadn't been here for a long time. The power plant had expanded 3 or 4 times in size. When the power plant was first built, Uchiha Kusunoki had determined that it was a profitable treasure trove and would undoubtedly continue to expand, so he reserved a considerable amount of Konoha's land for it. Hokage-sama, the ninja on duty, immediately spotted Uchiha Kusunoki's figure. His striking white pupils made him a ninja of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga's Byakugan, used for guarding important bases, was a perfect match. No one could escape the Hyuga's exclusive, clairvoyant eyes. Even those who controlled the personnel inside through illusions would be detected by the Byakugan as they detected the unusual chakra source. There's been a suspicious individual lately. The power plant is Konoha's most valuable asset. We absolutely cannot afford to make any mistakes, Uchiha Kusunoki said as he passed through the numerous checkpoints. The ground and walls were densely engraved with sealing scepters and sensing jutsu. Fully armed Konoha ninjas patrolled the area constantly. This time, Uchiha Kusunoki was conducting a surprise inspection and was very pleased with the security of the Konoha power plant. Even if he wanted to sneak into the power plant and sabotage it quietly, it would be extremely difficult. Well done, keep it up, Uchiha Kusunoki patted the Hyuga ninja on the shoulder. Yes, Hokage, soon, Uchiha Kusunoki and Uzumaki Mito arrived in front of a building. After comparing chakra, codes, and hand seals, they were finally approved and allowed to enter the room where the tailed beast's chakra was extracted. Maya, do you see the number on the screen? Every time the number goes up, it means the super large chakra storage bottles outside are full. Those are the ones you just saw. Each one is over 10 meters high. Uchiha Kusunoki kindly explained the device in front of the two-tailed cat. The cat nodded, forcing herself to remain calm. So, were those jars, each over 10 meters high and seemingly endless, used to store chakra? How much chakra would it take to fill them all? Mito, how many bottles can Kurama fill each time? Probably over 2,000. It used to be over 3,000, but then the power plant innovated their storage technology. They use special techniques to compress and refine the tailed beast's chakra in the bottles. It's incredible technology, and it involves advanced sealing techniques. Could Konoha's Minister of Science and Technology be a member of the Uzumaki clan? Uzumaki Mito asked in a gloomy tone. Such advanced sealing techniques were rare in the entire ninja world, and the techniques also incorporated seals that she was very familiar with. She must know this Minister of Science and Technology. But she couldn't be sure who it was. Besides ninjas from the Uzumaki clan, she couldn't think of anyone else in the ninja world capable of developing such technology. Of course, Tobirama also had this skill. She had taught him before, and for him to innovate on this basis and invent this technology didn't seem strange to Mito. She even found it quite reasonable. After all, Tobirama always loved to tinker with strange techniques. But since Tobirama was dead, that option was naturally ruled out. Of course not. Don't underestimate the geniuses of the ninja world. The Minister of Science and Technology isn't named Uzumaki, Uchiha Kusunoki affirmed. Senju Tobirama's last name was Senju. HMPH, I don't believe it, I believe my judgment. This is a sealing technique from the Uzumaki clan. I definitely know this Minister of Science and Technology. The Minister of Science and Technology's identity hasn't been revealed yet. What's so shady about his identity? Uchiha Kusunoki was stunned. His expression frozen, but he recovered in an instant. The old woman, Mito Uzumaki, had a truly sharp eye. She could deduce clues about Senju Tobirama simply by looking at the seals. However, there was nothing she could do about it. Senju Tobirama's sealing techniques were all learned from the Uzumaki clan. Any expert could discern the intricacies of the seals and techniques. After all, the Uzumaki clan was the only one in the entire ninja world who mastered this sealing technique. But Uchiha Kusunoki would never admit it. Ahem, Mito, you've been talking too much today. He's the one who wants to hide his identity, quietly devoting himself in the darkness, contributing his all to Konoha and the ninja world. When he figures it out, he'll naturally show up in Konoha. Human curiosity can be dangerous, and it can lead to disaster if you're not careful. Have you forgotten that Senju Mamamama started Hoshirama's cell experiments without permission, and he nearly died? And it implicated a whole group of Senju clan members. Okay, I won't ask any more. Uzumaki Mira rolled her eyes. She was just curious about the identity of Konoha's Minister of Science and Technology, so why was Uchiha Kusunoki bringing up that past? Her little pigtail was being tugged at again. That's good to know. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask anymore. Uchiha Kusunoki's words silenced Uzumaki Mito's curiosity. Senju Tobirama's identity couldn't be revealed in public. His status as Konoha's second Hokage was a very strong one. Once exposed to the light of day, turning Tobirama into a nuclear-powered beast would be difficult. Alright, drain the Nine Tails chakra quickly. It takes forever to drain it all at once. Uchiha nudged Mito Uzumaki, urging her to hurry. Got it, brat. The Uzumaki clan stepped forward, their hands grasping the extraction device. A powerful Nine Tails chakra erupted from their bodies, even a layer of tailed beast's outer layer appearing on their surface. Stinking old woman, don't try to control me this time. You'll waste my precious chakra. I'll fully cooperate with you. Kurama, whose hands were clasped together, sensed Mito Uzumaki's movements and opened his eyes, a glint in his eyes. This time, the two tails would see the power of the tailed beast's boss, Kurama. What on earth did you and Uchiha discuss? I'm draining your chakra. And you're still so eager. Upon hearing the Nine Tails voice, Mito Uzumaki's face lit up with surprise, her curiosity growing even more intense about what had happened in the sealed space not long ago. This isn't Uchiha-nan's business, this involves my status as a tailed beast. Stop talking nonsense. Feel my chakra carefully. Every time you forcefully draw my chakra, I resist. A lot of chakra is wasted and lost. Got it. Uzumaki Miro felt herself enter a strange state. Her fiery red chakra coat suddenly turned golden in a matter of seconds. Holy shit, a golden-tailed beast coat, a perfect Jinchuriki, no way, Uchiha Non exclaimed in astonishment at the golden-tailed beast coat. Kurama had recognized Uzumaki Mito? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kurama wished he could tear the old woman apart. It must be because of the two tails. Kurama was going all out. The two tails cat stared at Mito with a bewildered look. It had only heard of the term Jinchuriki and had no idea what it meant for Mito to enter this state. Cat, you'd better stop. Don't overexert yourself. Uchiha Non looked at the cat, a look of pity on his face. On the large screen, the number representing the chakra storage tanks continued to rise. Time passed. From noon to sunset, the sun gradually set, and the moon appeared, but the nine tails continued to supply chakra. The golden-tailed beast coat on Uzumaki Mito had long since disappeared, leaving only a thin layer of red film, so faint that it was invisible without close inspection. Kurama, how about another time? I think it's enough, it really is enough, it's already 3,688 bottles, and that's the number before the modification. I'm afraid you can't handle it if you continue. Uzumaki Mito rarely tried to dissuade the nine tails. The nine tails was no longer exhausted, but was emaciated, but it still tried its best to supply chakra. The nine tails' listless appearance was too much for Uzumaki Mito to bear. The tailed beasts can't die, right? Stop talking nonsense, old woman, this is not my limit, I am a tailed beast with nine tails. The nine tails spoke incoherently, and every pause made Uzumaki Mito's heart skip a beat, for fear that the nine tails would die in an instant. Chapter 214 Nine-Tailed Fox, I saw the Sage of Six Paths, is this a revolving lantern? Mito, shut up, Kurama, let me see your limits, you're a nine-tailed beast, keep pushing your limits. Uchiha Non watched the action with amusement, cheering Kurama on, unfazed by the prospect of his demise. After all, Kurama was in complete control of the chakra extraction this time, and Mito Uzumaki was just a figurehead. Uchiha Non was sure Kurama knew what was going on. He wouldn't really risk his life over a quarrel of pride, would he? Perhaps. Perhaps inspired by Uchiha Non's words, the nine tails continued to supply a vast amount of chakra. For a moment, Uchiha Non even felt the nine tails chakra flow suddenly increase in intensity. The nine tails, worthy of being a nine-tailed beast, was truly terrifying. Time ticked by, and in the blink of an eye, over half an hour had passed. Uchiha Non stared at the numbers on the big screen. The number had now passed 3,700, but it was clearly running out of steam. Kurama must be dying. If he keeps going, he'll die. Kyuubi, stop the supply, keep going, I'm really afraid something's going to happen. Uzumaki Mito felt a pang of pity. Kurama's cheeks were deeply sunken, his yellow hair completely withered. His once mighty and imposing figure had shrunk by at least half, so thin that even his ribs were protruding. Uchiha Non remained silent, realizing something deeply saddening. Kurama's limits were truly immense. Over the past few years, the losses from draining the nine tails chakra had accumulated, converted into coal-fired power generation. The amount of money lost was absolutely astronomical. How much money had he lost? It was a huge loss. This was a massive loss. Uchiha Non, why are you still standing there? Join me in trying to persuade the nine tails. Uzumaki Mito saw Uchiha Non still lost in thought and immediately interrupted him, still feeling frustrated. I know. Uchiha Non looked at Uzumaki Mito with a somewhat annoyed expression. This stinky old woman has lived with Kurama for decades, how could she not know Kurama's limits at all? All the nine tails chakra wasted over the years must be counted on Uzumaki Mito's account. The sooner he becomes a perfect Jinchuriki, then, cough. Konoha will definitely make a lot more money. Kurama, don't be so stubborn, you are already very powerful, let the cat show you next, don't be serious. Before Uchiha Non could say a few words, Kurama completely fell to the ground, gasping for breath in the sealed space, and a crackling sound of electricity kept coming from the fox's ears. Kurama's eyes began to double, and in a trance he actually saw the old man of the six paths and the other tailed beast brothers. His childhood experiences appeared in his mind. Is this what humans call a revolving lantern? Then, Kurama sat up with great effort to restore his chakra. After resting for a few minutes, he finally recovered and said in a very weak voice, Two Tails, your turn, this isn't even my limit. I just, ahem. I want to save you some face this time and not embarrass you too much." The Nine Tails continued to be stubborn, but the Two Tails didn't argue. Deep down, it was truly terrified. What kind of place was this? How could it have allowed the Nine Tails to cause such harm? They'd already squeezed the Nine Tails to such an extent, and yet they still couldn't fill the chakra gap here? Industrial Cthulhu's thirst for energy is insatiable. Two Tails, your turn. Uchiha looked at the cat, a kind smile on his face, urging the cat to donate its chakra quickly. It was already midnight, and he had to go back to bed. "Leave it to me, boss." The Two Tails continued to be stubborn. It couldn't afford to be a coward at this moment. "Maya, just place your paw on the handle of that circular platform and input your chakra. Maya, you have to make me proud. I've always believed that you're no less powerful than Kurama. As you said, the strength of a tailed beast can't be measured by the number of tails." Uchiha poured a mouthful of white, rich chicken soup into the Two Tails, hoping to extract a little more chakra from it. "Boss, I won't let you down." The Two Tails looked at Uchiha expectantly, and naturally couldn't say anything that would undermine its prestige. She steeled herself and walked over to the chakra extraction device, placing her paw on the handle. "Go ahead, Maya. Show the Nine Tails your limits." Oh, the Two Tails continued to supply chakra, and Uchiha cheered it on. The number on the screen rose rapidly again. Maya continued to input chakra. Time passed, and a feeling of emptiness and weakness swept over her body. The blue flames surrounding her body disappeared, replaced by small blue flames. "Boss, how many are there?" "Over 100 already." "Hold on, cat." Uchiha continued to cheer the two-tailed cat up, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. The two-tailed cat was still no match for the nine-tailed. As things stood, even if the two-tailed cat were torn to pieces and thrown in, it would only have a little over 300, not even a tenth of the nine-tailed. The six-path sage was truly partial. The nine-tailed was still the better choice. Two-tailed, you're just lame, cough cough cough, only over 100 so far, cough cough cough, cough cough cough. The Lord, cough cough cough. Truly the most powerful tailed beast, cough cough cough. The nine-tailed cat, frail as it was, choked on the first words, coughing repeatedly, yet never forgetting to boast about its own strength. Hearing the nine-tailed cat's sarcasm, he glanced up at the number of over 100 and, for the first time, realized the profound gap between himself and the nine-tailed cat. It was a chasm like an insurmountable chasm. Six-path sage, fuck you. Don't be so partial. The two-tails cat, unwilling to give up, fiercely increased its chakra supply. She couldn't possibly not have even 1/10 of the nine-tails power. She had to fight. She was the two-tails. If she didn't even have 1/10 of the nine-tails power, she'd be mocked forever. Cat, keep going. Uchiha sensed the two-tails will, and the numbers on the screen suddenly accelerated, revealing the cat's reluctance. Time ticked by, and the cat remained stubborn. The small flames wrapped around her body grew almost invisible, as if a gust of wind could extinguish them, yet she continued to supply chakra. Soon, she experienced the same situation as the nine-tails, with a constant crackling sound in her ears. Then, her vision began to double, and in a trance, she saw the figure of the six-path sage. Boss, what's the number now? The cat no longer had the energy to glance up at the screen. 286, cat, you're already strong. Uchiha comforted the cat. Cat had contributed its own chakra, providing it with a little emotional value, which was perfectly reasonable. Still not even 1/10, the two-tailed cat, somewhat distraught, looked at the kindly smiling six-path sage before her and roared in discontent. Six-path sage, you stinky old man, you biased, stinky old man. With a roar, the two-tailed cat fainted. Fainted? Seeing the two-tailed cat faint, Uchiha hurried forward and held it in his arms, a look of pity in his eyes. From now on, cat only needs to supply 200 bottles at a time, and forget about the remaining 80. Uchiha felt bad for draining cat until it fainted every time he extracted chakra. My poor cat. But, just so, cat continued to mumble incoherently in her coma. Uchiha leaned closer to hear what the cat said. Yes, the six-path sage is indeed biased. Uchiha echoed the cat's words from the bottom of his heart. The six-path sage was indeed biased. The cat tried its best, but still couldn't reach even 1/10 of the nine-tails strength. Ho ha, old man, I win. That lowly horse-tailed beast, the two-tails, can't even reach 1/10 of my strength. Cough 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 cough. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. The Nine-Tails was overjoyed. The Two Tails had knocked him unconscious, and the chakra he extracted wasn't even 1/10 of his own. But after just a few words of victory speech, he exerted too much force and started coughing non-stop. The Nine-Tails was immersed in the joy of victory. Uchiha had entered the sealed space without anyone noticing. With a kind smile, he said, "Nine-Tails, from now on, the chakra supply cannot be less than 3,500 bottles each time." Uchiha thoughtfully exempted the Nine-Tails from the quota of 200 bottles. This was the amount for a Two Tails. He was already kind enough. What? Cough cough cough. The Nine-Tails couldn't help coughing. Why did they have to squeeze 3,500 bottles every time? "I won't do it, you inherently evil Uchiha brat. Two Tails, that stinky cat, will squeeze less than 1/10 of my chakra each time from now on, yet your living conditions are so much better than mine. This is unfair." The Nine-Tails immediately rejected Uchiha-nan's request. He was squeezed so much chakra each time, but his living conditions were not as good as those of the lowly horse-tailed beast, Two Tails. Why should he contribute? Uchiha remained silent. To consistently extract this much chakra, Kurama must fully cooperate with Mito Uzumaki's chakra extraction, otherwise, too much chakra will be consumed and worn out. Kurama, you need to think long-term. This is only temporary. The conditions I promised you won't change. As soon as Mito Uzumaki dies, you'll immediately enjoy even more luxurious treatment than the Two Tails. The forest alone will be 10 times the size of the Two Tails. That's fine, right? Uchiha Kusunoki pondered for a few seconds before resorting to his usual guise. HMPH, do you think I'll believe that? The Two Tails cat proves I've always been friendly to the tailed beasts. The tailed beasts are friends of humanity. Go to hell. You're just craving the tailed beast's chakra. Kurama wished he could crush Uchiha Kusunoki to death. This black-hearted bastard was clearly craving the tailed beast's chakra, wanting to use it like a giant power bank. Mutual benefit, mutual benefit. There are too many evil people in the ninja world who harbor evil intentions towards the tailed beasts. At least I won't imprison them. I'll give you a forest to live in, with everything you need for food, drink, and entertainment, and I'll even protect you. You just pay rent every month, and you'll only be out of action for a week at most. If you work on restoring your chakra, maybe you can even be faster." Uchiha coughed, trying to justify his actions. "Bullshit, cough cough cough. I'm the Nine-Tails. Who in this ninja world can defeat me? Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, don't mention those two bastards." The Nine-Tails flew into rage at the mention of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. If it weren't for Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it would still be roaming freely in the ninja world. "Brainless beasts," Uchiha Madara cursed, controlling the Nine-Tails with just his eyes. "Your power is truly formidable." Senju Hashirama praised the Nine-Tails' strength and grabbed it with one hand. The shadow deep within the Nine-Tails' heart. "Is there no room for negotiation? No, you inherently evil Uchiha brat, not a single word of truth comes out of your mouth. I won't trust you anymore." The Nine-Tails turned its head away, not wanting to waste time talking to Uchiha. "Well, then, I'll go select a new generation of Nine-Tails Jinchuriki now. Since you're unwilling to cooperate like a cat, I can only keep you imprisoned and slowly drain your chakra. When the time comes, I'll free the One-Tails Shukaku, the Three-Tails Fuki, the Four-Tails Son Goku, the Five-Tails Mu Wang, the Six-Tails Rhino Dog, the Seven-Tails Shigeaki, and the Eight-Tails Jayuki, and bring them all to Konoha. Each tailed beast will have a large forest. Just pay a little rent on time and you'll be fine. Kurama, if you don't consider me a friend, I naturally won't warmly greet you." Uchiha sighed as he spoke, and then he turned around and immediately sealed the space. 1, 2, 3. Uchiha muttered to himself, and at the third second, the Nine-Tails' voice reached his ears. "Wait a minute, Uchiha, can't we talk?" The Nine-Tails had yielded once again. Surely that black-hearted bastard was capable of such a thing. From now on, all his tailed beast brothers would be free, living in the great forests of Konoha, while he himself was still living in this shabby, dark prison. He paid the most chakra every month, yet still received the worst living conditions. It was pure hell. "Talk, Nine-Tails, you didn't look like you were in a negotiation." Uchiha put on airs, sneering inwardly. "A mere Nine-Tails wants to control me? A few more decades of imprisonment, and you'll be obedient." Ahem, I was just kidding. I've always believed in you." The Nine-Tails forced a smile and spoke hurriedly. Really, really, the Nine-Tails spoke loudly, trying to hold his frail body together. 3,500 bottles every time. Uchiha smiled with satisfaction and repeated the number again. Sure, as long as you meet my requirements, Kyuubi nodded, but was about to add additional conditions. Chapter 215 Kokuzu, Little White Hair, he has figured it out, and half of the family property belongs to me. First, I want the largest forest. I'm the boss of the tailed beasts, and my forest must be 10 times larger than the two tails. And, the Nine Tails laid out a host of additional conditions, all meant to highlight its status as a tailed beast. As a nine-tailed beast, the leader among them, it was natural that it should be treated with the highest standards. However, to Uchiha, these were merely insignificant requests, and he readily agreed. Besides, Uzumaki Miro still had a long life ahead of him, so he offered the Nine Tails a pie in the sky. Whether the conditions agreed to now could be fulfilled in the future, cough cough cough, we'll see then. Also, from now on, Uzumaki Miro can no longer bind me with chains. The Nine Tails spoke with a deep sense of resentment, clearly dissatisfied with Uzumaki Mito. Well, as long as you stay in the sealed space and hand over your chakra every month as agreed, I don't really care about the conflict between you and Uzumaki Mito. As for the chains, the bindings, the spankings, you can discuss these matters with Uzumaki Mito yourself. Uchiha didn't want to get involved in the Kyuubi and Mito's petty affairs. One was a menopausal old woman, the other a snarky, tsundere, and scheming fox. It would be absurd for these two to live together without a fight, so let them resolve their differences on their own. No, Mito, that stinking old woman, that stinking bitch, I can't communicate with her. She's a crazy bitch. I just scolded her a few times, and she got mad and started using violence against me. She's just relying on the sealed space. I can't beat her, the Kyuubi rambled on, denouncing Mito for all the evil she'd done to it over the years. I heard that stinky fox teasing me behind my back again, saying bad things about me. Mito Uzumaki had also arrived at the sealed space, but Kyuubi was unfazed. Uchiha Kusunoki had a request, and Kyuubi refused to believe Mito Uzumaki would dare lay a hand on him right in front of him. I'm going to curse, Mito Uzumaki, you're a stupid, crazy bitch, you stinking bitch. Uchiha Kusunoki listened patiently. After all, she wasn't being insulted, but Kyuubi's insults were certainly filthy. Uchiha Kusunoki, I can't help it. Mito Uzumaki's face was ashen, her hair rippling in the wind. Several chains appeared on her body, ready to be used at any moment, to bind Kyuubi in a tortoise-shell bind and give him a severe whipping. Alright, Mito, as the saying goes, a step back opens up a new world. Konoha needs the Nine Tails chakra, because you've been unable to connect with the Nine Tails and become a perfect Jinchuriki. Every time you extract the tailed beast's chakra, you waste a lot of it. That loss should rightfully be attributed to you. Uchiha Kusunoki quickly stopped Mito Uzumaki from making a move and demanded a soul-searching question. Can this be blamed on me? Mito Uzumaki looked indignant, clearly surprised by Uchiha Kusunoki's shamelessness. If not you, then me, Uchiha Kusunoki said matter-of-factly, with no regard for Mito Uzumaki's feelings. This time, he chose to side with the Nine Tails. After all, it was the one providing the chakra. The Nine Tails was a massive power bank that could save Konoha tens of digits a year, and with rising coal prices, that figure would only increase. Now that Kurama is willing to cooperate with Konoha, this is a highly profitable deal. But for Kurama's sake, I'll let go of your past losses. From now on, you can no longer use chains to restrain the Nine Tails without my consent, Uchiha Kusunoki said calmly, as the Nine Tails behind him laughed wildly and triumphantly. Mito, do you hear me? This is all for my sake. Why? The Nine Tails' filthy mouth, what am I supposed to do with it? That's easy. You can exchange insults with the Nine Tails, as long as you don't use violence. You can't be out-argued by the Nine Tails, right? Uchiha Kusunoki asked Uzumaki Mito with a smile on his face. How could that be possible? Uzumaki Mito clearly wouldn't give in. 3 rules, Mito. If you ever hurt Kurama again, someone I consider a dear friend, a brother, I'll deduct money from your 1 million ryo, you beast, you black-hearted bastard. I don't agree, Uzumaki Mito blushed. Signing that damn contract was already making her regret it. Uchiha Kusunoki was still eyeing the 1 million ryo. Enough, Mito, I'm the Hokage, I have the final say, Uchiha Kusunoki said with a grin, and then, with a cat in his arms, he couldn't wait to leave the Konoha power plant. It was already late at night, and he had to go back to sleep. Uzumaki Miro stood there, helpless and furious, calling Uchiha Kusunoki a beast and a black-hearted bastard, but he couldn't hear a word he said. "Mito, stop cursing. Uchiha Kusunoki has already walked away, but you're right. Uchiha Kusunoki is indeed a beast. He's a black-hearted bastard." The Kyuubi didn't stand with Uchiha Kusunoki just because he momentarily defended him. "Shut up, you stinking fox, you're no good either. Why do you still want to fight? Don't you want the money? I'm your big money man, you're relying on me for your money." Uzumaki Mito's face darkened, his demeanor terrifyingly gloomy, but he still had some sense and silently withdrew the chains behind him. "You stinking fox." 3 days later. Konoha remained calm, but the situation in the ninja world was even more devastating. The Rain Village fired the first shot in an armed rebellion against the nobles, and the nobles united with the 4 major ninja villages to attack the Rain Village. But now, this major hotspot has become a thing of the past. The 2 major battles between the Kumagakure village and the Iwagakure village have become the new focus. Not only are there fierce battles, but even the tail beasts and their Jinchuriki have been deployed. Konoha's news writers work tirelessly, delivering the latest news to the ninja world. After all, traffic is money. As the heroes of the ninja world braved death on the battlefield, Konoha's signal base stations quietly spread from the Land of Fire, gradually infiltrating the surrounding small nations. Across the continent, in the small ninja village of Kirigakure, known for its slow news, Mizuto led the Kirigakure troops to camp in the Bear Country. Konoha TV's daily news was a must-watch for Mizuto. From all the information coming in, Mizuto concluded that the relationship between Kumagakure and Iwagakure had gone from cohabiting but different dreams allies to unending hostility. Relations between the 2 villages had plummeted to rock bottom, with no chance of recovery. The truth of the matter was difficult to determine. But every clue pointed to Konoha as the mastermind behind both the Rain Village and the war between Kumagakure and Iwagakure. Even the internal conflicts within the Hidden Mist village, threatening to erupt at this very moment, are inextricably linked to Konoha. Those social activists roaming the streets of the Land of Water love to peddle erotic videos while handing out free Konoha-published magazines. They're called Yilin. They're full of clichés laced with ulterior motives, with articles specifically targeting the Hidden Mist village, constantly provoking the Kekai clan within the village and vigorously promoting the superiority of their rule over the ninja villages. Konoha is the prime example. Most importantly, these magazines persist despite repeated bans. The Second Hokage, that despicable fellow, bundles these magazines with erotic movies. Who can ban the circulation of erotic movies? In short, Mizuto is convinced that Uchiha Kusunoki is a monstrous villain, and that the Hidden Mist village will sooner or later be implicated by him. He'd like to remain silent, but the situation no longer allows it. The nobles don't care about the right and wrong of the ninja community. They only want to put an end to these rebellious people in the Rain Village. The daimyo of the Land of Water had already issued 18 golden orders in a single day, ordering Mizuto to mobilize the Hidden Mist army and march towards the village of Rain. There was even a threat in his words. Perhaps the position of Mizukage would be better served by a ninja from the Kekai clan. Of course, the daimyo of the Land of Wind felt the same way. The village of Sand Village waited patiently, their minor border skirmishes with the village of Rain causing great discontent among the daimyo of the Land of Wind. Push forward, the daimyo of the Land of Wind roared in his chambers, and it took more than a dozen golden orders for Mosa to take further action. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the daimyo of the Land of Earth were under immense pressure. Their desks were covered with piles of letters. Daimyo of all nations in the ninja world were writing to them, demanding that they quickly resolve the conflict between the Hidden Kumo village and the Hidden Rock village. Compared to the daimyo of the Land of Earth, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning could be considered the one who suffered the most. The Iwagakure village treacherously allied with Konoha, while the Sand village Agakure perpetrated a deceptive scheme in the Land of Lightning, profiting greatly from the latter. A wave of interlopers appeared in cities across the Land of Lightning, drastically increasing the workload of the government offices. Every day, scores of victims came to the government offices seeking justice, some even carrying corpses. Even prominent figures in the Land of Lightning were targeted, clamoring for answers from the Land of Earth and the Iwagakure village. Regardless, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was destined to be the victim. He urgently met with the daimyo of the Land of Earth. After a brief exchange of views, they decided to jointly mediate a conflict between the Kumagakure and the Iwagakure villages. The daimyo, preoccupied with pleasure, felt the existence of the Rain village was a matter of life and death for them. At this time, efficiency was exceptional. From selecting a negotiation date and location to contacting the third kami Inoki and all the other miscellaneous tasks, all took only a day or two. The daimyo of the Land of Earth and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning personally intervened, defusing the impending war between Iwagakure and Kumagakure. The ninja armies of both sides retreated 30 miles to a safe distance, with peace talks set to begin soon. Uchiha Kusunoki, far away in Konoha, marveled at the daimyo's efficiency. The Iwagakure village was relatively safe. They were guilty of a crime. Backstabbing an ally was inherently unseemly. While the losses from two major wars were significant, the profits from a single Ponzi scheme could easily offset those losses. If reconciliation between Iwagakure and Kumagakure could be achieved, Inoki would be more than willing to negotiate with him. Previously, he had been deceived by Konoha's sweet talk and accidentally let his underwear slip. Furthermore, the Iwagakure village hadn't signed an alliance agreement with Konoha, meaning this time, their affair was a condom. Kumagakure's darling, Konoha is wearing it, he's wearing it. But the Kumagakure's shrewd victims weren't so easily persuaded. Those dark-skinned burly men are fat tigers, not fat cats. When faced with betrayal, they prefer to fight for justice with fists and knives, not foolishly jump into the river. Moreover, the third Hiroshi AI is now wrapped up like the second Hiroshi Tsuchikage, covered in bandages and scarred, having nearly lost his life. Now the Iwagakure village wants to change their ways and mend their past ties? Too late. Give me back my money. The benefits Iwagakure has taken are certainly not to be spitted out, otherwise Inoki's blow would have been in vain. The Land of Lightning must have invested heavily. Uchiha Kusunoki sat in his office, reviewing the latest intelligence, pondering the current situation. Even if Iwagakure and Kumagakure were to reach a peace agreement, it would still be a formality, forcing them to be wary of each other. It's a shame the two villages didn't fight to the bitter end. Regardless, the original strategic goal of dismantling the alliance between Iwagakure and Kumagakure had been achieved. Hokage-sama, the negotiations went smoothly. Kakuzu soon entered with a beaming smile, interrupting Uchiha Kusu's thoughts. The Land of Rain has 4 large iron mines, 3 coal mines, and more. All of these have been pledged by Hanzo Sancho in exchange for food and supplies from Konoha. I thought I'd have to waste some time with Hanzo Sancho, but the Sand Village suddenly increased their attacks and raided the Rain Village's defenses. Well done. It seems Hanzo Sancho is getting anxious. Uchiha Kusu poured Kokuzu a coke and invited him to sit down. Once seated, Kokuzu recounted the entire negotiation process from beginning to end. Konoha's terms weren't harsh, and compared to those smugglers, they were quite lenient, but Hanzo Sancho continued to push for the Land of Rain's interests. The recent failed attempts at tackling the Sand Village, the head-on blow from the Iwagakure village, and the news of impending peace talks between the Iwagakure village and the Kumagakure village caught Hanzo off guard, forcing him to agree to all of Kokuzu's demands. Why didn't Hatake Tsukumo come with you? Did he go to the Rain village to negotiate? The little white-haired guy doesn't have the guts to leave Konoha anymore. He's still busy dating, so how is it going? He's dated dozens of women. Should be coming soon, right? He hasn't gotten through to dozens yet. It seems Hatake Tsukumo has very high standards. It's mainly because what you said the other day, Hokage-sama, scared him. He wants to marry a woman who meets his standards in both appearance and character. There aren't that many good women in this world. Uchiha Kusunoki and Kokuzu unknowingly changed the subject and talked about Hatake Tsukumo. By the way, Lord Hokage, Little White Hair is going to sign a contract with me in 2 days. He has thought it through, and he wants you to be his guarantor then. What contract? It's that after Little White Hair dies, he will give me half of his property, and I will be responsible for protecting his son and wife. Kokuzu showed a triumphant smile on his face, looking like a profiteer. Chapter 216. It's time for Konoha to show its true strength. So anxious, Hatake Tsukumo hasn't even decided on a wife yet, and there's no sign of a son yet. Why should he be so anxious about this kind of agreement? Uchiha Kusunoki sighed for a moment. Hatake Tsukumo, the mighty figure of the ninja world during the Second Shinobi World War, had become what he is now. Shrewd and mercenary, cautious, with a knack for inspirational quotes. Kokuzu, you're truly heartless. Hokage-sama, you have no idea how many people out there want to kill that little white-haired kid. Not only do many people want to kill him, but they're also willing to spend money on him. As far as I know, Konoha has spies keeping watch, targeting that little white-haired kid, Hatake Tsukumo. 4 or 5 of these people have been apprehended by the Konoha guard, and they're still relentless, and they've even tried poisoning. If that little white-haired kid wasn't so cautious by nature, always cooking and buying his own ingredients, and always testing his food for poison when he eats out, then, well, Kakuzu didn't finish his words, but snorted a few times. Uchiha Kusu's eyes widened. The assassination attempts against Hatake Tsukumo had become so rampant, no wonder Hatake Tsukumo was willing to sign such an agreement. The Konoha guard has no follow-up action? This kind of vicious incident will be investigated to the end according to regulations, and even Mianbu will be involved. Uchiha asked about the follow-up progress of the incident. He had already issued a personal safety protection order to Hatake Tsukumo. The Konoha guard and the Anbu would escort Hatake Tsukumo's safety. After all, no matter what, Hatake Tsukumo risked his life for Konoha. Although his methods were a bit ahem. But in the end, it was all for Konoha. If Hatake Tsukumo had left Konoha and been assassinated, it would have been fine. But now such an assassination happened in Konoha. This is a slap in his face. The power behind this group is immense. The members they sent out committed suicide upon capture, and their brains have undergone special manipulation. The Yamanaka clan's psychic techniques have had little effect, yielding only a few clues. Tracing the spy source is no easy task. We might even have to trace them back to the Land of Lightning, which would involve crossing several countries. Well, this is indeed very difficult. They're not bounty hunters, they're pure assassins. Uchiha Kusunoki frowned after hearing Kakuzu's words. The group seeking to kill Hatake Tsukumo were truly willing to spend money. These were assassins. They weren't bounty hunters, who were only after money, but they valued their lives more than anything else. Only a bounty hunter like Kakuzu could pull off such a crime against Konoha. He was incredibly powerful and valued money over his life. He was so desperate after losing money and futures that he even went to Konoha's main camp alone to ambush members of the Hyuga clan. It seems the Land of Lightning and the Hidden Cloud Village have taken action. Uchiha expressed his own judgment. Death warriors are not something that ordinary people can train. Either the big figures of the Land of Lightning have taken action, or the victims of the Hidden Cloud Village have taken action, or the two groups have simply merged. Then I can only wish Hatake Tsukumo good luck. I hope he can find a good wife as soon as possible and give birth to a white and fat son. Then I will give him a big red envelope. Uchiha was also at a loss about this matter. It is said that if you can only steal for 1,000 days, you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. He has done everything he can, and the rest depends on Hatake Tsukumo's luck. After all, Hatake Tsukumo's money is not a small amount. Even if a ninja of his level in Konoha works hard for 3 lifetimes, he will not earn as much as Hatake Tsukumo this time. Hokage-sama, I will tell the little white-haired boy. And before Hatake Tsukumo gets married and has a son, I will find a way to protect him. After all, his family property is very rich, especially the dividends from this Ponzi scheme. And, Kakuzu's green eyes flashed with brilliance, and he was determined to get Hatake Tsukumo's property. Not only the property, but even Hatake Tsukumo's body. Kakuzu was drooling. Hatake Tsukumo's head is more valuable than his property. Kakuzu is an adult, he wants Hatake Tsukumo's property, and he also wants Hatake Tsukumo's bounty. I hope Hatake Tsukumo can work hard and get married and have a son as soon as possible. And those leaks in the Hidden Cloud Village must continue to work hard. Ordinary ninjas can't kill Hatake Tsukumo. It takes a group of powerful ninjas to gather and kill Hatake Tsukumo. Knowing that he had caused a big disaster, Hatake Tsukumo never stopped practicing. Only when he became strong enough could he live longer. The sharp, unique sword technique unleashed a flash of white light. Even Kakuzu and Hatake Tsukumo would have felt dreadful fighting, and Kakuzu's life could have been lost in a moment of carelessness. It seems that signing this agreement with you is quite a good deal for Hatake Tsukumo, Uchiha Kusunoki said, a smile spreading across his face as he watched the radiant Kakuzu. Of course, Hokage-sama, I won't linger here any longer. I have a business deal to discuss. The civilians of the Land of Waves are pooling funds to hire Konoha's engineering team to build a massive bridge. Not only that, but we're also hiring Konoha's ninja to drive out the surrounding Ronin. These poor bastards can't squeeze much out of their money. They definitely can't afford it. But once the bridge is built, it will become the sole transportation hub connecting the land of waves and the land of fire. So I plan to lend them a loan and acquire the operating rights for a portion of the bridge. I can then earn a fortune in tolls without any effort, and building a canning factory in the land of waves will definitely be profitable. It is close to the sea and has abundant fish resources. Moreover, the civilians of the land of waves have been fishermen for generations, and most of them have boats at home. It is easy to hire a large number of employees who are proficient in fishing skills and have their own production tools. It's a huge profit, a huge profit. When Kokuzu talked about investment, he became eloquent again. He took out a portable calculator from his pocket and calculated a lot. The cost of this business was not high, but the profit was not small. Uchiha listened to Kokuzu's plan patiently, nodding his head from time to time, his face full of appreciation for Kokuzu. This was his ideal employee. It was a super wise choice to let Kokuzu join Konoha. Uchiha had some impression of the small country of Wave Country. It was a small island country close to the Fire Country, with a weak country and poor people. In the original Naruto, it was the first mission location of Team 7. At that time, the Wave Country was still ruled by a third-rate character named Cardo. In order to prevent the construction of the bridge, this third-rate character even asked Zabuza, the rebel ninja of Kirigakure, to come to the rescue. But these are now insignificant things, and Uchiha didn't care about it. The only thing that Uchiha cared about was this bridge. After the bridge was built in the original Naruto, it did benefit from the support of the Fire Country, and the spring breeze of industrialization blew to the Wave Country. In just a few years, the land of waves prospered. Go for it. I trust your vision, Hokage-sama. I'll be leaving now, Kokuzu said, and hurriedly left Uchiha Kusunoki's office. Then, Uchiha Kusunoki stretched and walked over to the map hanging in his office. He carefully examined the map, found the land of waves, and marked it. Another country was about to be conquered by Konoha. Cheap labor, markets, raw materials, all of this would be open to Konoha because of a bridge. Good times were coming for the land of waves. The kindness of Konoha's benevolent father would soon reach the land of waves. It felt so good to achieve victory without a single drop of blood. The next moment, the appearance of black slime on the soles of his feet interrupted Uchiha Kusunoki's reverie. Brother, I'm back, ow, you can come in through the main gate from now on. Don't appear so mysteriously beneath my feet. As Uchiha said this, he habitually touched the bald head of Black Zetsu. It was sticky and smooth, with a very strange touch, and quite comfortable. Oh, I see, brother. Black Zetsu closed his eyes and enjoyed Uchiha-nan's touch. How have you found out about the situation in the Sky Ninja Village? Uchiha-nan returned to his seat and asked about the intelligence of the Sky Ninja Village. Black Zetsu should have been staking out the Sky Ninja Village, and now he came back without a word, so he must have something important to report. The troops of the Sky Ninja Village set off the night before yesterday, carrying the Zero Tail and the aerial fortress, heading towards Konoha. Uchiha-nan's tone was filled with impatience. He had long wanted to find an excuse to destroy the Soren Ninja Village, but the situation in the ninja world changed too quickly, so he kept delaying. But there was nothing he could do about it. Uchiha-nan was not a god, and it was impossible for him to calculate everything. Now that the Soren Ninja Village has taken the initiative to let Konoha chop off its head, Konoha can't be blamed. No, brother, they are heading towards the Hidden Cloud Village. What? Hidden Cloud Village? Uchiha-nan exclaimed, why is he heading towards the Hidden Cloud Village? According to the original work, the Sky Ninja Village was strong in military and horses during this period. Especially after they invented this special artificial creation of the Zero Tail, which could absorb human negative emotions and transform them into dark chakra for large fortresses. They also created air fortresses and flying ninjas, and completely controlled the air supremacy. As a result, they became so arrogant that they thought the Sky Ninja Village could compete with Konoha, and they were complacent after achieving a temporary victory in the air raid on Konoha. Then they provoked the other three major ninja villages, relying on the characteristics of the Air Force. A wave of airstrikes destroyed the ground facilities, and then repeated airstrikes to eliminate the ninja village's vitality. Relying on such a rogue tactic, they were invincible in the war. And finally they even arrogantly believed that the Sky Ninja Village could unify the 5 major countries with its air force. However, this idea was quickly slapped in the face by Konoha. Konoha? taking advantage of the air fortress's resupply on the ground, launched a surprise attack. The air ninjas, without even a chance to take off, were strangled by Konoha's ninjas. That battle nearly destroyed the aerial village, and all the spoils, including the Zero Tail, went to Konoha. Only a remnant of the aerial ninja remained, led by Shinin, lingering in the ninja world, disguising themselves and gathering funds during the two ninja world wars, hoping to restore the aerial village to its former glory. Ultimately, they were defeated by Naruto. Uchiha Non reminisced about the story of the aerial village. The aerial village's first attempt to establish its power in the ninja world was supposed to be against Konoha. Now, it had become the Hidden Cloud Village. It seemed the aerial village was picking on a weak opponent, and Konoha was too stubborn. Coincidentally, the Hidden Cloud Village's main forces were all in the Land of Earth, giving the aerial village a golden opportunity. What a tragedy for the Hidden Cloud Village. Their elite troops had gone out seeking revenge, and now their homeland was on the verge of destruction. Their own butterfly effect had finally affected the Hidden Cloud Village. Uchiha Kusunoki held a 3-second silence for the Hidden Cloud Village. He was accustomed to these plot twists. After all, the current plot had completely deteriorated compared to the original. Even the main boss, Uchiha Madara, was still screwing in the Konoha factory. Although Uchiha Kusunoki couldn't quite fathom his train of thought, it was a good thing anyway. As long as he was willing to retire in Konoha and not cause trouble, he could do whatever he wanted. If Uchiha Madara loved screwing, then let him shine in the factory. It would be a good opportunity for him to contribute to Konoha. Meanwhile, competition within Konoha's factories was becoming increasingly fierce, and it was becoming common for ninjas to leave their jobs and join the factory industry. Rapid advancement within the factory ranks through ninja status was no longer as easy as it had been a few years ago. Everything was based on performance assessments. Those who worked harder and faster were rewarded with rapid advancement. Uchiha Madara had always been a leader. Even after becoming factory director, he remained on the commendation list, moving from a model employee to a model director. Uchiha Kusunoki also consciously sought to portray Uchiha Madara as a model similar to Orochimaru. A true example of someone who rose from low-level employee to factory director. His journey was imbued with the Konoha dream and Uchiha Kusunoki's new era of fire will. Konoha TV was preparing an interview with Uchiha Madara, hoping he would share his experiences in Konoha and spread Konoha's fire will to the entire ninja world. Brother, what should we do now? The Sky Village's aerial fortress is crucial to saving Mother. While it's a backup plan, we can't give up, Black Zetsu said anxiously. Uchiha Kusunoki patted Black Zetsu's head again, signaling him to remain calm. As long as your thinking doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. The Sky Village's actions are beyond evil. They even disregard the 5 great ninja villages. They attacked the Hidden Cloud Village today, and they'll attack Konoha tomorrow, Uchiha Non said righteously. He was determined to get the Zero Tail in a large group of technical personnel from the Sky Ninja Village. If the Sky Ninja Village provokes those mad dogs from the Cloud Village, the end will definitely not be good. After all, there are still 3,000 nails in the broken ship. Even Konoha does not want to fight with the Cloud Village at this time. Originally, I wanted to continue to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, let the 4 major ninja villages bleed slowly, and weaken their strength, but now I have to take action. Konoha must find an excuse to get involved. Uchiha Non sat in a chair and pondered. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217 The Konoha Scythe comes out again. This time the target is the entire ninja world. Uchiha Kusunoki crossed his fingers, his head bowed in thought. The power of the aerial ninja village should not be underestimated. That damned air supremacy would be incredibly difficult to achieve. Aerial ninjas didn't require immense strength, they only needed chakra control and a modicum of maneuverability. Even a mere Jinan could soar through the heavens, bombard the ground with the grenades, and then simply walk away. Defeating such an enemy would be a formidable undertaking for Konoha. Furthermore, the ninja army would have to be dispatched across several countries, a massive logistical burden alone. Such a war would be incredibly expensive, and Konoha also had to supply the entire Rain country. If they sat back and watched the clash from the sidelines, as they currently did, they might be able to hold their own. But if they personally entered the fray, things would be much more difficult. Any entry of Konoha into the war would undoubtedly unsettle public sentiment, sending a chain reaction from Konoha to the Land of Fire. Citizens would rush to buy supplies, while businesses would stockpile goods. Prices in the Land of Fire would also rise. If Konoha wants to supply the entire Rain country, its costs will skyrocket. Especially since the Sands village has intensified its attacks on the Omegacure, and the Mist village is approaching the border, poised to attack. The Rain country is facing internal and external troubles. Most importantly, the Omegacure can't fall just yet. Its historical mission isn't over yet. It's a real headache. We must reduce the cost of this war and achieve a swift conclusion. Simply for the sake of Zero Tail, the Spirit Soundnet project isn't worth a fuss, waging a war of annihilation against a friendly ninja village across several countries. For that reason alone, the deal is a bit of a loss. But the Spirit Sauna and the technicians from the Sky Village are truly delicious. Now, we also need to help the Rain country share the pressure on both fronts. We need to find the best of both worlds, a way to both reduce combat costs and help the Rain country alleviate its burden. A moment later, Uchiha Kusunoki's tightly closed eyes suddenly fluttered open, and he pulled out a worn-out agreement from the second drawer of his desk. The Unura Agreement. The second subsection of Article 3 clearly states, anyone who disrupts the peace of the ninja world will be attacked jointly by the 5 major ninja villages. Although this agreement is no different from toilet paper, the cage of the 5 major ninja villages have truly signed it, making it completely legal. The attack on the Abyssal village is no ordinary evil, it has completely destroyed the peace of the ninja world. Konoha must uphold the banner of justice, form and lead a coalition of the 5 major ninja villages to jointly suppress the Abyssal village. The reason is ridiculous, but it doesn't matter, the effect is what matters. Konoha will then urgently convene a 5-cage meeting to form a joint ninja army and completely destroy the Abyssal village. This will also allow everyone in the ninja world to clearly see the situation. In the ninja world, Konoha's words carry more weight than the daimyo. The daimyo can't gather a 5/9th level coalition, but Konoha can. The Abyssal village attacked the home of the Kumagakure village, and the Kumagakure village has become a mad dog, determined to fight the Abyssal village to the death. If Konoha is willing to lend a hand and help the Kumagakure village destroy the Abyssal village, they will be absolutely willing. In the Sand village, Uchiha Kusunoki was confident that he could convince Masa to respond to the 5-cage summit. In the Iwagakure, if Inoki still wanted to rekindle his relationship with the third Hokage, he would have to join the coalition. It shouldn't be a problem for Konoha and the Sand village to unite and put pressure on the Iwagakure. As for the Kurigakure, the meeting ended in a 4-1 situation, and I think Mizuto would understand. After careful consideration, Uchiha Kusunoki felt that this plan was perfectly acceptable. It would reduce the cost of war, and the 5 major ninja villages could join forces to attack the Air village, allowing the evil Air village to be quickly eliminated. While the 5 ninja coalition was eliminating the Air village, the Rain village would also have time to ease domestic conflicts. Hao Dao, I already have a perfect plan. You continue to gather intelligence on the front line. If there's an emergency on the front line, just let White Zetsu notify me. It's too tiring for you to run back and forth between the two sides. Uchiha Non sat up from the chair and walked to the side of Black Zetsu. As he spoke, he touched Black Zetsu's smooth head with a gentle smile on his face. Brother, I know. Black Zetsu rubbed Uchiha Nan's hand, and a warmth flowed through his heart. My brother is such a gentle person. Be careful. Yes. Black Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Non reluctantly, then turned into a pool of black liquid that seeped into the floor, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hao Dao, why don't you still like to go through the main gate? After Uchiha Non complained in his heart, he summoned Narashikawan, intending to tell Narashikawan in advance about Konoha's next move. Although Uchiha Non planned to pull the other 4 major ninja villages onto the chariot to reduce the cost of war and jointly eliminate the evil empty ninja village. But no matter what, this is also a costly war, and it is necessary to prepare for an emergency 5 shadow talks and subsequent war mobilization. The things involved are extremely cumbersome, and Uchiha Non will certainly not work hard for it. He is only responsible for taking the lead in the project. Everything else naturally requires a qualified subordinate to share Uchiha Nan's worries and solve problems. Narashikawan is the best candidate. Will the aerial village attack the hidden cloud village? Are you going to call an emergency 5-cage meeting? Are you also going to form a 5-ninja coalition to destroy the aerial village? Narashikeon, after hearing Uchiha Kusunoki's plan, immediately asked 3 questions in a row. Don't be so excited. Calm down. How about a cold cola? Uchiha Kusunoki expertly offered a cola, urging Narashikeon to calm down and not fuss. Hokage-sama, why is it so sudden? The aerial village attacks the hidden cloud village. What does this have to do with Konoha? Narashikeon was completely bewildered, unable to comprehend Uchiha Kusunoki's reasoning. Uchiha Kusunoki was silent for a second or two, debating whether to tell Narashikeon the purpose of his mental sauna. If he had known, he wouldn't have let Kakuzu leave. Without Kakuzu, the scapegoat, he couldn't bring himself to bring this up first. It's in response to the Shadame-sama's will of fire. For peace and justice in the ninja world, for democracy and freedom, Uchiha Kusunoki skillfully used the will of fire as a shield, but Narashikeon was no child. The Hokage never did anything without profit, so those slogans might be enough to fool the villagers of Konoha. Well, I'm doing this for the technology of the Sky Ninja Village and the large number of scientific researchers there. Faced with Narashikeon's sincere look, Uchiha Kusunoki finally stopped talking and began to speak the truth seriously. You're fully aware of Konoha's intelligence on the aerial ninja village. Compared to ninjutsu, they possess extremely advanced technology, such as machine tools and CAD, which Konoha desperately needs. The Minister of Science and Technology is responsible for multiple research projects, and he's overwhelmed. Some of the research projects span a wide range, resulting in slow progress on some projects. There's also the aerial fortress and the aerial ninja force. These technologies are extremely important to Konoha's future development. If the hidden cloud village gets there first and masters their technology, Konoha's future will be in jeopardy. That's all. Narashikeon nodded in agreement as he listened to Uchiha Kusunoki's words. He certainly couldn't let the hidden cloud village destroy the aerial ninja village on its own and then acquire its technology. But Narashikeon had a feeling that Uchiha Kusunoki was hiding something. Of course, there are other purposes, such as relieving the pressure on the rain country. The Sand Village and the Mist Village have already gathered heavy troops to encircle and suppress the rain country. Konoha must do its best to relieve the pressure on the rain country. Yes, Hokage. Narashikeon was sensible and did not ask any further questions. The Hokage was far-sighted and had his own considerations. As a subordinate, asking too many questions would be extremely dangerous. Narashikeon, I will make the following arrangements. Use the 4th and 6th columns, plus 12 elite Anbu-Junin squads, and the Fire Country's standing army to strengthen the Fire Country's defense line. 2, 3, and 5, 3 columns, plus the Uchiha Direct Army to fight the Air Ninja, the 1st column, the 7th, 8th, and 9th columns, as well as the Konoha garrison troops, will remain in Konoha and be on standby at all times. Repeat that to me. Yes, Hokage, I'll repeat it now. Narashikeon had an excellent memory. Uchiha not only had to say it once, and he remembered it. Hokage-sama, should we take advantage of this opportunity to reap another harvest of profits? Narashikita suggested to Uchiha Kusunoki. Since Konoha was already planning to send troops, why not seize this opportunity to reap another harvest of profits? Ninja financial companies have flourished throughout the Land of Fire, expanding continuously over the years and even opening branches in the capitals and major cities of most ninja nations. Leveraging Konoha's years of experience in business, its immense strength, and its connections within the Land of Fire's court, futures companies are no longer limited to pig iron, but now deal in dozens or even hundreds of futures contracts, covering every industry in the Land of Fire and even influencing prices across the ninja world. The Fireland pig iron business, in particular, was Konoha's original source of wealth. Over the years, Konoha has continuously acquired Fireland pig iron companies and purchased large iron mines, becoming an industry trust and the largest market maker in pig iron futures. The current volatile situation in the ninja world, with gamblers aplenty, presents a perfect opportunity to reap the profits. Great idea, Uchiha nodded in agreement. So much time had passed, the leak's wallets must have swelled again. He'd have to cut them loose. Hokage-sama, Hatake Tsukumo should still be in Konoha? He's incredibly famous now. If Hatake Tsukumo were to come forward, with his online troll army and new media like TV and radio, he'd definitely drive the ninja world's investors crazy. Narashikeon mentioned Hatake Tsukumo. He wanted to see him back. He'd made 2 consecutive moves, reaping countless traffic in the ninja world. At least in the investment world, his reputation was legendary, a status unparalleled by any standards. Both of his projects could have devastated an entire country. Normally, Hatake Tsukumo's reputation would have been tarnished. But Hatake Tsukumo's two major projects, if you weren't greedy, were guaranteed to yield a tidings of wealth. He'd amassed a ton of bounties and a legion of fans. If Hatake Tsukumo reappeared, with Konoha's vast financial resources and Nara Shikeon's profound trading skills, he would surely be able to manipulate the market to his heart's content, repeatedly reaping the benefits, and completely slashing the newly emerged leaks in the land of fire and the ninja world. Hiss, this isn't good. Uchiha Kusunoki was tempted to agree immediately. But Hatake Tsukumo had just incited the land of lightning to its fullest, and if the land of fire continued to incite hatred, and there was still the ninja world, could Hatake Tsukumo really survive in the ninja world? Hokage-sama, Konoha ninjas are meant to dedicate themselves to Konoha. Konoha's personal involvement means the escalation of the war. Prices in not only the land of fire but also the ninja world will fluctuate violently. Combined with Hatake Tsukumo's huge traffic, the amount of money cut from this leaks will definitely be an astronomical figure. Maybe it can make up for most of Konoha's military expenses this time. Hatake Tsukumo's selfless sacrifice can save Konoha a lot of money, and he may not die. As long as he doesn't leave Konoha for the rest of his life, the chance of death is not high. I've seen his swordsmanship, it's really sharp. Nara Shikeon tried his best to persuade Uchiha, hoping that Uchiha would order Hatake Tsukumo to cooperate with his actions. Alice, what can I do? What can I do? This is all for Konoha? Then I'll have to trouble Hatake Tsukumo. Oh, and remember to have Kokuzu pass on this order. He's very familiar with Hatake Tsukumo and has a wealth of language skills. He should be able to persuade Hatake Tsukumo, make Hatake Tsukumo suffer a little more, and he'll take the blame. Then, if Hatake Tsukumo gets married, I'll be his witness. Let the ninja world know that Hatake Tsukumo is under my protection. Uchiha wiped the tears, which he had been holding back, from his eyes with a handkerchief. He was determined to get Hatake Tsukumo out of retirement once more. Even though he had just come down from retirement, it didn't matter. As long as he could contribute to Konoha, that was all that mattered. Personally being the witness at Hatake Tsukumo's wedding should make those who were being exploited to stay put a little. Maybe. Yes, Hokage. Nara Shikeon's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly left the Hokage's office. He had heard that Kokuzu was going to the Land of Waves to discuss a big business deal and was leaving soon, so he couldn't let him go just like that. Time passed slowly, the sun set, and the clouds on the horizon were dyed a brilliant fiery red. The light penetrated the gaps in the clouds, forming soft beams of light. Kokuzu had already packed his bags and planned to leave immediately for the Land of Waves to discuss a series of big business deals, such as building a bridge and a canning factory. Nara Shikeon stopped Kokuzu in time. Shikeon, if you have something to say, just tell me now. I'm going to the Land of Waves to discuss some big business deals. I've already bought a boat ticket for tonight. If I'm late, I can only get a refund, but I can only get half the money back. You have to pay for it. Kokuzu was a little impatient. Shikeon's arrival at this time would definitely delay us again. Forget about the Land of Waves. I have a big business deal to ask of you. What business? Chapter 218 Kokuzu, little white hair, you can't be afraid of death. How can you make money if you are afraid of death? Futures. Nara Shikato had barely uttered those two words when Kokuzu's eyes lit up. He had a premonition that he was about to make a killing. Tell me more. Not going to Wave Country, not tonight, but you still have to pay for the boat ticket. Nara Shikato looked at Kokuzu's serious expression, his mouth moving as if he wanted to say something, but stopped himself, silently grumbling inwardly. Kokuzu, you're so rich, and you're still arguing with me about such a small boat ticket. But remembering that it was Kokuzu in front of him, Nara Shikato didn't find it strange anymore and nodded in agreement. Hurry up, let's talk about futures. Time is money, and we can't waste a single moment. Kokuzu was a little impatient. Then Nara Shikato recounted his private conversation with Uchiha Kusunoki in the office. Soon, the aerial village plans to attack the hidden cloud village. The Hokage intends to convene an emergency 5-cage meeting and lead the 5 ninja forces to annihilate the aerial village. Kokuzu, you've been in the finance department for so long, you should know the massive volatility that Konoha's direct involvement in the war would cause in the futures market, so I plan to seize this opportunity, cut a handful of leaks, Kakuzu spoke before Narashikeon began, his beady green eyes gleaming, his cheeks flushed. Yes, Narashikeon nodded. I plan to deposit a small amount into my account, Luiden. You must keep me informed of any new developments. Kakuzu suddenly threw his arm around Narashikeon's shoulders, hoping that Narashikeon would lead him to profit. He already knew the secrets of futures trading. Following the market makers was the surest way to profit. Gone was Kakuzu, the leak of the futures market. No problem, but to make more money, I need your help. Help me get rid of someone. I'll walk through fire and water, and die. Tell me, Luiden, who do you want to kill? Kakuzu agreed without a second thought. Anyone who F King stops me from making money is my sworn enemy. Not killing him, we're trying to get Hatake Tsukumo to cooperate with us. Hatake Tsukumo, Kakuzu looked puzzled. This little white-haired guy's reputation had become infamous. The people who wanted to kill him in the Land of Fire alone could stretch from the Hokage's building to Konoha's new city. If you count the people from the Land of Lightning, the line would stretch all the way to Konoha's Death Forest. The two projects led by Hatake Tsukumo were both very profitable in the early stages. If you weren't greedy and Hatake Tsukumo's reputation was so high, and Konoha was promoting him through media channels, coupled with Konoha's funding, the results would be unimaginable. Nara Luiden's words suddenly enlightened Kakuzu. Narashikeon, with an IQ exceeding 200, had naturally grasped the principle that even the most popular could be considered a red. As long as there was traffic, there was bound to be money to be made. Not to mention the two projects Hatake Tsukumo had overseen, with a large number of lucky individuals reaping the benefits in time and making a fortune. Kakuzu couldn't help but beam at Narashikeon's words. He could already imagine Hatake Tsukumo eloquently in front of the television, like a trumpeter, urging the leeks to come in for his harvest. But Kakuzu soon realized a serious problem. The bounty on the little white-haired boy was already so high that even he could salivate. If he continued to collect a large sum, wouldn't his enemies be everywhere in the ninja world? How could the little white-haired boy, so fearful of death, accept such a mission? No way. Even if it cost him his life, Hatake Tsukumo had to take this job. At worst, he could skip the wave country and serve as Hatake Tsukumo's personal bodyguard for a while. Kakuzu was mentally swearing when he heard Narashikeon continue. Hatake Tsukumo has been with you the longest, and you've even been on missions together before. So, the Hokage has asked you to convince Hatake Tsukumo to take on this mission. I promise to complete it. Kakuzu patted his chest and agreed without hesitation. Narashikeon nodded in satisfaction. Kakuzu immediately dropped his packed bag and rushed to find Hatake Tsukumo. Hatake Tsukumo stayed indoors except for meeting his blind date, so Kakuzu soon found him at his home. Little white-haired boy, Kakuzu? What are you doing here? Hatake Tsukumo's eyes drooped, a faint sense of unease building within him. This idiot pixie had been working overtime since returning to Konoha, checking accounts, negotiating deals, meeting clients, and constantly thinking about making money. If it weren't for his family fortune, he wouldn't have made the time to see him. Bringing you warmth, Kakuzu said with a grin. He planned to lay the groundwork for a moment before directly explaining his purpose to the little white-haired boy. He was sure he would be kicked out immediately. Get lost. Hatake Tsukumo ignored Kakuzu and immediately started to close the door. A weasel offering New Year's greetings to a chicken must have bad intentions. Don't close the door, don't close the door. Hokage-sama has a mission for you. Kakuzu displayed the golden sign of Uchiha Kusunoki, and Hatake Tsukumo reluctantly stopped and let Kakuzu into his home. Inside, Kakuzu sat on the tatami, pondering how to get Hatake Tsukumo to willingly accept this mission. Tell me, what is the mission, Hokage-sama? I have 3 blind dates tonight. 3 blind dates in one night. Kakuzu's eyes widened. He had never expected Hatake Tsukumo's time management skills to be so superb. You use the clone jutsu, how is that possible? How can you use the clone jutsu on a blind date? That's so rude. Hatake Tsukumo waved his hand. After all, Hatake Tsukumo came from a ninja family, and his blind dates were all girls from the same social circle. Using a clone on a blind date would be extremely rude if discovered. Little white-haired boy, I'm decades older than you. As an elder, I advise you not to be too picky when it comes to finding a wife. Kakuzu felt Hatake Tsukumo's progress was too slow. If he was so picky in his search for a marriage partner, when would Hatake Tsukumo ever get married and have a son? Go to hell, you stupid idiot. You've been married? You old bachelor. You just want to inherit my fortune sooner rather than later, Hatake Tsukumo snorted, immediately exposing Kokuzu's intentions. Ahem, you found out. But how long will you get married if you're like this? Kokuzu, thick-skinned and ruthless, paid no heed to Hatake Tsukumo's disdainful look. It's almost there, Hatake Tsukumo perfunctorily told Kokuzu. He himself wanted to get married soon. The blind date arranged by his family, upon hearing the bounty on him, was immediately terrified and fled the scene. What a sin. He'd lowered his standards for the blind date. But the bounty was so impressive that no girl could easily accept it. After all, marrying him would change their lives forever. Kokuzu noticed Hatake Tsukumo's expression and quickly stopped the subject. If he got angry now, he'd immediately reveal the new mission. Hatake Tsukumo would definitely strike him with a knife. Ugh. He definitely would. In his haste, he'd forgotten to bring Nara Shikeon with him. If Hatake Tsukumo got angry, he could use Nara Shikeon as a shield. Kokuzu felt a pang of regret. But it was definitely too late to find Nara Shikeon now. At worst, he could just get a few more hearts. I have 5 hearts, 5 lives. Hatake Tsukumo, Hokage-sama has high hopes for you. Konoha will soon launch a war against the aerial village. The futures market will experience huge fluctuations. That's why Hokage-sama has chosen you to be the trumpeter on stage, just like Pig Iron Futures, you know, all of Konoha? Hatake Tsukumo's mood went from vague unease to complete confusion, and finally, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Did the Blue Sky project just end? He was still trying to stay out of the spotlight in Konoha. Another one? Before Kokuzu could finish his words, Hatake Tsukumo immediately stood up from the tatami. I won't do it, Hokage-sama. Do you really want me to die? Do you know the bounty on me? I'm afraid it wouldn't even fit on dozens of carts. Can't someone else do this mission? Hatake Tsukumo erupted. He couldn't always be asked to do such dangerous missions. Isn't that bullying an honest person? I've already offended a large number of people in the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, and this time, I'm taking advantage of the entire ninja world. So how much will my bounty be raised to? Can I still get a successful blind date? Hatake Tsukumo, this is all for Konoha? The will of fire demands dedication. As the saying goes, where leaves flutter, the flames burn deep, and that's what a ninja is. It's mainly because you're the only one who can handle this mission. You're incredibly famous in the ninja world now. What speculator in the investment world doesn't know about you? The 2 major projects you've managed have made a killing in the early stages, and you can make a lot of money on this mission too. At the very least, your wealth will multiply several times over. If it's not enough, Kokuzu, will pay you. Looking at the furious and cursing Hatake Tsukumo, Kokuzu immediately offered his comfort, skillfully displaying his eloquence. He began with a will of fire, framing the incident as a great sacrifice. Then, he flattered Hatake Tsukumo, claiming that this mission was absolutely necessary. Finally, he offered incentives. After Kokuzu finished, he felt like his persuasive speech had earned him a perfect score. And, ho-ha-ho-ha. The little white-haired boy's fortune had grown again. Kokuzu, you're absolutely right, but it suddenly occurred to me that you were the one who recommended me for the last Ponzi scheme. Are you the one who's responsible for it again this time? Hatake Tsukumo, listening to Kokuzu's words, walked toward the door and locked it. Then, he grabbed the short sword hanging on the wall, unsheathing it with a stiff smile on his face, and questioned Kokuzu as he unsheathed it. I swear to the Six-Path Sage, it's definitely not me this time. Kokuzu, looking at the murderous little white-haired boy, sweat dripping from his forehead, immediately swore to Hatake Tsukumo. This time, it wasn't Hatake Tsukumo he had recommended, it was Nara Shikato. It's Nara Shikeon, it's him, Nara Shikeon. Hatake Tsukumo pictured Nara Shikeon's face, a serious expression, yet a gentle smile lingered. He must have been an honest man. Unlike Kokuzu, who was obsessed with money, willing to do anything for it, full of nonsense, and a dark heart. Go to hell, I don't believe it. Hatake Tsukumo swung his short sword, and in an instant, several blade flashes appeared in front of Kokuzu. Calm down, little white-haired boy, this time, I'm innocent. Kokuzu quickly dodged, shouting as he kicked open the door and ran out into the open space. This house would be his property from now on, so he couldn't damage it. Asshole, I just tricked you once, and you're trying to get me killed, you bastard. Prepare to die, little white-haired boy, I'm no pushover, hit me again, and I'll fight back, come on. Hatake Tsukumo wielded a short sword. The blade was only 3 feet long, yet it gleamed with a chilling gleam, its edge unmistakable. Today, he was going to teach this damned pixie a lesson. With a low shout, the sword instantly slashed in a graceful arc. A flash of white light flashed, like a bolt of lightning streaking through the sky. Illuminated by the white light, Kakuzu frowned. It looked like he was really going to have to pay for a few more hearts today. After a fierce battle, Kakuzu panted as he stared at Hatake Tsukumo, maintaining a distance of 4 or 5 body lengths, fearing another blow from Hatake if he wasn't careful. Behind Kakuzu, 2 of the Inu's masks were shattered. He had already been struck twice by Hatake Tsukumo. Could this little white-haired boy be so powerful? 2 years ago, it was a draw. Are you mad enough? Everything I just said is true. It's Nara's Shikeon, HMPH, I don't care, even if it's Nara's Shikeon, I'll kill you. Hatake Tsukumo vented his anger, and much of the pent-up anger dissipated. He'd wanted to kill that damn pixie for a long time. If it weren't for Kakuzu, he would have retired after completing the Pig Iron Futures project, waited out the hype for 2 years, and then enjoyed his life with the money. Why would he have needed to go to the Land of Lightning to execute a Ponzi scheme? Now it's about to begin again. He's a ninja, supposed to be making great achievements on the battlefield. Kakuzu, this time, you have to join me on stage. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. No matter how reluctant Hatake Tsukumo was, he had to accept his fate. After all, the Hokage had specifically asked him to carry out this mission. But he had to drag that damn pixie Kakuzu down with him. No problem, Kakuzu agreed without hesitation. He had no fear of danger. As a bounty hunter in the ninja world, he had wandered the world for decades, and to make a fortune, what dangers had he not experienced? He even took on the mission to assassinate the Shodaime himself. The little white-haired boy was still young, inexperienced, and extremely afraid of death. He couldn't be afraid of death. How could he make a fortune if he was afraid of death? Chapter 219 Uchiha Madara, are you interviewing me? I've prepared an awesome speech. At the Konoha Hokage building, Hatake Tsukumo, masked, knocked on the office door. Come in, Hokage-sama, I'm reporting in. With a slightly hoarse voice, Hatake Tsukumo entered the office with dead eyes, his mask obscuring his expression. Kakuzu followed him in. Tsukumo's here. Please take a seat, Konoha desperately needs your reputation right now. Hatake Tsukumo's masked face gave a wry smile. This damn reputation would eventually get him killed. Originally, I didn't want to let you take on this mission, but in such a vast Konoha, after much deliberation, I think you're the most suitable person for this mission. For Konoha, are you willing to accept this mission? Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Hatake Tsukumo, displaying the kindness of a loving father, and asked Hatake Tsukumo to answer a simple question. Yes or okay? For Konoha, I'll go through fire and water, even death. Hatake Tsukumo felt his throat dry, and he swallowed uncontrollably. His mind blanked for a moment, and he instinctively wanted to refuse the mission, but in the next moment, he regained his composure and immediately pledged his loyalty to Uchiha Kusunoki. Okay, Tsukumo, I was right about you, I promise you, you'll make a lot of money on this mission. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled and promised Hatake Tsukumo that this future's plan wasn't just for the Land of Fire, but for the entire ninja world. It was time to show the entire ninja world the superiority of capitalism. Sleep on it, and you'll be broke. Hokage-sama, this time, I want Kakuzu to be my deputy. His abilities are every bit as good as mine. Hearing Hatake Tsukumo's request, Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Kakuzu. Kakuzu was no mere gangster. He had learned to use his brain and was incredibly clever. Without his masterful hand, Kumagakure would never have been in its current state. Honestly, Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want Kakuzu to continue on this mission. Kakuzu diligently studied economic theory, applying his textbook knowledge to practical application, possessing a formidable understanding of economics. Uchiha Kusunoki intended to train him for the position of head of the Ministry of Finance. But profiteering is addictive. After all, financial magic is incredibly lucrative. Kakuzu's incredible wisdom, combined with his insatiable thirst for wealth, tisk, tisk, tisk. Konoha was committed to the path of industrial development, and Uchiha Kusunoki didn't want Kakuzu to stray from this path. However, considering the grudge between Hatake Tsukumo and Kakuzu, they must have negotiated amicably and reached a consensus before coming here. Let Kakuzu indulge himself once more. Yes, I agree, Uchiha Kusunoki nodded, agreeing to Hatake Tsukumo's request. "Thank you, Hokage." Hatake Tsukumo's tone brightened with joy. This time, he finally didn't have to shoulder the bounty alone. After their business was over, Hatake Tsukumo and Kokuzu left Uchiha Kusunoki's office. Uchiha Kusunoki stretched and stretched his wrists. Writing his name over 100 times early in the morning was exhausting. The wise Hokage had his own set of office practices. For example, he wouldn't read through routine documents, simply signing them. And whenever any clan or department requested funding directly from Uchiha Kusunoki, he would submit the documents directly to Kokuzu in the finance department. Uchiha Kusunoki had served as Hokage for so long, and he had accumulated many practical experiences. This was all for Konoha. And Uchiha Kusunoki was happy to do it. With this in mind, Uchiha Kusunoki opened a display screen, and dozens of video grids appeared on it. Senju Tobirama was quite efficient, quickly creating the surveillance system Uchiha Kusunoki had been dreaming of. It wasn't purely technological, but involved some ninjutsu, similar in principle to Sarutobi Hiruzen's crystal ball, the telescope technique. Regardless, the effect was achieved. He was working so hard, and if his employees were still slacking off, he'd severely deduct their wages. Not bad, not bad. They're all working hard. Uchiha Kusunoki inspected room after room, a satisfied look on his face. The employees were all hard at work. Except for Senju Mimonima. He was slacking off in the tea room again. Uchiha Kusunoki's smile froze, and he called Narashikado over. "Hokage-sama, do you have any orders? Deduct 1/3 of Momomo Senju's salary this month, and his year-end bonus as well. He's a slacker who refuses to change despite repeated warnings. Also, post the photo of Momomo Senju slacking off on the bulletin board so the Hokage building staff will despise him." Uchiha Kusunoki didn't give his cheap father-in-law any face and outlined the punishment. "Well, I agree with the deduction, but don't post the photo on the bulletin board. If Momomo Senju had the guts to do it, he must have the guts to face the consequences. I'll do this from now on." "Yes, Hokage-sama." After punishing the slacker, Uchiha Kusunoki asked Narashikado about matters at the Konoha Science and Technology Department. Uchiha Kusunoki approved special funds and brought in a team of experts. They compiled a multi-thousand-page inventory of the department's research results, experimental material losses, and experimental material purchases over the years. He also commissioned a statistical plan. Through systematic and scientific analysis, they confirmed that there were significant discrepancies in the loss of experimental resources and the amount of research results submitted by Tobirama Senju. After investigation, it was determined that the Minister of Science and Technology, Senju Tobirama, must have concealed a considerable portion of the experimental results. HMPH, as I expected it. Uchiha Kusunoki finished reading the report, a gloomy expression on his face. "Hokage-sama, the Minister of Science and Technology has made great contributions after all. There's no need for you to be so angry." Narashikado spoke up, speaking in favor of the Minister of Science and Technology, even though he had never met him. It was undeniable that the Minister of Science and Technology had made outstanding and irreplaceable contributions to Konoha's development. Morally and logically, this should be a minor punishment of self-punishment. "I understand, I'll give him a chance, and I've already figured out how to punish my Minister of Science and Technology." Uchiha Kusunoki smirked. Sure enough, Senju Tobirama had been secretly working behind his back. This time, the evidence was irrefutable. That would have been enough, but Senju Tobirama had also concealed a large amount of scientific research results, significantly hindering Konoha's development. This inherently evil old man, Senju, must be dealt a heavy blow. Uchiha Kusunoki had made up his mind. This afternoon, as soon as he got off work, he would go to the lab and confront Senju Tobirama. He would demand that he hand over all the research results he had concealed. This would give him a chance to reform. If he dared to resist and refuse to confess, he would have to call in Senior Izuna. "Okay, Hokage-sama." Narashikado didn't know what punishment Uchiha Kusunoki meant, but seeing his expression, he knew the Konoha Technology Director was in big trouble. The Hokage hated slacking off, and he had installed security cameras in the Hokage building to prevent employees from slacking off. Even when Tsunade's father and Uchiha Kusunoki's father-in-law, Senju Momoma, made a mistake, Uchiha Kusunoki showed no mercy. "Any other important information today?" Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Narashikado. He had already finished the documents he was supposed to sign today. If there was nothing urgent, he planned to skip work this afternoon and confront Senju Tobirama. Hokage-sama, the four-way peace conference consisting of the third Reincarnated, the Uchiha Kusunoki, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth will be held the day after tomorrow, and as you personally instructed, an interview with Konoha's outstanding factory manager, Madara Hashira, has been prepared. The interview will take place this afternoon, and you will personally present him with the award. Narashikeon rattled off a stream of words, and Uchiha Kusunoki listened with a frown. He had long known about the peace talks between Kumagakure and Iwagakure, and it was nothing to worry about. Iwagakure had already done things and followed Konoha in transferring the assets of the victim, Kumagakure. It was absolutely impossible for the two ninja villages, now the two daimyos of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Earth, to reconcile the two ninja villages. Uchiha Kusunoki only hoped that Konoha Television would broadcast this meeting, which would be watched by the entire ninja world. Livanoki was still considering the possibility of broadcasting the meeting and had not yet given a definitive answer. Konoha TV had to capitalize on this wave of traffic. Televisions were already being manufactured and were rapidly spreading across the ninja world. The era of traffic dominance would arrive within a few years, and Konoha had to seize the initiative, putting itself several steps ahead of the other four ninja villages. Ever since the incident in Rain Village, Uchiha Madara had devoted himself to the endless assembly line, even neglecting his gaming business. Konoha's arcade had lost a regular customer, and its factories were overwhelmed by the surge of swarms. Konoha continuously sold supplies to the ninja world, and orders poured in. Initially, Uchiha Madara's factory was short of manpower. It was only with the use of the shadow clone jutsu that Madara's production was saved, and for the past few months, production had consistently outpaced that of other factories. Uchiha Non seized the opportunity to hype Uchiha Madara up, establishing him as a role model. Uchiha Hikaru often visited him at the factory. Upon hearing that Uchiha had received an interview invitation, Hikaru was overjoyed and burst into laughter, then prepared a speech overnight. I, Madara Hashira, never wanted to be an ordinary worker. I had to be the best in my industry, the leader. I originally planned to become factory manager in just 1 year. Isn't that bold? 1 year to become factory manager. My goal is to be factory manager. Starting from scratch. I'll accomplish it in 1 year. When I told my coworkers I'd finish it in 1 year, wow, everyone, including the workshop manager, was so excited. Only 1 year. I kept saying only 1 year. I've been preparing to become factory manager in 1 year. They asked why, and I said it's simple. I'll work 20 hours a day, use 30 shadow clones, and work 30 days a month. All the coworkers said, wow, that's amazing, but then I gave up. Do you know why? Because I became factory manager in just 9 months, exceeding my goal. Uchiha Madara had spent so much time preparing for this interview. If he hadn't been there, his fate would have been disastrous. He might have been pelted with a barrage of attacks from the Susanoo Daibatsu. Uchiha Kusunoki only pondered for a few seconds before deciding he had to show up in person to give Uchiha Madara a chance to show off. Anything else? Regarding the Land of Demons, Konoha promised the Shrine Maiden to revitalize the Land of Demons economy in exchange for the demons monsters. This has already been very effective, and the Shrine Maiden has expressed her sincerest gratitude to Konoha, so the Shrine Maiden hopes to further strengthen the ties between Konoha and the Land of Demons. The current Shrine Maiden hopes to sign an alliance with the Hokage-sama, and hopes that the Hokage-sama of Konoha can help the current Shrine Maiden so that they can pass on the power of the Shrine Maiden together. This is also to ensure that the demons are sealed in Konoha. Narashikato spoke of the Land of Demons. The Land of Demons was itself a small country with poor resources, and it had to endure the disasters of demon riots from time to time. Even during the period when the demons were sealed, the power of the demons continued to erode the Land of Demons, making the crops and fruits grown there small and shriveled. The ninja world has never been peaceful, especially these small countries without the protection of powerful ninja villages. Soldiers pass by like combs, bandits pass by like combs, and natural and man-made disasters are constant. Konoha united with the industrialists of the Land of Fire to bring good news to the region. First, they dispatched a small team of elite Uchiha soldiers to forcefully expel a large group of social activists, using their knives to teach these young people a new lesson about the Land of Demons. The Land of Demons was under Konoha's protection. Those who didn't want to die could get out. The social environment in the Land of Demons immediately became much calmer, And then familiar capital began to move in, recruiting local workers and setting up factories. Workers from smaller nations were more durable than those from larger nations, and the difference between the factory treatment and that in Konoha was stark. After all, the living conditions and material security of Konoha workers were among the best in the ninja world. Furthermore, the Land of Fire's industrialists weren't as charitable as Uchiha Kusunoki. They could be described as unscrupulous, but Uchiha Kusunoki still set a standard for them. They would do anything, but they had to ensure the land of demons had enough to eat and a full 4 hours of sleep a day. If Uchiha hadn't spoken, this group of insects would have been capable of anything. However, with the words of the Konoha Hokage, they should have known how to restrain themselves. Although these conditions were very harsh, they were enough. The people of the demon country still rushed to sign up and become factory workers, cherishing this hard-earned opportunity to fill their stomachs and this precious security in life. The people of the demon country felt the kindness of the inferior version of Konoha's father. Uchiha listened to Narashikado's report, and as he listened, he realized something was wrong. There was nothing wrong with Konoha and the demon country concluding an alliance agreement. The goal was to make more friends and fewer enemies. But what did it mean to ask him to help the Miko and pass on the Miko's power together? Chapter 220 Uchiha Madara, I don't think Konoha should be like this. Uchiha pondered for a few seconds before grasping the hidden meaning behind the Miko's words. The demon country was weak and its people were poor. To gradually improve the lives of its people, the only way was to cling to Konoha's powerful leg. The most direct way was to earn the friendship of the Konoha Hokage. So, the Miko, she's greedy for his body. Another woman greedy for his body. Suddenly, Uchiha imagined the image of a modern Miko, bright eyes, white teeth, fair skin, and a fondness for exotic Miko uniforms and white silk stockings. He wasn't missing out. Lu Yuan, tell the Miko I'm happy to do her a favor. After all, the Miko's power had special attack properties against demons, and for the sake of Konoha's long-term peace, Uchiha intended to make a sacrifice. While the Miko's uniform also had special attack properties for him, it would surely be a fierce battle, but Uchiha was happy to accept it. After all, it was all for Konoha. Yes, Hokage, Narashikawa nodded. Hokage, the first train line has opened and has been operating for some time now, with remarkable results. Using trains has significantly reduced transportation costs. At the same time, the value of land around the train station has skyrocketed. Representatives of the industrial camp and wealthy merchants from the aristocracy are looking to purchase the land use rights and invest in the surrounding area. Also, wealthy merchants from the major cities of Sapporo and Nagoya are interested in discussing the train project with Konoha. They are very optimistic about the future of the train, but they're facing obstacles. Some of the local landowners and nobles are unwilling to sell their land. They hope to receive Konoha's assistance and are willing to make concessions on their interests if Konoha lends a hand. The specific plan is still under discussion. Kakuzu, after reviewing the situation, feels they can still demand more benefits and plans to personally negotiate with them. Narashikawa brought up the train project. The ghost soldiers toiled tirelessly at the construction site, quickly completing the first train line. The distant roar of the train had become Konoha's wake-up call. Trains can transport thousands of tons of cargo at a time, over vast distances, completely eliminating the drawbacks of traditional human-powered transport and the short-distance transport of three-wheeled motorcycles. Compared to previous modes of transportation, trains offer absolute advantages in speed and cost. And that's just the most basic of functions. A single train line can undoubtedly boost the economic development of cities along its route. This astonished the entire ninja world. Trains are truly a revolutionary means of transportation. Then let Kakuzu negotiate. Uchiha Kusunoki handed the task to Kakuzu. The shadow clone technique is truly a remarkable tool, allowing one person to function as multiple individuals. Kakuzu particularly enjoys using it to negotiate multiple deals simultaneously. After all, if he loses a life, he can earn a heart in return. Uchiha Kusunoki pondered this, feeling even more shrewd and capable of recruiting such a talented subordinate as Kakuzu. Yes, Hokage-sama, what about the large landowners in Sapporo and Nagoya? What should we do? Narashikawa continued. Those big landlords are Fire Nation officials. Let the industrial faction at court deal with them, today. We'll deliver all the dirt on these insects to the representatives of the industrial faction. Not a single one of them is clean, Those who don't know the times will die. Uchiha Kusunoki had long since collected all the dirt on Fire Nation officials, both big and small, and compiled a Fire Nation version of the officials' chronicles. If they were willing to cooperate with Konoha for mutual benefit, they could be spared for now, and slaughtered when they were richer. If they didn't know the times and acted against it, they would die. Yes, Hokage. Narashikeon quickly reported all the recent important intelligence and then left the Hokage's office. Time passed, and soon it was afternoon. Uchiha Madara's interview arrived as scheduled. To show his support, Uchiha Kusunoki took time off at noon to go home, take a shower, change into his brand new divine robe, and solemnly participate in the interview. Uchiha Madara had a big red flower on his chest and a layer of red cloth on it, with the 4 big characters Model Factory Director embroidered on the cloth. Facing the heavy camera, Uchiha Madara, who is used to big scenes, was a little scared when he first spoke. However, Uchiha Madara quickly adjusted himself and spoke passionately about his progress, how he had progressed from an ordinary worker to the current factory director. When he got excited, he tilted his neck back and laughed. At the same time, Uchiha Madara's thinking also changed a little. He was no longer the high-ranking Shura in the ninja world, and talked about the workers' lives and hardships in detail. Perhaps only cattle and horses can empathize with cattle and horses. Cattle and horses have to get up before dawn every day and work until late before they can rest. When orders were swamped, during peak hours, work could reach 20 hours a day. Even sickness meant working, as taking time off would result in a deduction from full attendance. Furthermore, wages were meager, and he barely ate or drank, all to pay the mortgage. Uchiha Madara voiced the feelings of many slaves, his words hinting at discontent, hoping Konoha could improve the situation. Konoha was already doing remarkably well. Compared to the rest of the ninja world, it was a fertile land. Many who wanted to work here had to wait in line for a chance to be accepted. However, the Uchiha had always been radical, and Madara was a true leader. Otherwise, Madara wouldn't have implemented the Moon Eye project, aiming to create a world without war in one fell swoop. Konoha was doing well now, but it could be even better. This is exploiting the working people. I don't think Konoha should be like this. Uchiha Madara spoke earnestly, resembling the very person Uchiha Kusunoki feared the most. Uchiha Kusunoki, sitting in the audience, broke into cold sweat. Does he really want to hang himself under a streetlight? Lord Madara, your thinking is so progressive. Don't keep thinking about it. Don't mess with me. How can I sleep in the future if you keep doing this? After Uchiha Madara finished his speech, there was thunderous applause, especially from Uchiha Madara's co-workers. Their eyes were shining, and Director Banzu said what they were thinking. Uchiha Non walked up quickly, first shook hands with Uchiha Madara, and then waved to the people in the audience. Konoha's loving father, the son, is on stage. There was a cheer at the scene, and everyone stood up, couldn't help but raise their hands, calling for Lord Hokage, and some even burst into tears of excitement. Uchiha Non picked up the microphone and started the emergency rescue. Mr. Madara is Konoha's model factory director and a brilliant talent. His speech just now was inspiring, though a bit harsh. Let me help him reframe it. Konoha is our home. If you think Konoha is not good, go build it. If you think the salary is too low, work hard and start your own factory. If you think the factory treatment is bad, you should be the first to work hard, study, develop technology, and increase productivity to help the factory make more money. With the money, the factory will naturally improve the workers' working conditions. Start by changing the people around you, not attacking the factory or Konoha. Konoha has its shortcomings. Let's correct them together and gradually improve, instead of shouting. This is exploiting the working people. Konoha has its own difficulties. Think carefully about your life before Konoha, and then think about your time in Konoha. Where you stand is your Konoha. How you are, Konoha will be. What you are, Konoha will be. If you are light, Konoha will shine brightly. Uchiha Kusunoki spoke sincerely, and led the people present to recall the initial miserable state of Konoha. The First Ninja World War had just ended, and Konoha was in turmoil, with a fiscal deficit, soaring prices in the village, and economic blockages. He led the villagers of Konoha, overcame all difficulties, and developed Konoha into the prosperous scene it is today. How long has it been since these good days, and you have shown signs of forgetting your gratitude? How can this be tolerated? If you don't want gratitude, do you want to eat purple eggs? Hokage, you are right, we are Konoha people, we must dedicate ourselves to Konoha. Starting with ourselves, and changing the people around us little by little. Hokage, we respect and love you. Uchiha Kusunoki's speech quickly resonated with everyone. The benefit of compound interest still lingered. Konoha's living conditions were unparalleled in the entire ninja world. Outside of Konoha, the people suffered utter poverty, disaster victims abounded. Nobles exploited the common people, ninjas exploited them, and wandering samurai exploited them again. But in Konoha, you never had to worry about your safety. You could keep your money safe, without worrying about someone breaking into your home and robbing you in the middle of the night. The blessings of Konoha's kind father were truly magnificent. And the Hokage had his reasons. Konoha needed them to shine right now. Young people needed to strive. Factory director Madara Hashira, through his own hard work, bought his own house, paid off his 25-year mortgage, and later became factory director, transcending class boundaries. When he was striving, Madara Hashira worked 20 hours a day and created 20 shadow clones. Why couldn't he do the same? It must be because he wasn't working hard enough. The audience began to spontaneously echo Uchiha Kusunoki's words. The atmosphere became extremely warm, with waves of cheers rising higher and higher. Many people raised their hands and cheered, tears welling up in their eyes. Uchiha Non looked at the excited scene with a smile on his face, then looked at Uchiha Madara and said slowly, "Mr. Madara, do you think I am right?" "You are right." Uchiha Madara nodded and said. He felt that there was nothing wrong with what Uchiha Non said. It's just that I always feel that there is something wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. But no matter what, Uchiha Non is a good Hokage. Konoha is indeed getting more prosperous day by day. Although the workers are complaining, when they talk about their life in Konoha, they still smile on their faces, and their eyes reveal their expectations for the future. It's just that this guy Uchiha Non has overshadowed himself. Obviously, this interview column is specifically for me. Forget it, since he is a junior, I won't bother with him. The interview program is over. Uchiha Non did not let Uchiha Madara return to work in the factory. Uchiha Madara can no longer be on this class. What if he realizes something extraordinary? It's terrible. Uncle Madara, don't go to work. Uchiha Guang has been clamoring to play games with you. When you were away, the arcade updated a lot of games, and your arcade points are already at the bottom. Moreover, Uchiha Hikari has dominated the arcade and there is no rival. Only you, Master Madara, are qualified to fight her. Uchiha Non wanted to send Uchiha Madara back to the arcade as soon as possible. Master Madara, you should go play games with Uchiha Hikari as soon as possible. I won't be able to sleep well if I ask you to work in the factory again. Really, that girl Uchiha Hikari has good taste. It's true that she hasn't been to the arcade for a long time, my points are actually at the bottom. This is really intolerable. It's just at the factory, Uchiha Madara was a little tempted. He was addicted to games, but he couldn't let go of the work in his hands. Don't worry, Master Madara. Although there are still many factory orders now, Konoha has already urgently recruited a large number of workers in the Land of Fire, asking them to come to Konoha factories to work and feel the blessings of Konoha. The problem of factory worker shortage has been alleviated a lot. There is no need for you, the factory director, to work on the assembly line yourself. It's time to go back to the arcade and accompany Uchiha Guang. Uchiha Non tried his best to persuade. Finally, Uchiha Madara agreed with Uchiha Nan's suggestion, and went straight to the Konoha arcade hall with a big red flower on his chest. Looking at Uchiha Madara's receding figure, Uchiha Non couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Damn! The progress of the Spirit Soundnet project must be accelerated. We must quickly start this project and cleanse the souls of those cattle and horses on time. Uchiha Non sorted out his mood and decided to speed up the progress of the Spirit Soundnet project. He must get the Zero Tail of the Sky Ninja Village. Afterwards, Uchiha Non walked around a few streets and came to a noodle shop. The ramen of this noodle shop tastes very good. Every day at dinner time, customers who come to eat noodles have to line up for ramen. However, Uchiha Non is Hokage, and the owner of the noodle shop thoughtfully prepared an exclusive seat for Uchiha Non. It is his honor that the Hokage likes to eat noodles from his own noodle shop. Soon, Uchiha Non finished his dinner and went back to the Konoha Hokage building without stopping. He went to the archives, picked up a list of several thousand pages of experimental resources, along with the professional staff's investigation report, and planned to go to the laboratory to settle accounts with Senju Tobirama. It was already evening, and the sky began to be tinged with a gentle hue by the setting sun. As the sun slowly sank, its light no longer blinding, but soft and warm. With the sound of a distant train whistle, Uchiha returned to the family ancestral home. Senju Tobirama, leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. Accept your judgment. Chapter 221 Uchiha Senju Tobirama, you still refuse to admit it, come and meet an old friend. Uchiha entered the underground laboratory, which was still bustling with activity. How wonderful. So many Senju Tobirama were working diligently in the lab for themselves, for Konoha. Uchiha felt a sense of relief. Senju Tobirama was truly an exceptional worker. The Konoha Science and Technology Department was no longer solely led by Senju Tobirama. Uchiha had recruited numerous scientific researchers from the ninja world over the years. They were all exceptional, rare talents. Uchiha had provided them with a research environment no less impressive than Senju Tobirama's, and they had made outstanding contributions to Konoha over the years. But they were ultimately no match for this scientific worker. In terms of both work hours and efficiency, Senju Tobirama was undisputedly the best in Konoha. Especially in terms of research funding and output, Senju Tobirama truly led the pack. It was common knowledge that research was incredibly expensive. Oh, no, even more expensive than research. The seemingly immense amount of funds, enough to last a lifetime on food, drink, and entertainment, vanishes in the blink of an eye once used for research. But Senju Tobirama is different. With the same amount of research funding, he often produces results several times greater than those of other research groups. In areas where Senju Tobirama excels, such as developing ninjutsu and conducting human experiments, he is a true freak, possessing unparalleled talent and vision. In these fields, so-called geniuses are merely a threshold to reach Senju Tobirama's level. Geniuses toil for months, years, or even lifetimes to discover discoveries, only to save Senju Tobirama an afternoon. The gap is a chasm. Therefore, in order to maximize the research output, Uchiha Kusunoki simply refuses to transfer precious research resources to other researchers in these areas, leaving them entirely to Senju Tobirama. The truth is harsh, but that's reality. Now, things are changing slightly, and past data is inaccurate because Senju Tobirama concealed some of his research results. Tobirama, you've got a real surprise for me. It's like taking a piece of clothing from the closet that I haven't worn in ages, and then finding $500 in my pocket. Uchiha Kusunoki thought to himself as he walked through the outermost lab and into the innermost room. Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru were intently working on their lab benches, selectively ignoring Uchiha Kusunoki's voice. Tobirama, Orochimaru, you're here too. Uchiha Kusunoki walked into the room and found Orochimaru there too. It seemed that Senju Tobirama had already allowed Orochimaru to conduct human experiments. That was incredibly fast. Uchiha Kusunoki sighed inwardly. Orochimaru had finally chosen this path, and he wondered if he would ever have another chance in the future. Then, Uchiha Kusunoki sat down on the sofa, intending to wait for a while, without disturbing Senju Tobirama and Orochimaru's experiments. Time ticked by. Orochimaru, what's wrong with you? Next time I take you on an experiment, remember to lock the door. You actually let someone in. Senju Tobirama noticed Uchiha Kusunoki, his face instantly cold, and he immediately began to scold Orochimaru, making indirect accusations. Orochimaru was looking at him innocently, like a punching bag, so Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand and said, Orochimaru, you should get out first. This old Senju devil, who is born evil, needs a good beating lately. Orochimaru felt as if he had been pardoned and immediately left the laboratory. Under normal circumstances, his master would be humiliated again. He definitely can't come tomorrow. The day after tomorrow. Forget it, I won't come the day after tomorrow either. Coincidentally, there are new plans for the railway project, and he is responsible for following up. Kid, what are you doing here again, humph? And wearing the divine robes, all dressed up like that? Senju Tobirama looked at Uchiha Kusunoki, neatly dressed and adorned with the Hokage's divine robes, and a nameless fire welled up in his heart, his words thick with resentment. How wonderful it would be if he could still appear in Konoha wearing the Hokage's divine robes. I just finished interviewing Uchiha Madara. He's a big shot in Konoha now, and his name will soon spread throughout Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki spoke of Uchiha Madara, appearing nonchalant on the surface, but a deep sense of sympathy remained. Senju Tobirama was right. Uchiha Madara was indeed a dangerous and uncertain factor. Uchiha Madara, he, is famous in Konoha? Senju Tobirama's voice immediately rose. Uchiha Kusunoki was speaking clearly, but why couldn't he understand? Yes, Uchiha Madara dedicated himself silently to Konoha and became its model factory director. An ordinary worker, he achieved a class leap through his own efforts, perfectly fitting Konoha's propaganda of the Konoha dream, so I arranged an interview for him. After listening to Uchiha Nan's explanation, Senju Tobirama learned that Uchiha Madara had recently been experiencing life in Konoha. Working in Konoha's factories, he gradually rose to the top, becoming the factory director, and was loved by his fellow workers. Of course, it didn't matter to Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara was a slave in the factory, and he was a slave in the laboratory. There was no difference. But when Senju Tobirama heard that Uchiha Madara had his own interview and would even be on TV, he immediately felt unbalanced. Why did Uchiha Madara, a traitor, become so famous in Konoha? This isn't fair. I don't believe Konoha doesn't have a factory director like Uchiha Madara. Why would someone as inherently evil as Uchiha Madara be on TV? You're trying to whitewash Uchiha Madara. No way. Uchiha Madara is now known as the Madara Hashira, and even uses a transformation technique to change his appearance. And Uchiha Madara is truly beloved by his fellow workers and has always been a model factory director in Konoha. I select the interviewees, and the process is fair, impartial, and open, Uchiha Kusunoki argued, saying he only had one vote. He directly selected them, so there was no shady dealings involved. There wasn't even any shady dealings involved. You're truly shameless, Senju Tobirama sneered. Tobirama, think positively, this is perfect publicity. It will attract more and more people to Konoha's factories and help them realize their own value in life, Uchiha Kusunoki counseled Senju Tobirama. In the factory, realize your own value in life, Senju Tobirama repeated Uchiha Kusunoki's words, a look of doubt on his face. That's right, he became a factory worker, you became a research gadget, and I became the Hokage of Konoha. It's just a different division of labor, but we all serve Konoha. You still don't understand dialectics, Uchiha Kusunoki said slowly, a smile on his face. You black-hearted bastard. I tell you, you won't have a good ending. Sooner or later, you'll be hung from a streetlight. Just wait and see. Senju Tobirama was a little agitated. Uchiha Kusunoki was as shameless as ever, perfectly fitting a stereotype of him. Tisk, worrying about nothing, Uchiha Kusunoki waved his hand, looking nonchalant. Although a little worried still lingered in his heart, he was fearless. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror, and everything I do is righteous. As long as I am Hokage, Konoha will never be in trouble. However, just in case, we must prepare early and not leave any hidden dangers for ourselves or the next Hokage. Momo Senjo and Shikato Nara will jointly launch a new program, Konoha BBC, specifically to travel to other countries to film the living conditions of local residents. As the saying goes, there's no harm without comparison. Konoha's living conditions are already among the best in the ninja world. Enough to make even the lowest-ranking worker puff out their chests with pride at the thought of their future there. Hey, brat, what are you thinking about? What are you doing in the lab today? Uchiha Kusunoki was lost in thought when Tobirama Senju interrupted him, trying to change the subject. If he continued discussing this topic, Tobirama Senju feared he'd be tempted to punch him in the face. Just to check on your research progress, Uchiha Kusunoki smiled, remembering his purpose in coming to the lab and debating whether to throw the evidence directly in Tobirama Senju's face. HMPH, then don't come next time. When you come, my mood gets worse, and when I get worse, my research progress slows down. Senju Tobirama snorted, not giving Uchiha Nan a single friendly look. If I hadn't come, you would have definitely been slacking off in the lab behind my back. Is that even human language? I have dozens of clones working there day and night, and you still have the nerve to accuse me of slacking off, Senju Tobirama cursed, pointing at Uchiha Nan's nose. Uchiha Nan's shameless face was as annoying as ever. HMPH, you might not be slacking off, but you're secretly hiding research results from me. Uchiha Nan's true intentions were revealed, and his words made Senju Tobirama tremble inwardly. However, this old scoundrel, Senju Tobirama, always had excellent facial control, and didn't show any panic. Nonsense, how could you defame someone like that? I'm that kind of person. I'm Konoha's second Hokage. Even though I've been trapped in this lab like a slave by a naturally evil Uchiha brat like you, but my love for Konoha is known to all heaven and earth. Senju Tobirama flattered himself while stubbornly denying his claims. Are you finished talking? If not, get out of this lab right now. I need to get back to work. Senju Tobirama immediately ordered him out, unwilling to argue with Uchiha Kusunoki over this matter. After all, he had indeed concealed his experimental results. Uchiha Kusunoki, that bastard, only made his demands more and more. After 3 scientific results, he'd pimp me out. Next time, 4, 5, 7, 8, or even more. He was truly using me like a slave. He had to secretly hide some of his experimental results, just in case. HMPH, you're still refusing to admit it. I have evidence, Uchiha shouted while taking out a list of experimental resources over the years and the investigation report from the sealed scroll. The suspicion that Senju Tobirama hid the scientific research results was as high as 98%. Looking at the experimental list piled up like a mountain, and the investigation report. For a moment, Senju Tobirama panicked. It's over. Uchiha actually produced evidence. What a piece of shit, it's complete nonsense. Those third-rate scientific researchers out there, do they know what scientific research is? Senju Tobirama was emotional and slammed the investigation report on the table. Then he talked about all kinds of professional terms, which made people half understand. Senju Tobirama was bullying Uchiha for not understanding scientific research. You really didn't hide the scientific research results? Uchiha said with a sneer. No, I just don't. Senju Tobirama bit his tongue and refused to admit it. Senju Tobirama understood a truth since he was a child, that is, in this life, you should either not tell lies or you should never admit it even if you are beaten to death. Anyway, he is already dead, why should he be afraid of Uchiha? Good, you have guts. Uchiha gave Senju Tobirama a thumbs up. The evidence was thrown in Senju Tobirama's face, but he still refused to admit it as if nothing had happened. He had to learn this shameless skill. He couldn't do it yet. Tobirama, I'll give you one last chance. You'd better admit that you hid the experimental results, and then hand in all the hidden experimental results, and ensure that all future scientific research results are handed in on time. Since you work hard every day, I can let this matter go, otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Uchiha said, and then he laughed. He had given Senju Tobirama the last chance. If he didn't cherish the opportunity, then he couldn't blame himself. No, just no, Senju Tobirama felt something was wrong in his heart. If he refused to admit it, there would be very terrible consequences. But it has come to this point. If he really bowed his head and admitted that he lied, then what was the point of his argument that lasted for more than 10 minutes? Wouldn't he become a clown? Just wait. Uchiha said to Senju Tobirama with a sneer, and then he left the laboratory without looking back. Looking at Uchiha departing back, Senju Tobirama was shrouded in uneasiness. According to his understanding of Uchiha, this inherently evil Uchiha kid would never give up so easily. He must have a backup plan. But what is the backup plan? It can't be. Senju Tobirama shuddered at the thought of this terrible conjecture. If Uchiha really dared to do this, he would definitely go on strike. Uchiha came to the edge of the clan's land, where the Uchiha ancestors were buried. Senior Izuna, sorry to bother you, I'm really sorry to dig up your grave without permission. However, you will soon meet that evil white-haired old ghost, Senju Tobirama. Don't worry, as a proud Uchiha, I will definitely stand firmly on your side. Uchiha nagging at Uchiha Izuna's grave, speaking sincerely, then dived underground, opened Uchiha Izuna's coffin, and took out a small piece of bone. Then he went to the death row of Konoha Enbu, picked out a prisoner with a heinous crime, and returned to the laboratory without stopping. Uchiha dragged the unconscious death row prisoner into the laboratory room. Uchiha, why are you back again? I asked you to meet an old friend. Chapter 222, The Duel Between Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama wins. Uchiha, what are you trying to do? Calm down. Senju Tobirama finally showed a panicked expression. Uchiha had just spoken harshly and stormed out of the lab. Now he had dragged the death row inmate back, surely intending to perform the impure world reincarnation. And the target of that impure world reincarnation? It had to be that bastard Uchiha Izuna. If not him, then who could it be, his elder brother? I'm calm. As for what I want, of course, I want you to meet your old friend Uchiha Izuna. Haven't you always wanted to see him? Today I'll grant you that wish, Uchiha sneered. Are you anxious now? Too late, ninjutsu, impure world reincarnation. Uchiha didn't want to argue with Senju Tobirama anymore. He had already given him one chance to confess. But he couldn't grasp it. A white light appeared on the condemned inmate before him, awakening him from the excruciating pain and transforming into impure world reincarnation amidst agonizing howls. Soon, Uchiha Izuna's face appeared in the impure world. Uchiha Izuna has arrived. This is, clad in standard black armor with the Uchiha clan crest emblazoned on the back, Uchiha Izuna glanced around warily. His memories were still stuck in decades past. He had been severely injured by a surprise attack from Senju Tobirama, leaving the clan's medical ninja helpless. After a few days of holding on, his injuries worsened. Before his death, Uchiha Izuna left his eyes to his beloved brother, dying in his brother, Uchiha Madara's arms, filled with endless regret. That's it, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna saw Senju Tobirama and, without a moment's hesitation, his hands moved faster than his brain could react. Fire style, great fireball jutsu, but instead of the massive fireball he'd imagined, an egg-sized fireball appeared in mid-air and completely extinguished itself in mid-flight. Holy crap! As expected of an old veteran from the Warring States period, Uchiha Kusunoki stood aside, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. He was just about to introduce himself, but he didn't expect that the moment Uchiha Izuna saw Senju Tobirama, his ninjutsu was released directly. But fortunately, in order to ensure that no unexpected situations occurred, Uchiha Kusunoki only selected ordinary death row prisoners, not even ninjas. Therefore, Uchiha Izuna's strength was very weak. Lord Izuna, calm down, this is Konoha, it has been XX years since your death. After your death, Madara-sama and Senju Hashirama reached a reconciliation, ending the 1,000-year feud between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, and jointly established the ninja village. I am Uchiha Kusunoki, the third Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Kusunoki hurriedly stepped forward, first showing his Sharingan to identify himself, then began to introduce himself, and briefly recounted the major events in the future. Brother, he's just too kind. Did he still choose to believe Hashirama Senju? Humph, the Senju clan is the enemy of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna frowned after hearing what Uchiha Non said. His brother still didn't listen to his dying words. The hatred between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan has accumulated for thousands of years. How could they just let go of the hatred? Moreover, before he died, he left his Mangekyo Sharingan to his brother. Presumably, his brother must have opened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and defeated the Senju clan. In the end, he spared the Senju clan for Hashirama's sake. His brother really forgot what his father said. As the saying goes, only dead Senju members are good Senju members. If I were still alive, I would never let the Senju clan go. Even if my brother begged me, I would still banish them to a barren land, just like the Blood Pond clan. Alice, my brother, is still so gentle, so kind. Uchiha Izuna kept muttering to herself, feeling deeply regretful that her beloved brother hadn't completely wiped out the Senju clan. He was so merciful. But it was understandable, as my brother's heart had always been so gentle. Alice, I could only forgive him. HMPH, Uchiha Non, why are you explaining so much to Uchiha Izuna? What does Konoha have to do with him? Senju Tobirama said indignantly. Uchiha Non, that inherently evil Uchiha brat. As expected, he resurrected this pesky Uchiha Izuna through the impure world reincarnation. He definitely has bad intentions. What did you say? Konoha is the ninja village founded by the Uchiha? Uchiha Izuna, hearing Senju Tobirama's chatter, immediately launched into counterattack. The Senju clan was only spared from genocide by the Uchiha clan due to his brother's kindness, and he even forgave the Senju clan's crimes despite Jinjin's willingness to forgive them. Senju Tobirama before him had no gratitude at all and even dared to speak so arrogantly. His brother was truly too kind. The Senju clan was indeed an inherently evil clan. They must be completely wiped out. Originally, Konoha was founded under the leadership of the Senju. If my eldest brother hadn't shown mercy to Uchiha Madara, your Uchiha clan would have been completely wiped out by the Senju. You're talking nonsense. My eldest brother is invincible. Senju Hashirama is only fit to carry my eldest brother's shoes. You have no idea of the unique power of combining two pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan. Faced with Senju Tobirama's shocking statement, Uchiha Izuna immediately refuted his brother, who wielded the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. HMPH, foolish, Uchiha Non, then tell him the truth. Tell him in detail how Uchiha Madara was defeated by my eldest brother, and how he was ultimately forced to establish Konoha village, and how he was later defeated by my eldest brother and fled Konoha in disgrace. Senju Tobirama spoke with a haughty expression. His eldest brother was powerful, so he could do whatever he wanted. This is fake, right? My junior, Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Kusunoki, a look of disbelief on her face, eager for him to refute Senju Tobirama's words. The clan's stone tablet inscribed the method for opening the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He had left the Mangekyo Sharingan to his brother. His brother would surely be able to successfully open the eternal Mangekyo. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan would grant him infinite eye power, eliminating the risk of blindness. This meant he could unleash the Uchiha clan's divine power, Susanoo. With divine power, how could his brother lose? It must be the inherently evil Senju Tobirama who is spouting nonsense. Lord Izuna, this is all true. Madara-sama lost to Hashirama Senju, and Konoha's first Hokage was Hashirama Senju. Uchiha Kusunoki, somewhat helpless, remained silent for a few seconds before slowly revealing the truth. Although he didn't want to let Tobirama Senju get too proud, he desperately wanted to refute his words. I resurrected Uchiha Izuna through the impure world reincarnation, not to let Senju Tobirama show off his superiority here unscrupulously. But the truth is cruel. What Senju Tobirama said is the truth. I can't make up stories for Uchiha Izuna in front of Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama is really stronger than Uchiha Madara. It is obvious that Indra's talent was much stronger than Ashura's at the beginning. The gap between them can even be described as, one is heaven and the other is earth. Indra not only inherited the power of the eyes of the six-path sage, but also possessed unparalleled creativity. He created the seal from nothing. If the six-path sage is the source of human chakra, then Indra is the source of human ninjutsu. Without Indra, there would be no current ninjutsu system. And Ashura's performance in the anime is not even as good as that of an ordinary disciple of the ninja sect at that time. So much so that later, when the two brothers Indra and Ashura fought for the succession to the ninja clan, it took the old man of the six paths to mediate and pass on his six paths power to Ashura, allowing Ashura to ultimately triumph. But Ashura's reincarnation possessed greater talents than Indra's. It was a complete reversal of fate. Perhaps it was Hashirama Senju who was stronger, not Ashura. What a sin. It's fake, it's all fake, I don't believe it. How could my brother be defeated by Hashirama Senju? I've made so many preparations for my brother's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Izuna, momentarily unable to accept the reality, cried out. He could tolerate losing to Tobirama Senju. But his brother must not lose to Hashirama Senju. Was all his painstaking preparations for his brother in vain? Uchiha Non watched Uchiha Izuna's rage from the sidelines, sighing silently inwardly. In the anime, Uchiha Izuna's performance is truly disappointing, almost drool-worthy. Even without even using the two-eye techniques of his Mangekyo Sharingan, nor the Susanoo within it, he was instantly defeated by Senju Tobirama. If he'd been watching anime in his previous life, Uchiha Non could have simply chalked this up to plot kill. But now, for Uchiha Non, this is reality, and there's a reasonable explanation. Uchiha Izuna shares the same role as Senju Tobirama, both are considered wise generals. He certainly wouldn't have used his ultimate right away. Furthermore, Uchiha Izuna's constant use of the Mangekyo Sharingan has already made him feel his eye power weaken and his vision deteriorate. To save a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for Uchiha Madara, he's become more conservative. He only uses the Mangekyo Sharingan in desperate situations, treating it as a last-ditch killing move, delivering a surprise blow and ultimately a comeback. But Senju Tobirama is a shrewd old man, and he's secretly prepared a space-time ninjutsu like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. The Flying Thunder God mechanics are incredibly devised, practically designed specifically for the Uchiha. When activated, the Flying Thunder God Jutsu is unpredictable, capable of instantly dispatching opponents. It can be interspersed with any subtle taijutsu or ninjutsu, creating an unpredictable defense and specifically targeting the Sharingan's exceptional insight. Even Uchiha Obito, who awakened Kamui, a life-saving eye technique that allows him to evade attacks and is intimately familiar with Minato's Flying Thunder God Jutsu, was ultimately defeated by Minato. Therefore, facing a deliberate sneak attack from Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Izuna couldn't even activate Susanoo unless she used Izanagi to rewrite reality. But Uchiha Izuna, deeply in love with her brother, forego this option and took the blow. For her brother's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Izuna risked her life. Now, with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara was ultimately no match for Senju Hashirama. This is truly heartbreaking. Putting himself in Uchiha Izuna's shoes, Uchiha Non realized he wouldn't be able to accept this either. Uchiha helping Uchiha. Uchiha Non felt sad for Uchiha Izuna. But Senju Tobirama was different. His smile was unwavering, and he was enjoying Uchiha Izuna's ugliness with a look of glee. So cool, so cool, I have to consider my image and not laugh out loud like the inherently evil Uchiha? Senju Tobirama thought to himself, feeling incredibly happy. Uchiha Izuna, that brat Uchiha Non just now didn't tell you everything that happened later. Back then, my elder brother defeated Uchiha Madara and founded Konoha together. He naturally became the first Hokage of Konoha, and me, but I'm the second Hokage of Konoha. My portrait and that of my elder brother are engraved on the Hokage rock. We are revered by all the ninjas and villagers of Konoha. In the future, they will be praised by all the ninjas and villagers of Konoha for generations, and you, Uchiha Izuna, are just a nameless person, not even as good as a hair of mine. Now the children of the Uchiha clan only know my name, Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage of Konoha. You have long been forgotten by the younger generations of the Uchiha clan and thrown into the garbage dump. In a few decades, during the new year, there won't even be anyone to burn paper money for you. Senju Tobirama always treated the Uchiha clan with disrespect and showed no mercy, and started the second round of attack. However, Senju Tobirama was self-aware enough not to mention Uchiha Madara, instead blindly attacking Uchiha Izuna, who was still alive and well in Konoha. That black-hearted bastard, Uchiha Kusunoki, was still hell-bent on clearing Uchiha Madara's name. Uchiha Madara's reputation would surely suffer in the future. How disgusting. What did you say? You're the second Hokage of Konoha? Gold, how dare you? Where's my big brother? Uchiha Izuna was once again provoked by Senju Tobirama. Even if his big brother couldn't defeat Senju Hashirama, defeating him would be as easy as crushing an ant. The position of second Hokage of Konoha should surely belong to his big brother. You've defected. Senju Tobirama attacked Uchiha Izuna again. You must be behind this. Uchiha Izuna lost control of his emotions, his rage reaching its peak. He had to give Senju Tobirama a good beating today. Lord Izuna, don't get excited, don't get excited. Uchiha Non quickly stopped Uchiha Izuna. Each of the machines in this laboratory is worth a lot of money. If you break any of them, you will be heartbroken. Do you want to see the protagonist help Uchiha Izuna slap Senju Tobirama in the face? Chapter 223, the always eloquent Senju Tobirama became speechless in front of Uchiha Non. Come on, you're a defeated opponent, Uchiha Non, let him go. I'm going to use the Flying Thunder God technique to chop him down again. Senju Tobirama was enjoying the show, not taking the furious Uchiha Izuna seriously at all. He could have killed Uchiha Izuna when he was alive, so he wouldn't lose now. Junior, let me go. My elder brother must have been ambushed by the evil Senju Tobirama, otherwise he wouldn't have lost to Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Izuna still refused to accept the reality. His most beloved and powerful brother, who possessed the power of the eternal main Decay Sharingan, would still lose to Senju Hashirama. Arrogant, you and Uchiha Madara are exactly the same. You have no idea that there are always people better than you and there are always things better than you. Is the eternal main Decay Sharingan very powerful? Is Susanoo very powerful? My eldest brothers would release it Susanoo. Senju Tobirama continued to chatter incessantly, using Uchiha Izuna as a punching bag, venting all the anger and resentment that had been suppressed by Uchiha Non. Enough, Uchiha Non shouted. The naturally evil old ghost Senju was too arrogant. Was he slapping Uchiha Izuna in the face? This was clearly a slap in his own face. Tobirama, you have been jumping up and down tonight, showing off your few shining moments. Why don't you continue to talk about it? Why don't you talk about the thunder of the First Ninja World War after the death of Hashirama Senju, and the bad debts you owed to Konoha when you were the second-generation Hokage? I have to defuse the mines planted by you and Hashirama Senju one by one. Why don't you talk about these things? Tobirama Senju was feeling so comfortable that he couldn't help himself. After Uchiha Non said a few words, his face immediately changed color and became gloomy. It's bad. Uchiha Non is going to reveal his own past. Junior, tell me in detail. Uchiha Izuna looked at Senju Tobirama, whose face changed drastically, and immediately realized that Senju Tobirama had concealed a lot of things. Yes. There must be something going on. If it was the evil Senju Tobirama who became the second-generation Hokage of Konoha, how could it be the turn of the Uchiha descendants to become the third-generation Hokage of Konoha? Hashirama Senju, tell us all the ugly and dirty things that Tobirama Senju has done, Uchiha Izuna said impatiently. Senju Tobirama had gone too far just now. He had to uncover his mask and reveal his ugly true face. Then let me tell you, at the beginning, Lord Madara and Hashirama Senju joined forces to establish Konoha. Although Hashirama Senju took the initiative, Uchiha was not much inferior. Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju, the power of these two people can completely subvert the entire ninja world. Even though the ninja world is vast and rich in resources, Konoha was limited by various practical factors and could only occupy the most fertile land in the ninja world. It had no way to completely rule the world, but it could completely eliminate all dangerous ninjas in the ninja world, give Konoha's descendants enough time to prepare and accomplish the great cause of unifying the world. But Hashirama Senju is unwilling to do so. He was blinded by the false peace before him and even did something extremely stupid. Selling all the tailed beasts that Konoha had worked so hard to collect. The most important thing is that they didn't even get a good price for the sales. In order to sign a peace agreement that was as easy as toilet paper, the tailed beasts were sold at a low price, and each tailed beast was sold for just a tiny amount of money. Emphasis added. Uchiha non mentioned the stupid thing done by Senju Hashirama. He did not unify the ninja world and eliminate all the ninjas that were dangerous to Konoha. He was not too excited at first, but when he mentioned the business that lost a lot of money, Uchiha non began to get excited. At that time, only the Sands village captured one tailed beast, and the other 8 tailed beasts belonged to Konoha. Those were 8 super powerful tailed beast generators. How much money would he lose from this? Senju Tobirama, your eldest brother doesn't seem to be that good. He is just an idiot. He doesn't even understand the principle of cutting the grass at its roots and eliminating the danger in the bud. How does the saying go? Simple-minded, strong limbs, just like a gorilla, without a brain. Ha 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 ha. Uchiha Izuna found an opportunity to attack, and couldn't wait to launch a counterattack, mocking Senju Hashirama as a brainless idiot. Shut up. You are not allowed to humiliate my elder brother like this. You should be thankful for my elder brother's kindness. Otherwise your Uchiha clan would have been wiped out by the Senju clan, Senju Tobirama said indignantly. Brother. You are too kind. You should have listened to me and wiped out the entire Uchiha clan. You didn't listen to your father's words at all. Only the dead Uchiha are good Uchiha. Junior, there is more. Senju Hashirama is an idiot, but my elder brother is not. He will definitely eliminate all potential dangers. Uchiha Izuna mentioned Uchiha Madara. His brother was a kind person. But kindness does not mean weakness. He believed that his brother would make the right choice. Lord Madara once persuaded Senju Hashirama, but unfortunately he failed. The two of them realized their childhood ideals to end the war between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan and work together to build a ninja village, but as for the future, the two had an irreconcilable contradiction. Hashirama Senju established a so-called one country, one village system, indulging in an illusory and short-lived peace. Madara-sama was more radical and hoped to go further. Moreover, the Uchiha people were delicate and thoughtful. Madara-sama's thoughts even touched upon the source of all the tragedy, the deformed and twisted ninja world, where ninjas existed as tools of war. He wanted to find a new path, but he had no idea. He wanted to find the true path to peace with Hashirama Senju, but unfortunately, Hashirama Senju was unwilling to go further with Uchiha Madara. Even though Hashirama Senju was willing to ease the conflict with Uchiha Madara and planned to let Madara-sama become the second Hokage, the conflicts between the two continued to increase. Until a certain treacherous villain instigated, Madara-sama realized the reality. Konoha had no future, and even the Uchiha would lose their future because of Konoha. So he called on the Uchiha to leave Konoha together and rebuild a new home, but he still failed. He went from one extreme to another and became a renegade avenger. It's hard to say for now what was right and wrong in this matter. But Madara-sama later left Konoha. Uchiha non recounted the story of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama's parting ways, omitting the details of Black Zetsu in the stone tablet. Senju Tobirama remained silent. In this story, he was as vilified as Black Zetsu. Any attempt to interrupt and argue would only be met with a barrage of criticism from Uchiha non. Uchiha Izuna, standing nearby, was filled with righteous indignation, her mood sinking. Oni-san. Life without me, even with immense power, is still so difficult for you? Betrayed by close friends, betrayed by clan members. If I were here, none of this would have happened. Junior, is that treacherous villain, Tobirama Senju? It must be him, otherwise, my eldest brother would have become the second Hokage of Konoha and would have restored order to Konoha. Uchiha Izuna's heart was broken. His elder brother had suffered so much because of a treacherous villain. And this treacherous villain must be Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna was 98% sure. Senju Tobirama, do you dare not take responsibility for what you have done? You coward, shut up, you defeated opponent. So what if it was Uchiha Madara that I excluded? Uchiha Madara is not as good as Uchiha Non said. He is just flattering Uchiha Madara. He even thought he could end the tragedy of the ninja world. He doesn't have the ability, let alone the brains. Senju Tobirama was extremely corrupt. In his opinion, Uchiha Madara was a reckless man, a fool without a brain. Uchiha Madara was so stupid as to carry out the Moon Eye plan and drag all mankind into dream. Could he understand such profound principles? Uchiha Non looked at Senju Tobirama's blushing face. It seemed that he didn't believe in Uchiha Madara's thinking ability at all. To be honest, he really hoped that Uchiha Madara was not so smart. He was not afraid of Uchiha Daien, but he was afraid of Uchiha thinking. Uchiha Madara really touched upon the origin of the tragedy in the ninja world. But because he had not read many books, he could not find a way to solve the problem. Moreover, there were a lot of troubles around Uchiha Madara, the misunderstanding of his best friend Senju Hashirama, the gloomy words of Senju Tobirama on the side, and the guidance of Black Zetsu in the stone tablet, and he fell into the big pit of the Moon Eye plan little by little. Uchiha Madara has read a lot of books now. In order to become a qualified factory director, I heard that he took courses such as management and economics in his spare time. He also had his own new version of the Will of Fire, incorporating a worldview and methodology that had been successfully implemented and tested throughout history. He and Senju Tobirama had also localized it, making it more suitable for the ninja world. Uchiha Kusunoki's greatest pride, and now his greatest regret, was adding the concept of class to his book. Who knows if Uchiha Madara, toiling like a slave in the factory, would take it a step further. Never mind. The thought was terrifying. Uchiha Kusunoki set aside all his scattered thoughts. He simply wished Uchiha Hikaru could take Uchiha Madara to the arcade and have a blast. Treacherous villain, you're the one who ruined my brother, that's Uchiha Madara's own fault. Konoha is still thriving without him, proving my decision was right. I'm going to avenge my brother. Look at you, it seems you haven't had enough of the flying thunder god slash yet. In a moment, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna were ready to fight again. Uchiha Non immediately controlled the bodies of Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobirama, and waited until the anger values of the two returned to normal levels before letting them go. HMPH, Junior, I'll give you a face. We have been talking about Senju Hashirama just now. Senju Tobirama, who is born evil, must have done a lot of dirty things. Tell me all about them. Uchiha Izuna has tasted the taste. Senju Hashirama is just naive and stupid. The real bad guy is Senju Tobirama. If it weren't for Senju Tobirama, the eldest brother would definitely not have suffered so much. Senju Tobirama's ass is not clean at all. Uchiha Non, don't frame a good person. Senju Tobirama was anxious. Uchiha Non was a black-hearted bastard. He would definitely make the past events worse and exaggerate them. Then his flawless image throughout his life would be completely destroyed. Bullshit, the Hokage wrote the facts truthfully without changing a word. I am the third Hokage of Konoha. I know everything about you. How could I say anything nonsense? Uchiha Non sneered and said. How could he slander Senju Tobirama? He was just telling the truth. First of all, you never regarded Uchiha as a companion in the past. You deliberately calculated Uchiha and excluded Uchiha from the top. You hoped that all the ninjas of Konoha would stay away from the Uchiha clan and make the Uchiha clan isolated and helpless in Konoha. They could not find companions in Konoha. You also set up the Uchiha security department, yes and no? Uchiha Nan's voice was like a bell, criticizing Senju Tobirama. You Uchiha are too dangerous. Staying in Konoha is always an unstable factor. Only if the Uchiha clan keeps monitoring and supervising, can we avoid mistakes. I am doing this all for Konoha. What about me? I am the third Hokage of Konoha. Konoha is now more prosperous than when you and Senju Hashirama were in power. The gap even exceeds an era. Can it be the same? At least half of the credit goes to me for Konoha's prosperity today. If I hadn't worked tirelessly in the laboratory every day, don't talk so much nonsense. I just want to ask you, since I became the third Hokage, has Konoha been getting better and better? Answer yes or no. The usually eloquent Senju Tobirama was too embarrassed to make excuses in the face of Uchiha Nan's interrogation. He could only stand there with his head hung in silence. Today, he finally understood what all glory belongs to the Hokage meant. One misstep can lead to eternal regret, and when you look back, You've already been alive for 100 years. Ha ha ha. Senju Tobirama, say something, you were very talkative just now, how come such a simple question stumped you? Uchiha Izuna looked at Senju Tobirama with his head drooping, and while laughing wildly, he followed Uchiha Non to interrogate Senju Tobirama. Humph. Aren't you Senju Tobirama very arrogant? Relying on the power of his brother, he dares to be arrogant in front of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Izuna thought so in his heart, and he felt very happy. At the same time, Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Non eagerly. As expected of the descendant of the Uchiha clan, the Uchiha clan is stronger than the Senju clan, and he vented his anger. Humph, it seems that someone has acquiesced. You and Senju Tobirama don't seem to be much either. Konoha still needs the Uchiha leadership, Junior. Is there anything else? Senju Tobirama must have more black material than this. Keep talking. Uchiha Izuna plans to press on with his victory. About Uchiha Madara. He has two paths, one to the left and one to the right. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224, Senju Tobirama, 3 minutes of control? Enough, enough, enough. Of course there is. I know all the dirty laundry about this naturally evil old Senju. He's truly an outstanding junior. Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Non with increasing eagerness. As expected of an Uchiha junior, he saw Senju Tobirama's ugly true face clearly. Lord Izuna, it was indeed Hashirama Senju who wanted to pass the position of the second Hokage to Lord Madara, but he was blocked by Tobirama Senju. The reason was that the candidate for Hokage needed to obey the will of the people of the Land of Fire and the village, and the election had to be democratic. Lord Madara knew very well that this was just another hypocritical infighting, so he defected from Konoha. Not only that, he also preached that the stronger the hatred, the stronger the eye power, and that the Uchiha were a group of dangerous elements. Uchiha Madara could not become Hokage, and there must not be a Hokage in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Non was just speaking when Uchiha Izuna, who was standing nearby, could no longer contain his inner anger and interrupted Uchiha Non, cursing at Tobirama Senju. The only things he loved most in his life were his elder brother and his family. And Tobirama Senju had been deliberately trying to persecute Uchiha Madara and the Uchiha clan. As expected, Senju Tobirama, you are a hypocritical villain, targeting my elder brother and the Uchiha clan everywhere. There is not a single good person in your Senju clan. Junior. You must not be soft-hearted to them, you must kill them all. Uchiha Non glanced at Uchiha Izuna, and instantly felt that what Senju Tobirama said made some sense. The stronger the hatred, the stronger the pupil power, and vice versa. This old senior from the Warring States period is still so extreme. Cough cough cough. Uchiha Non coughed a few times and did not respond. He didn't want to get entangled with Uchiha Izuna on this issue at all. After all, Uchiha Izuna was a stubborn extremist from the Warring States period who opened the main Gekyo Sharingan. He had layer upon layer of buffs on his body. When encountering such a person, Uchiha Non would usually choose to obey him verbally. Junior, go on, tell me, how did you become the third Hokage? This needs to be explained in detail. Later, Senju Tobirama squeezed out Madara-sama and became the second Hokage of Konoha. For a time, he was all-powerful in Konoha and covered the sky with one hand. The Uchiha clan once had warriors who opposed Senju Tobirama and even wanted to launch a coup to overthrow Senju Tobirama's rule. Unfortunately, they all failed. At that time, I was still very weak and understood the principle of self-preservation very early, but later, things took a turn for the better. Senju Tobirama was killed in a surprise attack, and the third Hokage was directly selected. He had long forgotten the rules of Konoha's selection of Hokage, the so-called democratic selection, but his vision, tisk tisk tisk, was very bad. He did not choose a new Hokage from the Senju clan, but chose Sarutobi Hiruzen of the Sarutobi clan to be the third Hokage. Then he was easily defeated by me. Later, I defeated Uzumaki Mido, reconvened the democratic election, and became the third Hokage. Uchiha Non narrated the history of his struggle with emotion. He endured hardships and did ramen for several years, and with the help of a hack, he became the third Hokage of Konoha. Very inspiring. Uchiha Izuna stood by and listened, commenting from time to time. When he heard that Senju Tobirama was attacked, and it was an attack at the negotiation table, He immediately applauded and danced with joy to mock Senju Tobirama for being stupid and unable to see through such a cheap trap. The mocking words came one after another. The two started a fierce verbal battle. The moment he heard that Senju Tobirama had chosen Sarutobi Hiruzen to be the third Hokage, he reached his climax, pointed at Senju Tobirama's nose, and mocked him for not being able to judge people. He actually chose a ninja from a small family to be the Hokage. Tobirama, I really overestimated you. You're getting old, but you're regressing. Do you have some hidden connection with Sarutobi Hiruzen, that's why you chose him as Hokage? Shut up, defeated opponent. So what? My junior is stronger than you. From now on, the Senju clan will be forever dominated by the Uchiha clan. I'll cut off your tongue with my flying thunder god slash. Come on, junior, let's join forces and teach this Senju Tobirama a lesson. Their verbal battle quickly escalated into physical combat. Uchiha Izuna immediately invited Uchiha Non to team up. He could sense that his condition was terrible. If he faced Senju Tobirama, the consequences would be disastrous. Lord Izuna, calm down. I haven't finished exposing all the dirt on Senju Tobirama, like his corruption. Uchiha Minami, shut up. Didn't we agree? No one is allowed to bring up those trivial matters from the past. Senju Tobirama raged. He couldn't let Uchiha Minami spill all his dirty laundry. Otherwise, Uchiha Izuna would definitely use it to humiliate him. HMPH, how dare you do it and not let anyone else tell you about it? Senju Tobirama, you're truly a hypocritical villain. Juniors, let's go together and teach him a lesson, Uchiha Izuna said with disdain. He had always disliked Senju Tobirama. The biggest stain on his life was losing to Senju Tobirama's underhanded tactics due to a moment of carelessness. He wasn't in good shape yet, but that didn't matter. Uchiha Minami was Uchiha Izuna's greatest source of support. Shut up. You defeated opponent. Uchiha Kusunoki is Konoha's Sandaime. And I'm Konoha's Nidaime Hokage. We worked together to create the prosperous Konoha we know today. You, a dead man, aren't even part of Konoha. The conflict between Uchiha Kusunoki and me is at most an internal one. There's no need for you, a defeated opponent, to talk nonsense here. Senju Tobirama tried to win Uchiha Kusunoki over to his side. After all, he and Uchiha Kusunoki were both Hokage. Although Uchiha Kusunoki was a black-hearted bastard, he was an extremely intelligent black-hearted bastard. Compared to Uchiha Izuna, whom he had never met before, he was definitely more important. After all, as Hokage, he had dedicated his entire life to Konoha. Even after his death, he was still actively working as a research worker in the laboratory, making indelible contributions to Konoha. Uchiha Izuna was just a reckless man. In terms of strength and intelligence, he was no match for him. Therefore, the advantage was mine. Tobirama, I never thought you could say such a thing. I'm really impressed with you. Uchiha Kusunoki looked at Senju Tobirama with interest, then spoke slowly. Senju Tobirama seemed genuinely anxious, even describing one-sided exploitation as mutual cooperation. Junior, Senju Tobirama would never consider an Uchiha a comrade. Given the opportunity, he would definitely harm them, so don't let him fool you, Uchiha Izuna urged anxiously. His junior couldn't let Senju Tobirama fool you. Tobirama, I'm very happy that you've come to your senses, but I don't like your hoarding of research results, Uchiha Kusunoki said sternly. Uchiha Kusunoki, you have to believe me. I never hid any experimental results. That investigation report is a false accusation against me. Don't trust the words of those third-rate researchers out there. HMPH, you have such a sharp tongue, and now you're calling it a false accusation. Uchiha Kusunoki felt helpless. Senju Tobirama was really stubborn. He had even resurrected Uchiha Izuna through the impure world reincarnation, yet he still stubbornly refused to admit it. Senju Tobirama, you're a hero, a brave man, you should admit it. Then what about the investigation report? Although Uchiha Izuna didn't know what was going on, she still chimed in beside Uchiha Non, hoping to use Nan's hand to teach Senju Tobirama a lesson. Are you stumped by Uchiha Izuna's questions? I'm not stumped by Uchiha Izuna's questions, but I don't want to answer Uchiha Izuna, a defeated opponent. Uchiha Izuna has only ever wielded swords and guns in his life. What does he know about scientific research? You dare to bark here, Senju Tobirama said with a disdainful expression on his face. Asshole, Junior, hand Senju Tobirama over to me. I have a way to make him admit it. Uchiha Izuna looked at Senju Tobirama's contemptuous eyes, and his anger suddenly rose again, and he said angrily. Huh, Uchiha Non, Don't you just want scientific research results? I have a good idea. You hand Uchiha Izuna over to me and let him be my subordinate. With him by my side, my scientific research efficiency will definitely increase. I promise that in the future, I will submit a number that will satisfy you regarding the number of scientific research results, Senju Tobirama said, looking at Uchiha Izuna with a wave of malice. I am your subordinate, don't dream, really, Junior? When Uchiha Izuna heard this ridiculous condition, he cursed at Senju Tobirama the first time. Uchiha Non looked at Senju Tobirama in silence, and then looked at Uchiha Izuna. His goal has always been to obtain more scientific research results. Although Senju Tobirama refused to admit it, he was also surrendering to him in disguise and was willing to hand over the privately collected scientific research results in a different way. The only price was Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna is the ancestor of the Uchiha family, who would go through fire and water for the Uchiha family. He is also the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. And it would be too easy for Senju Tobirama to realize his life ideal so easily. Junior, you are not going to agree to Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Non, who was lost in thought, and his face immediately changed color. His junior would not really agree to such a ridiculous condition from Senju Tobirama. Ha, Uchiha Izuna, let me tell you, Uchiha Nan's bottom line is much lower than you think. What he likes to do most is to exploit the labor of others, for example, my scientific research results, and he has a particularly dark heart. Don't think that just because you are Uchiha, he will favor you, Senju Tobirama said sinisterly, and at the same time looked at Uchiha Izuna with the greedy eyes. Junior, Senju Tobirama must be slandering you. Right, I believe you are definitely not that kind of person. Of course, Lord Izuna is a senior of the Uchiha clan. How could I let Lord Izuna always be a subordinate of my mortal enemy? Uchiha Non nodded. His moral integrity was not as low as what Senju Tobirama said. It was pure slander. But for the sake of Konoha, it was not a bad idea to let Uchiha Izuna make some sacrifices. Uchiha Izuna was a very good prize for Senju Tobirama. If Senju Tobirama wanted to get the right to use Uchiha Izuna, he had to set up extremely high performance appraisals and harsh conditions. The time of use also had to be short. Did you hear that, Senju Tobirama? I just know you are trying to sow discord. Uchiha Izuna hadn't finished speaking when Uchiha Non continued. However, Lord Izuna, you are a senior of the Uchiha clan. You should not mind making some contributions to future generations and suffering some grievances. What do you mean by this? Uchiha Izuna was anxious. He suddenly felt that his juniors were not so handsome. The meaning is of course very simple. Senju Tobirama is my good cow and horse. He is an excellent contributor to Konoha. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I have to consider everything for Konoha. Since Senju Tobirama wants to be your immediate superior so much, as long as he works hard, he should also get some rewards. Tobirama, as long as the number of scientific research results you submit each time is not less than this, and it lasts for 1 year, I can arrange a duel for you. I will prepare sacrificial bodies of the same level for you and Lord Izuna. If you can beat Lord Izuna, I can transfer Lord Izuna's control over the impure world reincarnation to you for 3 minutes. Uchiha Non raised his finger and stated an extremely harsh condition. He had already estimated the scientific research efficiency of Senju Tobirama and set super high performance requirements. Even if this performance requirement is achieved, he would have to defeat Uchiha Izuna to get those short 3 minutes. This condition is too harsh. Do you know that scientific research requires inspiration, and even I can't guarantee it every month? Don't talk nonsense, just say yes or no in one sentence. Oh, by the way, the submission figures this year will have to be doubled. As for the reasons, I don't need to explain. Senju Tobirama frowned, wanting Uchiha Non to reduce the number of scientific research results submitted, but Uchiha Non did not give Senju Tobirama a chance to bargain. The experimental results that he had hidden privately could barely cope with 1 year. It turned out to be the black-hearted Uchiha Non, who had calculated everything. He only knew how to exploit his own labor. Setting such harsh reward conditions, he wanted to treat him like an ox and a horse. And even if he met the performance requirements, he still had to defeat Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Non was clearly making things difficult for him. But the thought of being able to oppress Uchiha Izuna for 3 full minutes. Senju Tobirama was full of motivation. After all, he was treated like an ox and a horse by Uchiha Non before, but now at least he had a reward. The reward was very good. What a great improvement. Deal, Senju Tobirama weighed the pros and cons and chose to agree to this condition. As an ox and a horse, Tobirama deserves to be eaten. Chapter 225 Senju Tobirama, I'm so happy to see Izuna being oppressed by Uchiha. In that case, Tobirama, you have to work hard, 24 hours a day, without stopping, got it? Stop nagging me, you black-hearted bastard. The two happily reached a consensus. Uchiha Kusunoki gained more scientific research results, while Senju Tobirama, the nuclear-powered donkey, finally had a bright carrot tied to his head. Life finally had hope. Everyone was happy. Enough, Uchiha Izuna roared at the two men who had reached a consensus. Heartbreak washed over her. Her own people had betrayed her. And they wanted to hand her over to that bastard Senju Tobirama. Traitor, villain, shameless bastard, Uchiha scum, I'll kill you. Uchiha Izuna's eyes betrayed her, and she screamed as she rushed towards Uchiha Kusunoki. But it was all in vain. Uchiha Kusunoki skillfully seized control of Uchiha Kusunoki's body. Lord Izuna, Senju Tobirama has said all these lines countless times, and he's tired of hearing them. Look, I'm still alive and well, besides, as an Uchiha, I've already taken good care of you. Senju Tobirama will have to work hard for a year, meet performance requirements, and defeat you to gain control of your body. I only have 3 minutes, even if you really lose to Senju Tobirama again, it's only 3 minutes. 3 minutes goes by quickly. Uchiha Non, mindful of their shared Uchiha background, stood by and patiently counseled him, hoping he would accept his fate. Born evil, let me go. What have you done to my body? Uchiha Izuna was still blabbering there. Senju Tobirama looked at the way his body had been taken away and Uchiha Non was doing whatever he wanted, as if he saw his former self. Back then, he was also so unruly. But for Konoha, he succumbed to the tyranny of Uchiha Non and worked like a slave for him in the laboratory. Now the situation has changed and it has come to Uchiha Izuna. It is so cool. Uchiha Izuna, you have come to this day too. Defeated opponent, stop struggling. The technique that Uchiha Non used on you was developed by me during my lifetime, and was later perfected by this kid. It can be said to be perfect. Even I can't get out of control. Defeated opponent, I tell you, Uchiha Non is the most evil, bastard, and black-hearted Uchiha I have ever seen. He is profit-driven and has no bottom line, so, you have to stay here with me forever. Senju Tobirama said gloatingly. He was in a very good mood and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Finally, he was not suffering alone. Uchiha Izuna came to accompany him. Ahem, Tobirama, I'm not as bad as you say, I am the Second Hokage, and all this is for Konoha. Uchiha Nan's face turned cold and he said hurriedly. This old demon with 1,000 hands, who was born evil, actually dared to throw dirty water on him. He did all this for Konoha. Calm down. Uchiha Izuna stopped cursing and tried to calm down. His smart brain, which was not inferior to that of Senju Tobirama, began to work rapidly. He is now extremely weak, and his strength is only 1/100th of what it was. His chakra is weak, and its flow is obscure. He is also bound by strange seals, and he is definitely unable to reverse the situation head-on. He needs help. He should not be able to count on the members of the Uchiha clan. This rebellious junior is the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, and it seems that his prestige in the clan is very high. Alice, can he only pin his hopes on his eldest brother? Uchiha Izuna was a little discouraged. He thought about it, and the only person who could lend him a helping hand was Uchiha Madara. Hey, Uchiha Non, where's my eldest brother? Is my eldest brother still alive? Uchiha Non was about to answer and was planning to tell Uchiha Izuna the story of Uchiha Madara when he was interrupted by Senju Tobirama. Don't tell him, Uchiha Izuna is trying to get information from you. Senju Tobirama saw through Uchiha Izuna's intentions at the first moment and immediately reminded Uchiha Non not to leak information about Uchiha Madara. Go to hell. Senju Tobirama, why are you everywhere? Uchiha Izuna said angrily. Senju Tobirama is always so annoying. Tobirama, it seems that Lord Izuna is exactly the same as you were back then. Now he just wants to escape. You must have tried all kinds of methods back then, but unfortunately, they all failed. Now you've been in the laboratory for 4 or 5 years, this year is almost over, tut. Uchiha Non looked at Senju Tobirama and said in a teasing tone. Asshole, shut up. Senju Tobirama's face darkened. This black-hearted brat was really talking about everything. He had been given layer upon layer of instructions, and that evil female brat had also left an unknown mark on him. The sealing technique and barrier technique of this laboratory were even more layered. Not to mention himself, even if Uchiha Madara was reincarnated by Uchiha Non after his death, he would be left here and work like a slave for Uchiha Non. Lord Izuna, Lord Madara is dead. At the beginning, Lord Madara defected from Konoha, and then used the power of the main Gekkai Sharingan to capture the Nine Tails. He brought the Nine Tails back to Konoha and wanted to avenge Hashirama Senju. In the battle, the giant anaconda surged, the mountains and the earth cracked, and the sky and the earth changed color. It was unparalleled in ancient and modern times. Only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama stood between heaven and earth. In that era, among the heroes in the world, there were only Hashirama and Madara. In the end, Madara-sama was slightly outmatched, defeated by Senju Hashirama, and died in the Valley of the End. Uchiha Non, cautious, shared information about the battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama at the Valley of the End with Uchiha Izuna, but kept secret the information about Uchiha Madara's fake death. Impossible, my big brother can't lose, let alone die. Uchiha Izuna's emotions once again lost control, shouting. Tears streamed from the impure body. The elder brother was obsessed with his younger brother, and the younger brother was obsessed with his older brother. Truly a brotherly love and respect. Uchiha Non was moved. Senju Tobirama, forcing a smile to curl his lips, watched from the sidelines with gloating interest, poor Uchiha Izuna being toyed with by Uchiha Non. My condolences, Master Izuna, I have some good news for you. In that battle, Hashirama Senju was severely injured by Uchiha Madara and died shortly after. Uchiha Minami comforted Uchiha Izuna. And what's more, hearing that Hashirama Senju was also dead. Although Uchiha Izuna was still heartbroken, his mood was noticeably better. Senju Tobirama, with a sullen face, stood behind Uchiha Minami, glaring at him with resentment, wanting to lunge and elbow him. Uchiha Minami's heart was always dark. After Uchiha Izuna vented his anger, his expression turned cold. His elder brother was dead, and so was Hashirama Senju, the man who killed him. He didn't even know who to turn to for revenge. Master Izuna, is there anything else you want to know? As a junior Uchiha, I will do my best to satisfy you. How is the Uchiha clan doing now? Uchiha Izuna inquired about the Uchiha clan, the only thing he cared about. I'm the Hokage of Konoha. The Uchiha clan is Konoha's foremost clan. It's thriving, vibrant and full of life. You seem to be a pretty good clan leader, but I hate you. Don't give me the chance. Otherwise, I'll make you regret it, Uchiha Izuna grumbled. He still couldn't forgive Uchiha Nan's actions. He dared to side with Senju Tobirama. That was simply unforgivable. Lord Izuna, you have to understand me, I have my reasons. It's because Senju Tobirama has mastered core technology. He's a brilliant mind. Konoha's current development couldn't be possible without him. The Uchiha clan couldn't be possible without him. Uchiha Non poured out his grievances, emphasizing his difficulties and the importance of Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama's scientific achievements supported the current prosperity of Konoha. Uchiha Non pulled out a report from last year from the sealed scroll and, taking out a pen, marked the market value created by Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama, standing nearby, saw Uchiha Kusunoki pull out a report on Konoha and immediately wanted to take a look. But Uchiha Kusunoki wouldn't let him, simply waving him off. This was Konoha's core secret, one only he and a few of his Hokage assistants were entitled to. I'm Konoha's second Hokage, what's wrong with wanting to know about Konoha's situation? Senju Tobirama said indignantly. Let me correct you. You're the dead second Hokage. Dead people should be toiling underground 24/7, not worrying about the affairs of the living, Uchiha Kusunoki retorted bluntly. Go to hell, you're supposed to exploit the dead, huh? What gave you the illusion that I wouldn't exploit the living? You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. Senju Tobirama's fury was so intense that his face flushed. He'd lost count of how many times he'd wanted to punch Uchiha Kusunoki to death that night. But then he saw Uchiha Kusunoki's hand was about to form a hand seal. Senju Tobirama could only sulk aside. Uchiha Izuna took the report and prepared to examine it carefully. During the Warring States period, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, as the elder brothers, were the undisputed military leaders of the Senju and Uchiha clans, skilled at charging into battle and leading the charge. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, on the other hand, served as their lieutenants, mirroring each other like mirrors. They possessed extraordinary intelligence and management skills, serving as their lieutenants. Therefore, Uchiha Izuna, like Senju Tobirama, was well versed in common affairs. After receiving the report, Uchiha Izuna carefully examined it for a while, finally gaining a general understanding of the Konoha described by Uchiha Kusunoki. Konoha was a colossal behemoth. A power far greater than he had imagined, possessing vast territories, a vast population, and tens of thousands of ninja. "This is Konoha?" Uchiha Izuna exclaimed in disbelief. "Yes, this is Konoha. It's Konoha under the leadership of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan controls this vast power." Uchiha Kusunoki smiled, his tone proud. "Old Sengoku, have you opened your eyes? Times have changed. Old man. Well, you little brat, I dislike you a little less." Uchiha Izuna looked at Uchiha Kusunoki and suddenly felt that Uchiha Kusunoki had become handsome again. One of his wishes had been fulfilled. The Uchiha clan was experiencing unprecedented prosperity. Soon, Uchiha Izuna's expression changed again. He saw Konoha's astonishing financial flow, far beyond his imagination. The string of zeros made Uchiha Izuna dizzy. Uchiha Kusunoki smiled and pointed to the money-making power of Konoha's technology department. The circled area represented Senju Tobirama's contribution, which accounted for a full half of the total. It was the same string of zeros that made Uchiha Izuna dizzy. Senju Tobirama, can he really create so much value? Can he earn so much money all by himself? Uchiha Izuna's lips trembled slightly, clearly unconvinced by Senju Tobirama's earning power. "Defeater, do you understand the gap between you and me?" Senju Tobirama, though unable to see the financial statements, could tell from Uchiha Izuna's expression how significant his contribution was. He immediately started to boast about Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama wouldn't miss any opportunity to defeat Uchiha Izuna. Of course, this isn't just his achievement, everyone in Konoha contributed, but, Izuna-sama, contributions come in different sizes. It's undeniable that Senju Tobirama's contribution was crucial. These industries are all built on Senju Tobirama's research achievements. Uchiha Non spread his hands, a look of resignation. Although he could often oppress Senju Tobirama and exploit his labor, in terms of status, they were ultimately equal. Even if Senju Tobirama slacked off, or even hid his research results, he would be a scapegoat. I can only find evidence and for Senju Tobirama. But Senju Tobirama is a stubborn person and he will never admit it. There is no other way. Then I can only use the impure world reincarnation to resurrect Uchiha Izuna. It is half threat and half temptation, step by step, forcing Senju Tobirama to surrender in disguise, take out the hidden scientific research results, and agree on the number of scientific research results to be handed in the future. Uchiha Non worked so hard for so long to achieve his goal. Who let Senju Tobirama master the core technology? But this is not a reason for you to collude with Senju Tobirama and stand together. As the head of the Uchiha clan, you actually discussed with Senju Tobirama how to deal with me in front of me. Are you still an Uchiha? Uchiha Izuna's face was stern, looking at the rebellious junior in front of him, and said viciously, "I am an Uchiha, but I am also the third Hokage of Konoha. This is my duty," Uchiha Non said righteously. "It really hurts to cut a gum's cack." End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.